Hey, what's going on, guys? Xbox Online Channel, host Sega Forever here. A little bit late with the podcast, but we're gonna roll with it, guys. I just want to make sure. Again, bear with me. Oh, yep, we're live. Yep, we're live. It's on YouTube. I see it. You know what I should have done? I should have checked to make sure none of the other guys are doing a podcast. I saw that Tuck actually did one the other day. Sorry, my brother. I'm gonna have to check that one out, and I'm gonna try to catch up with everybody. But I am happy that a lot of the guys are doing podcasts because I told you guys before on my channel, man, it's like really slim pickings for me because a lot of people I just can't follow anymore. There's a few channels I do, a couple people that I do that I can listen to their podcast, but for the most part, it's hard to listen to anybody. And you guys know I don't follow the mainstream media. Only time I actually look at stuff is when it's kind of shifted towards Xbox, and a lot of these people were wrong with a lot of the predictions they make. And you see that happening right now with the whole thing with Game Pass. I've been saying for you know, I think at least 2 years, man, because it would bother me when people would say that you're getting free games in Game Pass and you're not. It's a subscription service, right? And the reason why people say that it's free games is because the value and people, find it hard to believe that Microsoft can charge such a cheap subscription service or price for the service and the amount of games they provide. Very high quality first party studio titles, everything is in Game Pass. I'm experiencing that right now with Mutant Chronicles. I'm playing that game right now, and that game is a game. I don't think it's as long as a lot of other RPGs, but you're gonna put time and you're gonna put hours, into that game, right? And I'm enjoying it a lot, you know. So all of the stuff with Game Pass, some of the fears I had when they first started Game Pass, like what type of games are going to be in there. That's been settled years ago. Right? So when people talk about the price of Game Pass, right? This is what they. That's why they always say that. It's a deal. Until now, until Microsoft decided to raise the price, which I'm fine with, guys. And I'm fine with it in the sense of, I find a lot of value still with Game Pass. The way I utilize Game Pass and actually Xbox's ecosystem goes hand in hand. Like I said in the podcast that I did, and Hebot was nice enough to drop by. Um, Hold on one second, guys. So when we were doing the podcast, what I was talking about, right, is that you have to know how to use Xbox's ecosystem. And I'm not saying that it's for everybody. It might not be for you, right? But at least try and give yourself a chance when you're looking at it, right? There's a lot of ways that you save money with Xbox. And at the end of the day, dude, all these companies, they have to make money as well. Um, so for me, I'm looking at it and I'm like, dude, there's no better value than Game Pass right now and the Xbox ecosystem. I think maybe Steam can give them a run for their money, right? But you guys know I don't really talk about Steam because I'm not a PC guy. Microsoft has done the PC Game Pass thing, and they put their stuff on PC. Some games that I play are better on PC. I'm not gonna lie, with a keyboard and mouse. But that's few and far between for me. I'm never. So my point is, I'm never gonna be a PC guy. So that's out the window. Even though I wanted to do a podcast with Dea talking about it because just for educational purposes for myself, right? Because I know it's changing. I can see it, dude. The melding of PC and console as far as the people who participate in both ecosystems. I'm not saying it's like chocolate and peanut butter right now, but I mean that has the potential to be that way. But there's a lot of stuff about PC I don't know, so I don't want to talk out of turn. But anyway, this is why I say that's why I always said it's not free, guys. You are paying a subscription, right? Because as you guys know, if you guys participate in subscription services, you know that this stuff goes up and down, right? You guys know that it's not just a one sum game, right? If you guys, I'm pretty sure most of us are subscribed to Netflix, and the price that I pay for Netflix, in fact, I'll even go back to when I used to pay for their subscription service when they're on CDs or DVDs, when you have to order them by mail, and then the whole digital thing happened, right? But the price that you pay for Netflix, dude, is nowhere near what you're paying for it when it first kicked off, right? And then it's all about personal choice and finances, right? You gotta pick and choose what's important to you, man. And like I talk about it all the time on this channel is It boils down for a lot of people with the economy, man. Maybe they want Game Pass, they can't afford it. Look, I'm not trying to hit on those people, and I'm not trying to say that I want people to pay more just for the sake of paying more, right? But what I am saying that when it comes to gaming, when you look at the bigger picture, right, there is no better deal right now than Game Pass. Game Pass can go up another $10. Then you might have a as far as value, you might have a point. If you're paying $29.99 a month, right, for that, you know, for me still, I would still stay subscribed with. I would probably stay subscribed to it because they just have a lot of content that I'll play that I'll probably never get a chance to play. Not just because of the money issue, man. It's just because of my backlog as well. I end up playing more games because it jumps into Game Pass. I end up buying more games because it's in Game Pass because I like the game so much. Like some games I'll play, I like it so much that I don't go back to it because I'm trying other games, and then eventually I just end up buying it, or I just buy it. I've done that. I did that with a couple games. I dropped into Game Pass. I played it for a little bit. I knew the game was solid. I really liked it, and I bought it. Hades was one of those games. There's a bunch of games that I did that with, and not all of them have to be AAA games. That's the other thing too. Hold on one second, guys. Let me check this. Yeah, it doesn't look like anybody's streaming. I'm sorry if I'm because I looked earlier. I didn't see anybody, but I just wanted to get this off because I know hundreds streams on Saturday nights, and I don't like to cross. I don't want to cross the streams with him. You know what I mean? I know a lot of people. 100 has a great show. Check it out, dude. It's later on tonight. So I wanted to get this off before he actually did it. I wanted to do this last night, but I got caught up in some stuff. And then I'm not gonna lie, guys. I ended up playing Mutant Chronicles. I was on this one level where I had to go through through these mines. And I'm trying to level up my characters as well. Um, and then, so it just took me a lot of time. And I'm trying to catch up on some stuff, content that I watch, both on Netflix and Crunchyroll. So hold on. Yeah, we look safe, dude. Yeah, it looks good. So again, this is the Popcast, and I'm trying to do two things at once. Now, let me shoot up these things because I just got home. I have to go get my hair cut, dude. My hair is ridiculous, dude. It gets so. My hair doesn't get long; it gets super thick. Hold on. So I want to send this out to the fellas, man. I mean, we have a lot of stuff that we can talk about. As you know, like the way the way I do this podcast, right? Like you can see, we have topics to discuss, right? Like I want to talk about the Captain America trailer that dropped. I think they dropped yesterday. I watched it yesterday. Then Japan's actually there's a political official over in Japan, and they're actually looking at Assassin's Creed, the new Assassin's Creed, and there's people calling for it to be boycotted. And then of course my girl Caitlin Clark, man, she's blowing up. I know I haven't been doing a lot of videos on her. That's because I haven't been able to watch a lot of the games. So, but you know how we do it here, man. We go all over the board when it comes to the podcast. So, but I definitely want to cover those topics today. But let me shoot at these. Yeah, this is so funny. Yeah, so I ranted on two videos about Game Pass. I won't rant anymore. I just closed by saying, I'm just amazed at how so many people don't know how the economy works. Right? There's so many people complaining about the cost price, but you have no problems complaining when your cell phone goes up, like mine did. I'm paying like $170 a month, so I'm actually looking at that right now. Right? How come my payments are so much money? Right? So I might have to drop. I don't know. We'll see. I ain't paying $170 a month. Electric bill's gone up. Sewer bill's up. Food bill is definitely up. Food prices are ridiculous, especially where I live. Right. So for me, I look at that, and then I see people online complaining about going from 16.99 to 19.99. Now, look, dude, I don't want to discount anybody out there that'll break the bank for you. Right. I know that's the times we're living in, man, where you're making those decisions and stuff like that. But let's all acknowledge the simple fact that there's a lot of hate out there, right? And that a lot of these people who are just proclaiming how great it was, like a couple months ago, all of a sudden they're hating on it. For Xbox, because like everything, just keep this in mind, guys. I'm a pro Xbox channel, but if we're all being honest, I'd be as honest as possible on my channel, even though I bleed green, right? If we're all being honest, right, a lot of this stuff is coming from a place of hate. Right? Because at the end of the day, dude, you don't have to. This doesn't have to be a topic for discussion like every single day. right? I make videos about this because it is a topic of discussion, right? But all you could simply just buy your games if you really wanted to. And then a lot of people are saying like, "Oh, I'll cancel my Game Pass and go buy a PlayStation," which absolutely makes no sense. You could buy that game in Game Pass on your Xbox. This is what I mean. You just listen to them, let them talk for a little bit, and you realize if it is that they might be financially struggling and they're bummed out, right? Because I would be, right? I've done stuff in my financial situation to make sure that I can keep my Game Pass subscription, and that some of the other stuff I like doing, I just cancel it, or some stuff that I didn't know that I was paying for. Man, I mean, I've been cleaning that up for months now, right? Dude, I might even switch banks, dude, because the bank I have doesn't have a physical branch, dude. They went all online, dude, and I was like, what is this? You know what I'm saying? So, that's the economy right now. Am I copying this? Okay. Sorry, guys. I get caught up in these things and I miss out. Not sure if any of the guys can join today, but I will shoot out the invites. Uh, I know Unlimited is super busy, so it'd be cool if he was on this podcast because we're going to talk about the what's going on in Japan with Assassin's Creed. Um, Looks like the government of Japan is actually going to get involved. And when I mean government, I'm talking about it's more like a lower level government thing, but it has got some traction because a lot of people are signing on a petition, at least for Japan. When I mean a lot of people, I mean as far as Japan's concerned, that has gotten the attention of political officials there, which I find very interesting. I'm not gonna lie. I think one of the bad things that people do here when they think about other countries is they just kind of apply like the American kind of mindset to other countries, right? Like if it's okay to do here, or if it's a problem here, or if it's a good thing here, right? Whatever it is, if it's American or even Western, right? And then same people trying to apply it to other countries where that's not going to fly. And to be honest with you, where they don't care, which is fair to me, man. I have no problem with that, guys. I'm just being 100 with you. Uh, I think I got everybody. Hold on, man. I am so all over the place. But yeah, if you didn't see the news, man, it's starting to pick up momentum in Japan. Now, I mean, that should that cause you not to go buy the game? Look, dude, buy whatever you want. I say that all the time on the PlayStation side. A lot of people say, "I just hate PlayStation. You need to hate them." Yeah, I don't like them, and I wish they go out of business. But with that aside, right? If you're a PlayStation guy, go play your game, dude. Go play your games over there. Again, the problem I have with the PlayStation guys is they're always like in our business, and that's where I respond to them the most. Oh, I think I already said. I'll send them too. I have to go through so many different places to send this stuff out. That's why I have these issues. All right, dude. I think we're good, man. Oh wait, where's my girl? Let me send one to Dave. I know she's probably busy, but if she can jump in, that'd be great. Oh snap! I got a message from my friend. I didn't. I just saw it now. All right, man. We're good to go, dude. We're good to go. Sorry for the distractions. You know how we are, right? On this channel, we are all over the place. Um, but yeah, let me know, guys. I mean, is the Game Pass thing really bothering you? And the reason I'm asking the people that watch this channel and in the chat too, because I know I'll get good I know I'll get good feedback, dude, and honest feedback. Because the average person, man, does not keep up with gaming the way we do, right? And then the majority of the media that's supposed to be um, being honest, right, and give us all the great information, or give us an honest editorial from time to time, they never do. So, and I've had people push back on me, saying I don't get the media credit. I never give the media credit because normally when they are honest, they're being forced to be honest. I'm just being honest. I mean, they're forced to be honest. A lot of it is what Microsoft does, right? To make sure that people know what they're doing, or to give people a good deal, or to make sure that they have the games that people want to play. It's all of that. So it has nothing to do with the media. The media has to be. Oh, hey, my brother. Hey, what's up, my brother?
What's up, bro?
Hey, dude, I loved your podcast, dude.
You like that, man?
Yeah, man.
I had to shut down a couple of trolls. Me and he bought, man. I mean, they were really trying to capitalize on the increase of Ultimate Game Pass, but they just don't realize and understand, brother Sega Forever, that it doesn't matter if it goes up a few dollars. It's still worth your value for your buck, man. I mean, things have to go up. You know what I mean? And boy, they really tried to run with that, brother. They really did.
It's funny because that's all they have, right, at this point in time.
Oh yeah, the media is going crazy, like saying say goodbye to this and say goodbye to that. Like they're trying to make a fusion frenzy out of Game Pass going up, bro.
It's funny
Man,
because I've even seen people talk about, because you know how I'm big on Microsoft buying Sega,
yeah,
and then a couple of people in my comments and in the messages and stuff, but even online, people are
yeah,
like, yeah, this is why they should never buy Sega, because stuff like this, and then they go back to the whole. It's ironic, man, because they talk about everything's consolidating. They look that's their word of the day now,
yeah.
consolidation.
Oh yeah,
And I'm laughing at this one dude. I wrote him back, and he never responded. I said, "Bro, the reason why you have consolidation is because of stuff happening. Like because these companies, it's either they consolidate or they shut down. What would you rather have?
right,
You know what I
right.
mean? I mean that's the honest truth, man. Because again, like I was saying in my podcast, bro, it's just aggravating to me because you have to. People need to buy more. If they're so concerned about companies closing down, if they're so concerned about the people not having jobs, if they're worried about the gaming industry, you're gonna have to open up your wallet and start buying.
That's
That's the
right,
only
man.
way
That's
you
right.
can learn it. And I think I know you talked about that, and I know you're a collector, brother.
Oh
But I
yeah,
know,
oh
you
yeah.
talked about that.
It's brother Sega Forever, man. It's I don't know what they were thinking. Did they think that Ultimate Game Pass was going to stay at that price point forever in existence? Things go up, brother Sega Forever. We got these blockbuster games that are coming in, like Indiana Jones, different games like that, Gears of War, E Day, amongst others, Fable. All these blockbuster games that are going to be coming into Ultimate Game Pass, and it's still, and I say this again, it's worth the value. It's worth the value, man. Like there was a rumor, I don't know how true it is, but I think they were saying that you can't buy. I don't know how true it is, but I think they're saying you can't buy Ultimate Game Pass with your points anymore. Did you hear
Yeah.
about
So
that? Did you
yeah.
hear about
So
that?
yeah, it's my. I got the message yesterday.
Yeah,
Um, so what the message was saying is that hey, we know that your subscription, I have it on automatic, and so
yeah.
that's gonna go away.
Oh,
Um,
so you can't do it no more.
because when I read the message, it
Yeah,
doesn't say specifically that. It's like it's gonna go away because if it's gonna be more money, right? Um, I'm not saying that it's gonna be that they're gonna keep it or that it's gonna go away, but because they're raising the price, right? You have to adjust the amount of it's gonna be more expensive, so you're gonna have to adjust your rewards if they keep
okay.
it, right? Because right
Yeah,
now a certain amount of points go
yeah.
to so I just make sure I have that's why I have such a huge account of rewards points. I think I used $100 or 100 I used
Yeah,
92,000
yeah,
reward points,
yeah,
so back underneath 200,000. But what it is that if the price goes up, you're gonna have to redo it anyway.
yeah.
So if they get rid of it, then they get rid of it. But if they keep it, you're still gonna have to redo it because the price point will be different, right? Because it's more money.
Yeah.
So you can't keep it on the same Bing point. That's the impression I got from the email, the message I got because I have it on renewal like that from my Bing points,
Yeah.
and then I pay for my daughter's ultimate pass.
Oh yeah, that's right. You always talk about that when we do the show,
Yeah,
and
because I want it to be successful. And I think what happened with Microsoft is I think they had a plan to kind of keep it as low as possible, but they needed the subscribers to come in.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And
But
it's not. Oh, go ahead, brother.
but you know what, brother Sega Forever, you have two other gaming companies out here to choose from.
Yeah.
You have Nintendo and you have PlayStation. Now, if you go look at what they have to offer you as a gamer, it's okay. It's not great at all. It's not great at all. It doesn't. It's not going to make me want to invest my money into what PlayStation has to offer. That's trash. The tiers that they have is complete utter garbage and trash. It really is.
Yeah.
You're not getting the money. You're not getting your money's worth when you go to those tiers because first of all, they're not putting their day and date exclusives in there for you to play. You have to buy that stuff.
Right.
You know what I mean? So that's a big point with Sony PlayStation. If they were to put their day and date games in there, they might have a chance, brother Sega Forever, if they would put the new God of War, the new Spider-Man, the new Last of Us, the new Detroit, the new Uncharted, whatever they own, the new Bloodborne or whatever they own, you know, if they did that, brother Sega Forever, then they could compete better. But they will refuse to do that because they're so goddamn greedy, brother. And they want you to pay that $70 to $80 for those exclusive. They won't do it. They won't do it.
You know, I think one of their big problems too would be content to keep a service like that going.
Yeah.
You see the amount of content Game Pass has of like every month and every week.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous if I'm being honest. And Sony just can't do that.
Nope, they can't.
Yeah.
They can't. They can't, brother Sega Forever. They can't afford it. They can't do it. That's why they keep wanting you to buy all these remakes and spray and put another splash of coat of paint on it. Maybe they might add something a little in it, you know, like maybe a little DLC, make it go a little further, brother. But instead of doing that, make a brand new goddamn game. Instead of making all these damn why make all these remakes, brother Sega Forever? We had a great remake on the Xbox One, which was Gears of War Ultimate. Now, they didn't go back and make another Gears of War Ultimate ×2 or Gears of War Ultimate Extended Director's Cut or something like that. It was just Gears of War Ultimate that had stuff missing out of it that they put in from the PC and made it a lot better. What's up, Tool Man? And made it a lot better. It's sold. You know? I have it physical. It's a fantastic remake.
Yeah.
You know, and it's hard for me, brother, for Sega. I'm being honest with you. It's hard for me to buy remakes. If the remake, let's say Dead Space, okay? Dead Space made that remake, brother Sega Forever. I got that when it was dirt cheap. I bought it. That's the only reason why I'll buy if it's dirt cheap, I'll buy it, brother. But no, if it's back and pat and it's, let's say, $40, I'm not buying it. It's I already beat it, already played it. I'm not buying a remake for $40. I'm not. It has to be cheaper with my price point that I would agree to spend my money on, dude. It's just remakes to me are not worth $40 or $50, you know, or even, in my opinion, even $30. If you're going to make a remake, I'll give you, I don't know, $20 maybe. I mean, I just don't want to pay $50 or $45 or something for a remake, or, you know, it's not worth it to me, you know?
Yeah. Like, I forgot that Resident Evil 2 was in Game Pass.
Yeah.
I saw it because I know my daughter wanted to try it.
Yeah.
And, or she tried it in Game Pass. So I was like, oh, maybe I'll pick it up. And then when I looked at it, I forgot it was in Game Pass. I saw it was in Game Pass. I was like, oh, I'll play it on Game Pass first.
Yeah.
Because when I looked at what it was, I was like, yeah, I mean, it's you know, this is why I always would like Xbox to or Microsoft to purchase more content, right? Because if they do a remake on something or re-release it or whatever, at least it'll be in Game Pass.
Yeah.
Right? So if you want to, with the option to buy later, right? Which is what I was talking about a little earlier. This is what upsets me about these guys, right? Like they don't know how to use the ecosystem. Because that's why I don't believe a lot of these people, especially these guys who are the loudest critics. Like I don't believe they have Xboxes, and I don't believe they play the Xbox games or have Game Pass. Because if you did, you'd be able to manage your account and get the best out of the service.
Yeah.
Right? Like we talk about all the time. Like for me, some games I'll just buy them straight out. But when I buy straight out, you're not paying the $29.99. You pay like a 23, 22.
Oh yeah,
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 it's some kind of discount off the top, right?
yeah.
And that's why I can't listen to these guys when they talk about it. Because when I listen to them, I'm like, dude, you're not paying full price, dude. You're gonna get like a discount right off the top. And then a lot of times, if you just wait, they'll go on sale,
Right,
right? I tend not to wait because if I like something, I'll buy it because I want to. I like the game, one, and number two, I want to support the devs, right?
right, right. And you do support the devs when you, let's say you buy okay, let's say you buy Hellblade, you buy the Gunk, you buy Hi-Fi Rush, you buy like any kind of indie games or anything like that that come into Game Pass. You're supporting the developer, like that past sale they had with the indie games again, because they keep putting that in there. I every time it goes in there, Brother Sega Forever, I
Mm-hmm.
buy a few games. I buy a few of those indie games to help to support the developers and help support their game that they're trying to get out there, and you got to give them the support. If you want to see more games like that, you have to support them. Buy the game. If the game's $10, buy the game. You're supporting them. Your $10 is helping support that developer and their game. I really believe in that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, the indie sellers are awesome, and there's some really cool, badass, awesome indie games, man.
There's a ton, bro. There's a ton.
Yeah,
Some of that's why it gets me because I loved indie games. I've always loved that Microsoft did the idea of the Xbox program. I think that's one of
yeah,
the things they've ever done. They don't get enough credit for it because remember they're getting a bunch of hate because they didn't have indie games.
yeah,
And be careful what you wish for, right? Because because it was a lot of ponies and it was all about another talking point to hit Microsoft with or Xbox with, right? So Microsoft not only did Xbox create idea at Xbox, but they went overdrive.
yeah.
Yeah, and I love indie games, so I like finding new experiences. And I found a lot of times when they have the idea at Xbox sale or indie game sale, it's kind of funny because I was like, "Oh, that game's on sale." Then I click on it, I bought it already. So,
Right.
So but then again, that's what we're gonna. I mean, we'll talk about that. So we can talk about that because
Well, brother Sega Forever, I asked the dude one time, brother Sega, for real quick. I said, dude, I told him, I said, listen, I'm an Xbox Series X owner. You like the PlayStation. Now I want you to practice and sell. What? Make me buy a PlayStation 5. What do I need a PlayStation 5 for? What do I need a PlayStation 5 for? So he started naming his stuff. I said, bro, the PlayStation 5 right now is not even as powerful as the Series X. It doesn't have a great subscription service like Ultimate Game Pass.
Mhm.
And a lot of the games on there, and I said I'm not trying to be mean, a lot of the games on there are one and done games.
Mhm.
I like to play after I told him, I said, after I play Gears of War, I like to go online and play Horde, or I like to play Versus, or I like to go on live on my games, which I can, which makes the value worth my buck for most of my Xbox games because it continues after. I can play the story mode, right, Sega Forever, and then go in and play Horde or play Versus or play the DLC that was great with it. You know what I mean? There's a lot more that's implemented into the game that you buy from Microsoft. On the other hand, PlayStation, 5 doesn't have a good online service. The only thing they play on there is Call of Duty, which is not theirs anymore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They have none of their games where you can go and play online, like you can play like a Gears of War or a Halo or a Forza or something like that. None of their games have that. None of them. They're one and done games. The only games you can play online is Fortnite, Call of Duty, different games like that. That new one they got, I forgot that one that they have on there that was also on Steam. That did better on Steam than PlayStation.
Oh,
You can,
how that?
you can play that. Okay, that's cool. But we have a ton more. Sea of Thieves, just to name another one that our games have more longevity. So it's definitely not worth my money, brother Sega Forever, to invest in a $500 console that just has one and done games, and it's over. You can play I told him, I said, you can play the new Call of Duty we own now soon on Game Pass and play online. So I don't need to buy a PlayStation. Why do I need to buy a PlayStation? There's no reason to buy a PlayStation, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Guys that are Xbox dudes, let's just keep it a buck, Sega Forever. Guys that are gamers that are Xbox dudes, they do own PlayStation 5s.
Oh, a lot of them do. Yeah.
I know they do. And they tell me all the time, Sega man, the only reason why I buy a PlayStation 5 is to play their exclusives, and then that's it. And that bitch collects dust. That's exactly what they tell me because they like God of War. Some of them like The Last of Us. Some of them like the Spider-Man games, and that's cool. For Horizon Forbidden West or whatever, they play those games and then they're done with that system.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. They play all their online games and their other games that they like more on Xbox, dude. That's the only reason why they buy that thing. The only reason. They're exclusive and that's it. And they say it collects dust. It just sits there. You know what I mean?
I think that's the PlayStation gamer, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
The reason why the PlayStation is the way that it is that it affords them time to just play those one and done games and then do other stuff.
Yeah.
You know, like they're not to me like gamers that'll spend a lot of time playing games, right? And then
Yeah.
of course you have the guys like you always say, right? The NBA 2K guys,
Yes.
you know,
Yes.
the Madden guys,
Yes.
right? At one point in time, the COD guys, which is ironic because a lot of people say, "Well, I'm not switching over to COD." It doesn't matter, dude. You're gonna still pay for the game.
Right.
It's gonna Microsoft, right?
Right.
You know, so this is why they're worried. You know, I will say this: like, I was a little surprised with the price hike only because I thought Microsoft would kind of do it after the COD thing.
Yeah.
You know, releasing COD.
Yeah.
But maybe they're taking the other strategy of okay, well, let's do it now. We'll have people come in, and then I'll cover the price. The price, but because look, at the end of the day, guys, like I said in my video, everything is just more expensive now. Like
Yep.
to me, I don't look at it as them because they bought Activision King Blizzard, not because they have all these studios. They did this already. This was planned out, you know, years ago. We had a 2 year court case, a federal court case for the FTC against the FTC to buy AKB. So all of this stuff was planned beforehand.
Yeah.
And companies like Microsoft, and I mean Microsoft proper, they do these things and they plan them out. So having a price increase to cover the cost of stuff has less to do with the purchases or their roadmap than it
Yeah.
has to do with just the way everything now is just more expensive. Like if you walk into 7-Eleven right now, your soda is more expensive, your candy is ridiculous, right? Chips is another thing, right? Ice cream, like if you go out to eat, right, you're paying more at fast food places where usually you would get deals.
Yeah.
And this is why, like where I live, at least the state I live is expensive. So I have people I work with. I was like, oh, I'll just go to a sit down and eat because it's about the same price, right? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So so it's so please keep that in mind when you're looking at this price increase because to me, if they were hurting for that $80 billion that they spent, they dropped on AKB, you'd be paying $30
Yeah.
for class if that was the case.
Yeah.
When the way I look at it. Right? This couple dollars thing, dude, because like all you guys have been saying, the gaming media's been saying, all the ponies that all of a sudden care about developers and employees
Yeah.
of these
Exactly.
companies, right? Have been like,
Exactly.
yeah, why did they shut them down? They ought to keep these people open, you know, and stuff like that. I was like, well, here you go. You're $3 a month. It reminds me of those old commercials that I'm not trying to make light of it, but you remember when we was younger, right? And then they would come on, like, you know, St. Jude's comes on or World Hunger Association, you know, just for a couple bucks. You
Yeah.
can save you can save this child, you know, stuff like that. You know, that to me that's what it's similar to. It's just like, okay, here. You know, we want to cover the increased costs. Because everything just costs more. Like
Yeah.
it's costing more to make everything nowadays. Yeah.
Oh well, you know what, brother Toolman says I don't have a PlayStation, just an Xbox Series X. That's what's up. But I tell you what, Toolman, I have a PlayStation 4, and I'm gonna tell you what right now, dude. Honestly, the thing is, it's boring. It is. It's boring. I'm a console collector. I like collecting consoles, and if they're at my certain price point, I'll get it. I did a trade, and I got the damn thing for $25 because I had a trade slip that paid for most of it, and I got it for $25. You know what I mean? I just had to play out of pocket $25, and I'm gonna tell you what, it's boring. It's only good for those old school games that they refuse to put on the Xbox. Refuse those Japanese old school beat 'em ups
Mm-hmm.
and shoot 'em ups and stuff like that they will not put on there. Me and Hebot had a big discussion about that. And that is the only reason why, Brother Sega Forever, I bought the damn thing, because they refused to put those games on an American system, the Xbox. That's the only reason why I bought it. I didn't play Spider-Man. I took it back to the library. I just like, man, I'm not going to play this, man. It's just going to sit here. So I just took it back. And Brother Sega Forever, I buy little shoot 'em up games, maybe a couple beat 'em up games when they have a sale. The ones that didn't come to Xbox will never make it to Xbox. And Brother Sega Forever, that's it. I don't play nothing else on it. That's all I have it for. I don't like those games. I don't like God of War. I don't like The Last of Us. I don't like those games. So I basically bought this thing, Brother Sega Forever, for that, and that's it. For games that will not come over on the Xbox. That's the only reason why I have a PlayStation 4. The interface is boring. It's just a blue background with this goofy elevator music. It's just it's boring, bro. It's just not good to look at. It's just boring, and you have to always have the controller charged. You know what I mean? It's slow loading games. It's so damn slow, bro, loading games. I mean, it's not that great, bro. It was worth $25, okay, in my opinion. The $25 I had to pay out of my pocket. That's it, brother. That is it. It's the only reason why I have it. Only reason. And Hebot tells me, Sega, man, these are games that are cool, that never came out. And he'll give me a list of games that never came out for Xbox, and I'll go look for them in the PlayStation 4 and see how much they are. Either put them in a basket or wait until they go on sale, and then I'll buy them, because me and him have the same taste with beat 'em ups, shoot 'em ups, old school shoot 'em ups and stuff like that. And he'll tell me, because he knows, him and his sons, they know it from front to back. So he's going to let me know exactly what they have and what's good on there that never came out or will ever see the light of day on the Xbox.
Right.
Only reason, brother, why I bought that thing. Besides that, I'm a diehard Xbox dude. When it comes to playing video games, it's the Xbox. It's definitely not no damn PlayStation, bro. I just have it because I'm a collector, and that is it. That is it.
Well, and like I watch you guys, I listen to the podcast, and inside of me, I 100% agree, because like they will never bring them over here.
Nope.
They won't. The only way that you could possibly get it is like if Xbox dominates.
Nope.
Say like they do end up buying like a Sega and putting up serious roots in Japan.
Yeah.
To the point where like they become like the main console.
Mm-hmm.
Then they'll probably think about doing it. But you guys got to remember, man, for a lot of these dudes, man, that's just not the way they think, right? So you're gonna have to be. I'm honest. I'm just being honest. You're gonna have to buy a secondary, third console. Now, is that a problem? No, because if you're a gamer, dude, any gamer knows, right, that if you want to play games, you're gonna be a multi-console owner.
Yeah.
And that's just the reality of it. Look, dude, I held on to that Switch for as long as I could. Right when Animal Crossing came out, I probably still have it, except for the simple fact that me and my daughter were disappointed with the last game. It looks like what they were going to do was, you played the last game, which was awesome that they came out with, and what had happened with the newer one, dude, they didn't have as many features. The game was like totally completed, like the other game was, and we were fine with that. We were like, I'm probably going to add on, but then it felt like it was going to be piecemeal, and then it looked like they were going to charge for stuff, right? Which is, I understand that, like them doing that.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I was like, it's just not worth my time and money,
Yeah.
To stick around. So that was the last multi-console I owned, was the Switch. And it was sad because some of the stuff that you could do in the older games, me and my daughter couldn't do because I was playing with her. We were playing together. And then, it's not like Xbox Live, where you just connect. Dude, you have to have a code, and then we get dropped. We'd be playing on Wi-Fi, we'd be getting dropped. Which sucks, right? Because if you get dropped, you lose stuff. So it was just a big hassle. That's why, for me, I was like, okay, dude, that was the last console I had, and I gave up on PlayStation after the 3.
I don't blame you. I really don't. I do not blame you. It's just like my friend at work. We were talking, and he even says the best PlayStation he ever played, was the PlayStation 2. That was it. He said after that, forget it. Was nothing else. nothing else that was really good. He said he loved it. He liked it. His PlayStation 2, and that was the best PlayStation ever made in his opinion. He don't like the 4. He doesn't like. He hated the 3. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's what he liked. He liked the PlayStation 2 a lot. I think he still actually has one, but that's what he liked. He liked that more because it was back and pat. First of all, you know what I mean? The PlayStation 3, yes, it was back and pat, but there were certain models that had certain hard drives in it that you had to pay for. There was one PS3 that played both. It played the PS1 games,
Mm-hmm.
the PlayStation 2 games, but you paid a lot more though
Yeah.
for that one. But every other one played just PlayStation 1 games. And that's cool, but you had to pay extra, brother, if you wanted to, play those PlayStation 2 games and 1 games in, that PlayStation 3. I think it was the 80 gig version, but you had to pay a lot more. And that's just ridiculous. Make them all like that. Don't break them up. Make them all play the same thing. Don't break them up.
I think it's funny because of like all these videos coming up, but it's so confusing with the tiers. I was like, bro, you guys wouldn't have made it in our generation of gaming,
Yeah.
bro. The stuff that we had to do, the hoops that we had to jump through to play games.
Yeah.
These guys are spoiled now, so that's why I like every time I hear people talk about that, I was like, dude, I don't even want to hear it. Everything's like at your so you have to do some reading now. Is that what you're complaining about? Right? I'll shut people down online, Sega man. I was like, well, you know what your problem is? You just get the ultimate. That's the tier that you need. If you're telling me you're a gamer and you love games, then you should have the ultimate.
Yeah.
Right? There is no better tier. Right?
Nope.
And to some people's complaints, that's what Xbox is doing, right? Right? They are pushing you to the ultimate. So I'm like, that's why I said in the last podcast I did, I was like, either piss or get off the pot, dude.
Yes.
I'm tired, dude. I'm tired, and because it's just like, all right, dude. If just like with me, right? Like guys, I like with Sony, I can't buy a Sony just because I can't stand it that much, right? But when I did have a Sony, right, it's like at some point in time I realized, you know what, it's not the same console. Like for me, the PlayStation 2 is probably their best console.
Yes.
Just because of the variety of games they had, the quality of the games that they had, the way those games they were pushing the envelope on some of the games that they were doing. Right, some of those games were becoming an amalgamation of different types of genres. And then guys like me, Sega Man, Heba, we come from an area where genres were defined. Like a shooter was a shooter, an adventure game was an adventure game.
Yeah.
Right, fighting game was a fighting game. There was no mixing, or very rare. Heba will probably correct me, and if he was here, he'd tell me, yeah, there were a few games. But I mean, for the most part, that was the exception, not the rule. And PlayStation 2 kind of lived in that environment where you could do that. It made it cooler for people to become gamers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, to me, because of the quality of games that they had, because there's a lot of great JRPGs that they had in PlayStation 2.
Yeah.
Platformers, dude, like they had a plethora of good games. It's interesting, man, because they were a console that was for the every average person, the average gamer. Yeah, stuff like Devil Dice and really weird kind of games as well.
Yeah.
And then, oh my gosh, hold on, bro. Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Hold on. All right, sorry, that's the best I can do. These people are weird. Anyway, so Toolman says, I seriously don't see how people play 2 or 3 consoles continuously. I tried it, and it's just not me. Plus, I found out I was not playing as much and wasting money. That is an excellent point, Toolman, and one of the reasons why you had to buy multiple consoles, because those consoles back in the day, they were specific in the type of games that you had, right? Like just going back to the first Xbox shooter box,
Right.
That's
Right.
what it's known for. For me, Genesis always had the more quirky titles. A lot of titles were a lot more fun. Of course, the arcade influence. Just just their brand and the type of games that that brand represented is why I was always a Sega fan over all the other consoles.
Me too. Me
Yeah,
too, brother. Sega forever. We're both in that same boat. I mean, my favorite all time console is the Sega Genesis, and still is.
yeah, Genesis was awesome, dude. And I think Genesis came in because we're about the same age, Sega man. So I
Yeah,
think that when it came in, it spoke to us of our age at that time.
yeah,
Because if you guys don't know, man, if you guys think Nintendo's kiddie now, you have no idea how they were back in the day, man. They were going for the bigger market.
yeah, yeah.
Broken in the U.S. And rightfully so. I don't have a problem with that. And they have a lot of good classic games. But this is why you had a Nintendo for your Zeldas and your Mario's. They played a certain way. They had a certain thing. But then if you were like, if you're a little bit more radical, right? Of that time period, right? Like the Sega Genesis. This is why people own both. They had two. They were two companies with different philosophies when it came to video gaming and how you play games and the type of games that they had. Right. So Toman, to your question, it was because those consoles were specific on certain games and the type of games that you would play that you needed. That people like if you're a gamer and you're multi console, like Sega Man, like you just said, right, brother, when you talk about the shoot 'em ups.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. That's kind of a throwback what Sega Man was saying because you had to. This is why you have to have a PlayStation now because if you want to play those shoot 'em ups, you just have to have it. That's a
yep,
throwback. That's how it was back in the day, right?
yeah,
Those
yeah.
those consoles are very distinctive, but not so much anymore, right? There's so much cross pollination now that it doesn't
Oh
really.
yeah,
This is why I call Sony guys brand gamers because of all the crap they talk, dude. They still stick with Sony when they should be holding Sony accountable for a lot of the stuff that they're doing because they're not getting any games. I mean, honestly, they haven't been getting any games, right, Sega Man? You know?
there's not going to be nothing. I think it was Toolman or Gaming since 1980. I think it was Gaming since 1980 yesterday on my podcast. He said they're not going to be having any new games. They're not
Yeah,
getting any games for 9 months.
yeah,
It's a long time.
yeah.
So you tell me, is it worth 500? Was it worth that money to invest in that console? You're not getting games for 9 months. You get games every month. Every month in Game Pass, you get games every month, or sometimes they drop every other week
Yeah.
into Game Pass. It's definitely worth to have an Xbox, in my opinion, more than a PlayStation 5 right now. It really is. It really is, man, because you're getting more. You're getting way more for your money with the Xbox. You just are, you know. People that love digital, oh man, it's like a kid in a candy store for them. They don't like going buying games, let alone buying them. They can just use Ultimate Game Pass, man. Play all the games they want. If they don't want to buy nothing at all, they could just use Game Pass. You're still supporting the developer. You're still kind of supporting the developer. You invested in the Game Pass, you know.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, though, I mean, a lot of these guys got exposed.
Oh
They
yeah,
talk more about gaming than they actually game. So, I
and you
mean,
get
like,
perks, right? Sega Forever. You get
what-
perks. You get free stuff. Like you got the free Evil Dead 2 movie. What was it? A couple months ago. You get free content for certain games or currency for some of the games that offer Xbox offers. So you get perks also on top of that. You know.
yeah, I think there are perks that can even go even further with them.
Yeah, I would like to see that. Yeah.
Just because of the amount of content they own now, and I think that's in the works.
Yeah.
Um, I know they did something with Overwatch, where my daughter was shocked. She was like, "Oh wow, you get that for free," and that's what I expect them to do with COD, with Overwatch, Diablo, games like that, dude. I mean, they own these franchises now, and I think that's what they're working towards. And that's another reason why I'm not worried as much, man, because this is a long game. If you guys haven't figured this out, when it comes to Xbox, this is a long game for Microsoft. It's just
Yeah.
like one of my favorite scenes. And you remember that movie, Remember the Titans?
Yes.
And Denzel Washington, he had his playbook, right? And then the coach was like, "That's it." What he had the option, I think, and he had like 3 or 4 plays. And the guy
Mhm.
goes, "That's it. That's all you got." He goes, And when Denzel Washington says, "No, man, it's just like Novocaine. Just give it time, and it'll work. It's going to work its magic." And
Yeah,
that's what you see with Xbox right now. Like Xbox, um, is looking at the. I mean, they're looking at. To me, they're looking at everything short term, long term. Like short term is anytime like something bad happens and then a game drops out of the blue,
right.
right? And then it's kind of like, oh wow, or like with the whole thing with Capcom, right?
Yeah.
How they talk about Capcom, but then you're gonna get Path of the Goddess is gonna drop,
Well,
right?
yeah, somebody in my comment section was saying that just to be a jerk, saying, "Oh, I'm wondering why that collection didn't come over to Xbox." Just being a jerk, but that's cool. It's cool.
Yeah. So, but the thing with that is whoever that was. Oh, that's that one guy you were talking to. I
Yeah.
remember. Yeah, because he kept on asking. Well, look, dude. This is my response to that is just like, okay, then you won't. Then obviously you don't want my money.
Right.
If you tell me that, and I'm more than happy. Like we just talked about the indie sale, or there's a publisher sale going on. If when a developer decides not to bring their stuff to Xbox, I'm like, oh, thank God, because there's
Yeah.
other games I want to play. Like
Yeah.
right now, there's RoboCop on sale that you can pick up, and there's also Thieves of Sherwood Forest. Both of those are from Nacon, Nacon.
Yeah.
I think it's Nacon. They made those games, and both of those games are awesome.
You know what, Brother Sega Forever? I'm trying to. I wanted to buy
Hmm.
the RoboCop because it was my timer. I wanted to buy it physically.
Yeah, but
I'm still
it's hard to
thinking
find,
about it.
right? Yeah,
Huh?
like the only place I've been able to see it is on Amazon.
Yeah, I think that's the only. Yeah, well, yeah, Amazon. I'm trying to. I wanted to buy that physical. I really did. I know you can get it digitally, but
Yeah.
I did want to. I wanted to buy it physical, but we'll see. I know digitally it's on sale right now. Like you're right, I seen it. You know what I mean?
Um, I'm like in a rock and a hard place because the game stops here for some reason. They just unless Xbox overnight became popular.
Yeah.
Um, but like it took me a long time to get the like a dragon,
Oh yeah.
the one that's in Hawaii. Now that could be because a lot of people ordered it because it's in Hawaii.
Yeah.
But I mean, normally the Xbox I would have no problem. Dude, I had it took me 2 months, and I refused to buy it on digital, right? Because I wanted it all the Yakuza because some of the Yakuza is just digital. You
Yeah.
can't get it physical. So
I bought the old ones. I got the old ones taken forever. I bought like 4 or 5 of the old ones because they were really cheap.
yeah, but I'm like that too, because I'm a Sega guy. So I try and buy all my like the Sonics and everything. I bought them off. I buy them physical. But what I've been finding where I live, dude, it's harder to get physical. And
Yeah.
I really don't want to order from Amazon. Nothing against Amazon, but like to me, it's like okay, this is my last connection to GameStop. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And if you guys are going to supply that, then I have no choice but to go someplace else, or I'll buy it digital. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um, but I understand exactly what you said, man. For me, there are certain things I want. I haven't beaten a Hi-Fi Rush because there's supposed to be a collector's edition, right, coming out. I know
Yeah.
Hiba talked about it from that one company, and I will pay money for the physical, however expensive it is, because it's a collector's thing, right?
Right.
We'll pay for that. I stop playing because I'll get it physical, then I'll play it on disc and I'll beat the game.
Yeah.
But I want it physical, right? And so, and then of course the whole thing with the studio shutting down and everything, that was big. That happened. But regardless, dude, hopefully they'll still come out. Limited run games, right?
What's that?
I think limited run games is the people.
Yeah.
And so when that comes out physical, I'm gonna buy it and then finish the game. Right? I know I have a quirkiness about me when it comes to my gaming. Right, like some stuff digital, I don't have no problem buying, but some stuff that comes out, like especially Sega, Sonic, and all that, all my stuff is I have all physical copies of those games and digital actually. But I buy them physical, and then when they're on sale, so I'll buy digital too. Right, I do both. And I know that's like some people are like, what? That's weird. And I'm like, yeah, I know. I'm like that. That's how because I'm a collector at the end of the day,
Oh yeah.
you know, and I mean collector across the board. This is why I don't have a problem with again I'll mention this again. I don't have a problem with some of these games that charge you for for loot boxes and stuff like that.
Right.
I never have a problem with that because I do that with my collectibles. I buy blind boxes. You don't know what you get. You might get doubles, but that's okay. That's part of the fun for me. So anyway,
Oh, you're talking about those mystery boxes, stuff like that.
Yeah, I love those. In
There's a
fact,
lot of people that like those.
I did a video on my channel, bro, where I bought the whole box, and
Yeah.
the odds of getting the Voltron was like 1 in 1,000 or something.
Did you get it?
And I pulled it.
You what?
Yeah, and it was weird, dude, because the way I was pulling the boxes, it ended up being the final box.
What?
Yeah, and I just had this really good feeling. I was like, dude, I have a feeling I got it. I was saying that on the video too. And this is when my kids were younger, so they were there too. We were doing it together. And then I was like, oh, could it be? And I opened it, and then we all went crazy. We were like, oh yeah, yeah, because that was that's the hardest one to get in that box.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. But sorry, anyway, we not to get off topic, but Cygnus. Hey, what's up, Cygnus? Yes, you only need one home console and a PC. Yeah, in fact, Sega Man, you were talking about that with Hebot, right? You guys could do emulators.
Say it again.
If you wanted to. You know how you guys were talking about? I think it was you and Hebot that was talking about emulators.
Yeah, he bought. He has a way of. He's trying to tell me about it. The way to do it, you can do it on your. You can do it on your Xbox One X. I think you can do it on your. I think you could do it on the Series S. I think you can do it on all of them. But there's a way his son knows how to do it, because I did it once on my One X, and I was playing the real. You remember the game Alien Storm?
Yeah.
I was playing the real one. I think it was the arcade one, not the one we had on the Genesis.
Yeah.
The actual real version.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
I wish you know what? I wish Antstream. No, Antstream has all these cool retro games.
Oh yeah, that's really cool.
I got 8 days left, and they need to prove to me to give them another $30-something for another year. I mean, because I'm not really seeing. I mean, I'm seeing some okay games that they're bringing out on there, but they need to bring out games like that. You know, like the one Golden Axe game that never came out. Was it called Death to Ador? Or it was the one Golden Axe games they put in the arcade, but they never brought it out. Like, they never brought it out to consoles. Yeah, so I would like to see more from them, dude, when it comes to stuff like that.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see.
Like a lot of times when it comes to those companies, right? It's like they do that initial push to get funding. And so I don't know, bro. I don't know. I mean, for me, I got it, but like I said, I told you about the lag, right, that I experienced when I try and play. So yeah, and I didn't think I would, because those games are older, but no.
Right.
So they have to. For me, my problem is I know they have to improve their service for me to stick around with them.
Yeah.
But yeah, hopefully, it's a good concept, dude. It's a great concept to have, and a good option to have with somebody.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of people that do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Brother Sega Forever. There's a lot of people that do the emulation. That's cool. But Antstream is actually cuts all that middleman stuff out.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that. So it's cool that you could play all these great old school games from London, England. You could play like their versions of game systems that they had that came out there. You can actually play PlayStation 1 games on your Xbox. They have a few games that they put in there that you could play on your Xbox, and Antstream is actually exclusive to Xbox.
Right. And
you could play PlayStation 1 games on your Series X or whatever, your Xbox One or whatever, if you choose to do that. They're not great games, but they're PlayStation 1 games that you can actually play on your Xbox if you're into that.
I think a lot of people was hoping that they would become more, like maybe get more support from Xbox.
Oh yeah.
Since that was during the time where Xbox was in the conversation of buying everybody.
Yeah.
Cygnus says, reminds me of Sean Lading saying that there should be only one home console PlayStation, one mobile Switch, and one Xbox for publishing and services to have a perfect synergy in gaming industry. Well, Cygnus, our boy Sean Layden, he sold out to China, so he's over there in China right now. So I don't know how that's gonna go. Oh, but not a bad point. Not a bad point. Hey, what's up, Hebot? Are you there, bro? Are you there, my brother?
Yes, I am.
Hey,
brother,
what's up?
Hebot is here.
It's Hebot.
It's Heat
Get it
Bucket.
right.
Keep on it.
But what's
The
going
most
on?
powerful gamer.
Listen, we
Yeah,
need to play a lot of games like the way we do podcasts. That's what we need to do together.
Yes.
yeah,
That means you,
Together.
Sega Forever.
yeah. That's the hard.
Yes.
It's hard to do podcast. If I wasn't in the middle of the ocean, it'd probably be easier.
Mm-mm.
Like I was playing
So what's
last
going
night.
on?
I was playing like Dark Tide last night, dude, and there's just a bunch of people in there that were just. I had to stop playing. It was so bad. You know. It's just
Oh,
like,
really?
yeah, it's just well. I mean, normally when you play certain games, right, there's unsaid, unwritten rules that people usually stick by. And I was just in with a group of guys that were just all over the place, man. I was like, oh, I can't.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So to your point, bro. Yeah, it's always better when you play with people you know, for the most part.
Mm-hmm. So what were you talking about? You guys talking about?
Well, this one is the pop culture podcast, so I kind of want to talk about Captain America. I was gonna delve a little bit with the WNBA, and then what was the other topic? But we were basically talking about Game Pass right now. Um,
Oh yeah, yeah. I did a video, but I haven't been able to upload it. Been too busy.
yeah, dude, I was watching your other videos you did. You
I
gotta
have
do.
it on my phone. I just haven't been able to upload it. Hey, Two Man, how are you? What's up, man? I see that. I see Two Man.
We'll be watching it when you upload it. We'll be watching.
Yeah, you need to do more videos, brother. I mean, talking about the gaming topics.
These guys are getting on my last fucking nerve right now. Oh,
Yeah,
this
that's all.
crybaby shit. Oh,
Like,
this crybaby. You saw GameSpot's
yeah.
article?
Dude, all of these guys, dude. Game
You saw
Informer.
GameSpot's article? Is
Uh-uh.
Game Pass value even worth it going up in price? Like, what in the fuck kind of dog fuckery is that?
Yeah,
Of course it is, motherfucker. Is fucking PSN Network worth the price? But I don't give you shit. You stupid fuck. I can't stand those motherfuckers. Because they know exactly what they're doing. They love stirring the pot to piss people off and to get all the fanboys on the PlayStation side, routed up to start talking shit and doing stupid shit. Then when they get the heat and people call them out, they're like, why are you doing console war, man? We don't do that. Why are you doing that? This
yeah,
whole
this
fucking
first one.
goddamn
Yeah.
the whole fucking headline on your fucking stupid ass video or your fucking article is a console war, you stupid fuck. Are you gonna say is the value even there going up in price? Fucking stupid cunts. How you gonna say it's not value there? You're about to get 3 games the same day. There are brand new releases that are coming out to PlayStation as well. And you're gonna say there's no value when you're playing them day and day in there? As opposed to having to buy them separately at full price, even if you don't have the leniency or the money to do so, on top of everything else you got to deal with. Get out of here with that shit, dude. Fucking dumbass motherfuckers. You know, we all know goddamn well, if this shit would have been the other way around, it was Sony that had Game Pass, right? Giving people all these fucking games, day and day, third party, first party, independent, didn't matter. Everybody would be talking so much fucking shit about Xbox being garbage, even though it's all they do it now anyway. But they would have been talking about how Sony's so great, that they're fucking geniuses, that they're the best thing for ever happened to gaming. That's why they're number one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Airbags, airbags, airbags. Now I do want to go. Hey, you guys seen the? Did you see the trailer for the Karate Kid beat 'em up based on the first trilogy coming out? Second part.
The Karate Kid beat him up? No.
Yeah, based on how they showed the Power Ranger one coming that looks like turtles.
Yeah.
So now they showed yesterday they're making the trilogy of the first 3 Karate Kid movies.
Wait.
Not based on the TV show, but based on the movies.
Yeah,
They're doing,
weren't you arguing with somebody about that? Weren't you arguing with somebody on Twitter? He
No,
posted.
no, it wasn't an argument. It's just he said something stupid about the Double Dragon revise
Oh, okay, yeah,
because Arc System Work announced that that they're making a 3D Double Dragon, right?
yeah,
And that they want to make it a AAA quality, but in 3D. And I'm like, I know they did the announcement because now that Sega said they were making a Streets of Rage in 3D, you're gonna see now other people follow suit to see if it works, right?
right.
Because they got so much praise and accolades for those games they announced, the Crazy Taxi, the Jet Set Radio, the Golden Axe, the Streets of Rage, and Shinobi. But yet they haven't even brought not one game of those out yet, or announced not even an official release date for not one of them yet. So that hype kind of dwindled off. But because that just tells me one of two things: either at the Jeff Keighley Suck a Sony Dick Award, right? What they'll probably do is Sega will probably show the release date window for one of those games or Streets of Rage itself, and more than likely it'll probably be sometime next year because now that you got this announcement from Arc System Works, because it's coming out next year and they show gameplay and what it looks like. So the guy is like, I'm not gonna lie, but this shit looks cheap. So then I tried to tell him that it may look cheap, but the gameplay may be really, really well done and really good because the Karate Kid games that are out now, based off the TV show, right? Those two games are 2D, 3D, right?
Yeah,
But they play fantastic. They're really, really good and really, really underappreciated and overlooked, right? Because it's not easy to transition beat 'em ups, especially into 3D. There's very, very few, maybe a handful that I can remember. Urban Chaos being one of them, Spike Out being another, right?
oh,
But
Spike.
there's very few that are in 3D that actually execute the beat 'em up genre feel and excellence of gameplay in the 3D format or realm. So I told him that, Karate Kid is very, very good. It's amazing. It plays really well for what it is. And so I basically just telling him, the game's not done yet. This is just a sneak peek. Wait until it's done and comes out, and the graphics might even improve. But even if it had a cheaper look, which in reality is basically what he's saying is that the game just looks dated and older. Doesn't necessarily mean it's cheap because it could be an artistic style anyway, or preference or decision from the developer as well. And let's see if, even though it may not look as, let's say, next gen, but if the gameplay is solid and it's really good and mechanics are really good, at the end of the day, that's all that's going to matter, right? Right or wrong?
Yeah.
So that's what I was alluding to him, and I showed him the pictures of the games in case he didn't know which ones I was talking about. He can go out and check it out. And one dude goes, "I agree with you with the first one, but the second one, I don't know about that. Yikes!" So I told him, "Look, the second one was a little bit. You can tell they tried to rush it because when you first play the game, the first couple of levels feel kind of unbalanced a little bit, but as the game progresses, it actually gets better." And it's just as solid as the first one, but maybe the first one still being the best of the two, right?
Right.
And that's it. That's all my point. I don't disagree with you. I mean, you're entitled to your opinion. I just think maybe you didn't play it long enough, gave it enough chance, and that's why you felt like it was yikes, right? But I'm not like that. When I play something, I make sure I play it long enough, or most cases, until I beat it, to give a definitive outlook or opinion about what I feel about it, and I'll try to break it down. This is why, that's why, this is why, and that's what I usually always try to do. Now, if I don't beat the game, then I'll make your assessment the best I can based on what I played thus far or so far, right?
Right.
Like I played Hellblade only into the third or fourth level, And I think Hellblade is a fucking masterpiece based on what I played so far, because the game is doing everything the first one did, but tenfold in the sense of how the animations look, the realism, the sense of peril, the sense of horror, her mind being on a on level 100, of oh fuck, it's all fucked up in her head, because everything you see that either is disturbing or demonic or kind of unease, right, in the game is based off what she feels and thinks and how she sees things in her head, right? Senua. But her performance, character models, the gameplay mechanics, um, although I feel that they should have never took out the role, but I think I understand why, because they try to give it a feel that of her being a Viking barbarian, right, or Viking, right, a Viking woman in this place in North, and in North mythology, or in the Northland Islands, uh, you know, fighting the other North gods and characters, or generals that are much, much bigger, stronger. And when she fights them, you can feel that although she's skilled and knows how to fight, because she's a woman and they're stronger, that the fight and battles are much more exhausting for her, or that they're much more that you have to go approach it in a much more tactical way, because she's still weaker than them. You guys, does that make sense?
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So when you see that, like, the guy will hit the bike. I mean, hit the bike. He'll hit the sword. You see how she'll go, and she'll go and scream, and she kind of falls to her knees really fast because he hit the sword so hard. You get what I'm trying to say, guys?
Yeah.
Because when he hit, like, he'll hit the sword, and it'll be like bang, and you see how she falls down and slips, and then they try to run after her, and then you can roll or to the side or roll back so that they won't hit you, and then you can kind of counterattack from the ground up, and then do like a cool move with the sword. But they try to give it a more sense of like a more realistic sword play, like the ways the Vikings did, because they didn't use a lot of weapons other than axes and the shields maybe, and those maces with the ball and I forget what it's called, with the ball and the spikes on it. The one that Mel Gibson used in what was it, in Braveheart, when the guy was asleep and he came in with the horse and smashed his face in. I forgot what those are called.
I think there's Morning Stars.
Morning Stars, right?
I think so.
Okay, well, you know what I'm saying. So stuff like that, like, they didn't use a big variety of different weapons, and plus she specializes in the sword. So I think that in order for them they wanted you to feel like her sense of her, for challenging with her weaknesses, her, her mind, and how difficult her battles are. Fighting these guys that are bad, that are trying to take over, for her to avenge, her the death of her, her loved one, which was, I guess, her husband or her boyfriend. They never really specify, and I haven't beat the new one, so I don't know if they explain it in this game. But it's one, like, again, to get to the point, it's one of those. I haven't beat it, but based on what I've played, I can definitely say I feel that it's in that ground of being a masterpiece, because it's very well executed, from the music, performance, the graphics, the gameplay, the emotional value that's there, and how you feel more connected with her in this one, because it's a lot more emotionally impressive, and technologically, emotionally also very impressive, because they're able to do much more things with the new consoles than they did with the other ones, being the PS4 and Xbox One at the time. So but it's something like it's one of those things you have to play it to understand it. If you didn't play the game, you're not gonna understand just by somebody talking about it in a review. and it might be different as far as how people feel that play it for different people. Like maybe Sega Man might get a different feel and experience about it. Same thing like you, Sega Forever. Maybe you might feel different about it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, because I remember when E-Rock talked about it, he was like, I don't know if he got to play it, but I feel like he didn't maybe play it enough. And he kind of talked about it like he didn't really like it a lot. But, you know,
Oh, which one? He didn't like the
the new
second.
one, Hellblade 2, Hellblade 2.
Yeah, no, he didn't like it.
Yeah, he kind of. Let me just get it back for this. Primo, hold on. When he talked about it, he kind of talked about it like he wasn't really impressed as far as enjoyment wise. I'm not saying. I'm pretty sure he was impressed with like the graphics, animations, yes, but as far as the game itself as a whole, I kind of got the impression E-Rock didn't really like it. You know.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying? As a game, like fun maybe for him. But again, that's fine because the thing is, the game is more this time around instead of being a hack and slash with some psychological elements. It's more of a horror game in this one. It has hack and slash, uh, combat. That's how you fight in the game. But the overall feel of the game feels like they concentrated more on making it about her psychosis and the horrors of her psychosis. So it gives it a very more in-depth horror feel. You get what I'm saying?
I know that they talked when I watched the interviews and stuff. They were talking about
Mm-hmm.
expanding, and I think what they wanted to do is like the fuller realization of the character.
Yes.
The world,
Mm-hmm.
and the
Mm-hmm.
first,
And even the worlds. Not to cut you off, just I want to add to what you just said real quick. In the first one, right? For example, right, the worlds and levels all felt very kind of claustrophobic, right? In the first part of the game, there is a sense of scale a little bit, but after that, everything feels more claustrophobic. You know, you do a lot of also what you call it? You do a lot of platforming, right?
On the second
You
one,
do,
second one,
huh?
on the second one, you said, or which one?
No, on the first one, it was more claustrophobic. You did more platforming. The puzzle solving was still there. You had some couple of boss battles, probably 5 in total within the whole game. And the enemy variations wasn't as broad, but it was definitely a nice balance of how many times you fought, right, within the game. But because the first one was concentrating more on her, on the combat and puzzles, then I feel more than her psychosis, even though the psychosis element was there, right? But in this one, you feel that you can kind of see and feel that they were going for a more grandiose scale. Okay, with the levels, right? Because the levels look huge and beautiful. The lands of Northland, over there in Northland, in Ireland, Northland. Huh?
Very breathtaking.
Oh, yeah. And then how all of her emotions and even in how she's moving. And even when you're climbing, like you have to control every single movement when she's climbing. If you stop, she'll just stay there, kind of breathe hard. You see that she feels like she looks like she's getting fatigued. They concentrated very much on the scale, graphics, animations, and also on the horror element of her mind, like way more. Like they're trying to tell you a really deeper story that's more horrific with much more new characters. Because remember, the first one was very isolated. It was mainly just her and the characters you fought, right? But in the new one, in 2, you actually, having a back and forth and kind of a relationship with even some of the bad guys and new characters introduced in the world. On top of her adding that nice deep horror story that's connecting with her horror elements of her psychosis. So I think because of those things where they added all those extra values in the graphic department, animation, her psychosis, the storytelling, character development. They kind of toned back the combat, but to also make it feel more realistic. Like if you were really a Norseman woman or a Norseman man that was fighting in that era. You see what I'm saying? You heard what I mean, guys?
Yeah.
And it's funny because a lot of people are like, oh, they don't know how to do combat, right? They were trying to pull that card because the combat is simplified, right?
Yeah.
And I said, you do realize these are the guys who did the reboot of Devil May Cry, which the other companies or the other Devil May Cries that came afterwards copied everything they did, right? Or everything that they introduced to the reboot
Yeah.
of the Devil May Cry game that he looked almost like emo and kind of Daft Punkish. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know that the first Devil May Cry, the tone was more gothic, right? As opposed to the reboot, there was more like punk rock or style, or kind of like emo, right?
Uh-huh.
But the gameplay of that one was excellent, and that gameplay transitioned to all the Devil May Cries that came afterwards that Capcom did with other developers, and they also did the gameplay combat mechanics of Enslave, which were also developed by games like Horizon Zero West from PlayStation, right?
Yeah.
So when people say, "Oh, they don't know how to do combat," that's how you know they have no idea who Ninja Theory is, because they also did Heavenly Sword.
Yeah.
They have a lot of history with great combat games, right?
Yes,
Games
they
with good
did.
combat. Huh?
I said, yes, they did. Heavenly Sword.
You know what I'm saying? So automatically, even when you play Kung Fu Chaos, it was all combat, even though it looked like little cute little ninjas and samurais. That was the point. They were masters of combat. So in this game, they try to go for more realism in the combat. So it's not like you can flip, do super like 10 flips in the air and then do like crazy, quick ass ninja moves and fight with your hands. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if you look at the visceral aspect of the game and the combat in Hellblade 2, it's very visceral. It's very like when she do the kill moves, they're very violent and realistic, and you can feel the pain as she conflicts them onto the enemies. You can tell that it's pretty painful and violent. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's why I hate that argument. When I've heard people critique the game, that you're not understanding what they were trying to convey. That's the problem. You want Senua to be Bayonetta, and that's not what it is, because she's a Viking. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I still got to play it, but that's the beauty of Game Pass. So they were trying to use the card of, not a lot of people have been engaging in the game since they've launched. It kind of peaked at this amount of people. I was like, yeah, because in Game Pass, you have so many games, you go back to them. You just don't concentrate on one game. I mean, literally after Hellblade came out, what you got? We got Harold Halibut, and we also got fucking Still Wakes the Deep, right? Then you got the other shooter, I forgot what it was, from that other company, Immortals. They put that in there. Then they put Dead Space. They have put up like a lot of things keep coming out frequently. And so because of that, you're not going to see people just play Hellblade. On PlayStation, you'll just see people playing Stellar Blade, for example, because that's all they got. That's the only game they got. You see what I'm saying? So the compare and contrast is pretty stupid and very ignorant, because you're not really educated on what you're saying.
Well, the whole purpose for them to do that too is not to lose subscribers. They're just following Netflix's game.
Right, because you're always going to want to keep subscribing. Absolutely, yeah,
Yeah,
because
so
the content is there.
you put a lot of this content in there so that people have a reason to keep it. And that's obviously the case because Microsoft felt confident enough to raise it another $3-4
Right.
the subscription service.
Which makes sense because if they're going to keep putting down more AAA games like a Valve and Indiana Jones, for example, and even Stalker 2, then they have to meet up that cost. They have to make up for that cost. And it's funny because they're like, Game Pass is the welfare pass, or Game Pass got nothing but trash games, but they don't understand why they're putting the price up because they're putting more AAA games now. It's not just going to be just independent games or smaller, maybe single or AA games. Now they're putting big games in there, like Starfield and the way the Redfall, right? You know, because a lot of people talk shit about Redfall, but it's still a solid game. It's a very good game.
I was telling Sega Man earlier, dude, I don't think that's the main reason because, they roadmap this stuff for years. Like, I just think because everything costs more. Like, to me, if it was that case, then I think it would be like $24.99 or $29.99.
Well, I don't think they're gonna. I think they're just gonna do it gradually. I mean, I could see Game Pass at $24.99 easily, but they'll probably do that in another 6 years or another 5. You know what I mean? I don't think they'll stop the price increase because they're gonna keep putting more and more. Remember, they're gonna keep feeding it with bigger games all the time.
Well,
Because of a new gen.
Well, the thing I was looking at was like did they meet their quota, right? Because I think they wanted to be at like 50,000 subscribers. Because the more subscribers you have in there, right, and the more income they make,
the easier it is to keep it at a lower price. Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe
for sure. That probably plays a role too. Absolutely. That probably plays a role too.
I'm looking at the games they have just for July, right? You had Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl, Cricket 24, Case of the Golden Idol,
Power World. Earlier this year, Power World.
Magical Delicacy. Well, just in July. Flock, right? And just a couple of the games. And then they didn't even mention the one from Capcom coming in. You have on top of that, you have DLC for a bunch of games like Power
Yes.
World. Where was that? War Tales. On top of the EA connection. Right. So you have all these games that they have in it. That's just for 1 month. That's just 1 month. So level of content.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Every month is going to get bigger because they're still making third-party deals. They're still making deals with independent developers. They're still making deals with like single A games. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So when it comes to like Senua Hellblade 2, I have not played it at all.
Right. There you go. You haven't played it, but it doesn't mean that you don't have it on your list to play it.
Yeah, like it's downloaded. Like most of the games are downloaded. I'm out of space on my stuff, but most of my stuff is downloaded, ready to play. Right, but they have so much content. Like I'm playing Yuden Chronicles. That's a game that you just don't finish in a weekend. Right, that's a game that you're gonna have to put some time in. Now you could zip through the game and finish it, but games like that, right? It's 100 heroes is what it's called. So you have technically 100 heroes that you could get. And so if you want to play it that way, like you want to level these characters up, right? You want to spend time, whether if you want to grind or if you want to spend the gold in the game, which will cause you to grind anyway, right? That's just one game that they have.
One game, right. And there's a couple of games in there like that. I mean, even Sea of Thieves still maintains the engagement.
Well, there's a ton of games. Like I play Darktide. I play Warhammer Darktide. So that's the
game. Which I haven't tried. That's a game I haven't played, and it's been there for a while.
Well, what I was hoping is they would do that with Redfall. Like I wanted them to update and then add that 4-player drop in, drop out type thing because I think that would be good for the game. And I don't think that's going to happen. But that's just one of the many games that are on there. And then when they add COD, that's a whole nother layer to it. You know, so I mean, you can't touch Game Pass for what it does. Now, what I think Game Pass did, it exposed a lot of people, right? Because I think people think they're gamers and they're not. I think people think they play a lot of games, but they don't. Right? Because if you play games and you love playing games, then you should have Game Pass. There's no way around it. You should own an Xbox, and then you should have Game Pass. Because look, there's this game I want to play called Magical Delicacy, right? And it's a quirky game, right? It's basically you're a witch or alchemist or something like that, and then you go around, and so it's a combination of sim, and then you have cooking elements in there, right, with the magical elements. So it's something that I want to try, and it's going to drop in Game Pass, so I'll try it. If I like it, I buy it. If I don't, then I'll be like, oh, okay, well, at least I can play it in here or try it out. So I think that's the thing a lot of these guys are missing when it comes to this stuff. Because I'll just reiterate, to the end of the day, what a lot of this stuff is you don't want to lose subscribers. That's what I think. To me, Game Pass, and given the economics of things and how people are tightening their budgets, you know what I mean? For it to maintain the level at least, or if you have minimal growth, right? It is what it is. So, but yeah, excellent point on the Hellblade. Dude, I didn't know you dropped. My bad, bro.
Yeah, Mia. Yeah, no, what you said. You see how you haven't played Hellblade,
Yeah,
but you have it on your list and you are going to play it. That's a perfect example why it doesn't have a lot of players, because a lot of people still haven't been able to get to it because there's so many games on Game Pass. The biggest problem with Game Pass and the biggest flaw is that it has so much games that you can't keep up.
well, that's what I mean, right? A lot of people said, right? There's a lot of people that said like it doesn't have games or has garbage games, right?
Right.
And then
It's false. Right.
and if that was true, right? If that was true, right, then you guys would have it now because obviously it doesn't. So to me, it kind of shows like a lot of these guys, right, that they're like, yeah, you guys don't play games, dude. I keep on reiterating that, but at the end of the day, that's what I discovered. I was like, dude, you guys are not gamers. You guys talk about it. You guys think you are, but you're not.
Right. Well,
Oh,
that gives it away, because if you have Game Pass, you understand the madness of what it is. Because again, the biggest flaw is that there's so many games that you can't just get to every game right away. So you can't use the metric of, oh, look, this game doesn't have a lot of engagement, because then you'll look at fucking the one you just said, the Nickelodeon game, and they said that it's had so much people playing it because it's been on Game Pass, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Which shows you, okay, so maybe people haven't gotten to Hellblade yet, but that doesn't mean long term it's not going to get the engagement, because it will. It will get the engagement, you know?
yeah. Hey, let me respond to Cygnus real quick. The combat is the problem. They could have done for honor type combat at bare minimum. Yeah, but Cygnus, the combat wasn't the focal point of the game. You know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Hellblade 2 is not trying to concentrate on just the combat. In this one, like I said, they try to concentrate on the scale, right? The sense of scale, the animations, her confliction with her psychosis, character development, right? Making a bigger and better and broader story. Um, you know, obviously the graphics, right? All that is, it is brought up tenfolds as far as, the what it was from the first game. Like, you compare that game to the first game,
Mhm.
and they brought it up like super high as far as like I said, the comparison to the first game. You know,
Yeah.
and that's the problem. People are trying to use the metric of, oh, see, nobody's playing it. No, it's not that. It's just there's so many games to play on Game Pass that people haven't gotten to it yet, because eventually the engagement is going to be there. It's going to stay there, and it's going to keep growing long term, because once you get to it, for example, you'll be a new person that played it. Once I get more time to play it, I'll be considered a person playing the game more, or Sega Man, or anybody else who goes in on Game Pass that just gets it. Let's say today, there's the potential of another person playing it. That's how the metric of Game Pass really works. They think it's just as simple as, oh no, but they just go buy the game, and more people buy the game if it was sold separately. I mean, no, because in Game Pass you don't have to worry about it. In Game Pass, you play it when you're ready to play it, or when you want to play it, or after you finish playing other stuff that you already invested in.
Mm-hmm.
So the metric is not the same. It's too different, you know.
Well, in the combat, from what I saw, from what they were talking. Oh, I'm sorry, Sega Man. Go ahead, brother.
No, I'm listening to what you guys are saying.
Well, I was thinking, like, when I looked at the combat, everything that they're doing for the game is to it's basically they're doing world building, and they're trying to put you, like in the first game, right? Is basically they're trying to get you from the perspective of Senua, and they're just increasing the size and the fidelity of the world that
Mhm.
she. So when it comes to the combat, even yeah. So to me, it's like the combat. Even though they wanna increase it or make it more of a staple in this second game, it's still. But they never. So my point is, they never lost a focus of what the game is about. You know,
Right. Right. Right.
they do it with the dialogue. They do it with the production value. They do it in the way the cameras. Right. I watched the special where they actually went to. I think it was in Iceland. Right. They went to Iceland, and they
Yep.
because it's Norwegian. It's a Norwegian tale. Right. At the end of the day. And so they went to Iceland and they wanted to capture that realism from the land itself.
Of the land itself. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And so that's what I look at. So when I go into it, Cygnus, I don't go in there expecting it to be like Elder Scrolls. And I think that's a problem. A lot of times people just automatically assume it's going to be that way. And for me, I think that's a problem in gaming. Like I think you should come in to a lot of these games more open-minded. Not you specifically, Cygnus, but just gamers in general, because
Yeah.
that's what you end up with people, and then they'll go online and they'll start giving all this stuff, negative reviews and all this kind of stuff, because it wasn't what they expected when it wasn't meant to be that way. But this is the seesaw effect of being having normies in the gaming space, and then fanboys as well, if I'm being honest, because we feel the fires, but.
A lot of times, like you said, they just bring things up like that or say things like that because they want to turn it into like, oh, you see, the game is trash. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or they didn't put enough emphasis on the combat because they're not good enough. And again, you knowing Ninja Theory and their history, everybody knows that they specialized in combat for years.
Yeah.
So again, if they wanted the game to play like Bayonetta, right, and concentrate more on the combat, then I'm pretty sure that the combat would be there, but then you would lose all the other things like the graphical fidelity, the animations, the scale, the sense of scale within the worlds, and things like that. You see?
Yeah, and that's something that's in gaming. Like case in point, I'm playing Warhammer Dark Tide last night, right?
Mm-hmm.
When I'm playing that game, right, it plays a specific way, but then the AI gets to the point where it looks like I'm definitely was the strongest character in this group I was in, and it's like the game recognizes it, right? And so what it ended up doing, it was just throwing everything in the kitchen sink at me, right? And specific things, right, that go against the way my character is made up, right? So that's one aspect of how the game developer wants you to experience the game, whether you like it or not. Like I personally was like, oh, dude, this sucks, right? Because I knew we were gonna die, right? And to me, that's a lot of times, it's what they want you to experience, and I think people need to realize that sometimes. Like look, did it make me happy that we got wiped when we almost finished the game? No, right? It doesn't make you happy, right? But at the end of the day, I'm not gonna stop playing the game because it didn't fit what I thought you should play it like.
Yeah, like if the game, just because the game is not heavier on combat, right, doesn't mean that the game is not a good game. Because it very much is. It's a very, very good game. But you gotta
it might it might not be the game that you want to play. So you know what you can do? You can not play it and then go play something else. Right.
Yeah. And Game Pass gives you that option and freedom. Yeah. Because you're definitely gonna find something else to play. But you can't sit there. You can't. No, the combat's good, but it's more realistic.
Right.
Like I said, but what they want the game to play like Ninja Blade or Ninja Gaiden, that it's more, outlandish, super fast paced, which I love myself.
Yeah.
But when I'm playing Hellblade, I appreciate Hellblade for what it is, and I understand that she's not a fucking ninja fighting in an outlandish world with crazy moves and crazy characters. This is more realistic and grounded. It's more about the evils and horrors of humanity during that time period, and the violent nature of the time period as well. And it's there. It's all conveyed in the game perfectly. Especially when you start to play, like fuck, oh shit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And again, that's why I say that when people say, "Oh, it could have been better because of the combat," it's not. It's because you're not looking at it and approaching the game with the right mindset or perspective, or you just are already determined right from the beginning and made up your mind to say, oh no, the game is just it's not good enough or it's garbage. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But once you play it, sorry guys, once you play it, you immediately realize, oh no, this game is serious. Like this game is something else. Like this game is not just trying to do the same typical approach of a regular common hack and slash. It may be a hack and slash, but it's more of a horror psychological horror hack and slash. You see?
Yeah, I like that.
Oh yeah, me too, for sure.
Funny if it was a hack and slash, there'd be people saying, "Oh, it's too arcadey."
Right.
It's full of the game, right? You know, it is.
Or if the game was just concentrated, just more on only the combat, that would have been like, oh, this game is just it doesn't have a good story, it doesn't have a good enough graphics, the scale or the sense of scale is not really there, doesn't have a lot of variety in enemies, whatever the case may be. That's exactly what would be being said, and more than likely, it'll be like, oh yeah, it's a good game, but it don't have this, it don't have that. The combat's good, yeah, but it's missing this, missing that. So either way, I'm pretty sure it's a difficult decision for the developer to create the right balance. But if you're a gamer, you're gonna know. Oh, as soon as you play it, you're gonna know. Oh, this game is aiming for this, and not so much as for that.
Yeah. I tell you what, Ebon, right now,
Yeah.
Hellblade 2 is the best, I think, best looking graphical game to date for right now, even through even better than anything else on the other consoles.
It's basically this generation's rise. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. This generation's rise, Son of Rome, and Quantum Break, for that matter, because I personally think Quantum Break was the best graphical game of the entire last generation.
Amazing,
even though we had a lot of great games that were good graphically and as far as the game looks, but I think that overall Quantum Break was the best graphical game of last gen, and then came Rise, Son of Rome.
Yeah.
Not only for Xbox, but I would say pretty much the entire industry. Because then you got other anomalies and exceptions like Flight Simulator. Because if you want to be realistic, Flight Simulator is probably the best graphical game, hands down.
Oh yeah.
It just looks so realistic, and it's so mind-boggling what they achieve with it that it just can't be argued.
Yeah.
But then you got to say, well, but it's a simulator. Simulators are not really big. That's a niche market. Just like the RTS market is a niche market. Just like the Japanese JRPGs is now considered a niche market. Like the people who play Dark Souls, that's a niche market. You know what I mean? Because everybody go, oh yeah, but if it's a niche market, why did Elden Ring sold 20 million copies, 25, whatever the fuck it was, 15, whatever? And I said, yeah, because everybody was buying into the hype, thinking that it was going to be this great action game with great combat. And then when they realized, oh, this is not what it is, you saw how quickly those numbers completely dropped and changed. You see?
Mm-hmm.
When you go look at it, what's the first thing they say? Oh, only 6% of people either beat or finished the first boss in Elden Ring. See what I'm saying? When the game by design is a boss barrage type of game, what I mean by boss barrage is the whole game is you fighting boss after boss after boss after boss and then you fight here and there some a few smaller enemies, but the main meat of the game, if you will, the is you fighting big ass bosses throughout the whole game. You see,
Mm-hmm.
and trying to figure out what magic you can use, what weapon is the best one to use for the character, and how much you have to level up in order to be strong enough to create and cause enough damage to beat the bosses. Because if you're not leveled up enough and your magic's not strong enough, or your armor that you may have is not good enough, or if your sword that you're using is not strong enough, you'll end up dying, right? Because it's by design. That's the way the game was designed. The game was designed for you to continuously die, to level up, to keep competing and trying to figure out the patterns of the game, of the bosses. And it also relies a lot and it's very heavy on the on the on parrying. Like if you can counterattack the moves, you can kill a lot of the characters with just one shot. Or if you do it with a boss and you're able to deflect and parry one of the attacks that the boss does, then you're able to take like a really substantial amount of energy from that boss, as long as you counter it, the way it's supposed to be. Like as long as you do the counter perfectly, you'll be able to do like these kills or move sets where they create create a lot of damage, right?
Yeah.
But if you go to a boss and you're only level 28 and the boss is, let's say, level 110, you better not, you're just wasting your time. Don't even try it, because you're not going to beat it. You're not going to pass it,
Yeah. So I don't know. Cygnus, it's personal preference, man. Just keep that in mind when you're looking at the what the developers want to, how they want to portray their games. I think that's across the board, movies, all that stuff, dude. And look, dude, if they don't want to participate in it, that's fine as well. That's what I do. Hey, what's up, Gogo? Gogo says, did you hear Trump got shot at? Yeah, I saw it. Came across my feed, Gogo.
He got shot at?
Yeah, he was on. I think he's in Pennsylvania right now. And
they shot him, or they tried to shoot him?
Well, so from what I've seen, right, it came across my feed. Sorry, Bo, I can't really look at it right now because we're doing a podcast. But the stuff that's come across my feed, it looks like somebody shot at him. So I think it looks like it hit him on the right side of the head. And then Secret Service rushed up, and then they're protecting him, because even though he's not the president now, all presidents have Secret Service for life. So,
he got hit.
Looks like it, but looks like it didn't hit him in the head full on. It hit him on the side. But yeah,
it grazed him basically.
Yeah, you could. Well, I mean, you can see blood on his face, on his ear, on his right ear. And
wow.
Yeah, he got nicked, I bet.
Yeah. So somebody took a shot at him, and they said he went down, but he stood up, and then the picture I see is like he's raising his fist, kind of in defiance, and then the crowd's going kind of crazy. But I mean, yeah, go. I mean, I know you're here. So welcome to the podcast. I did see it. I mean, that's the society we live in now.
That's fucking terrible. People really, really hate a man like that and don't even know the facts about the status of that man. That's just crazy.
Well, I mean, and it's part of our history, right? JFK, right?
Ronald Reagan, all the presidents that were trying to do better for us, always. Abraham Lincoln, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Dude, there's a anyway. Oh, I mean, yeah, go, but welcome. I sent you a link if you want to jump in. We'll keep it more pop culture though. So.
Well, the whole reason why they say they put Abraham Lincoln in the penny is because the penny's copper and it's supposed to represent that he helped the black folks. And if you ever look at the penny's facing against all the other white presidents. Like he went against what they believed in, and that's why he was on the penny. Put on the penny. That's what they said.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I know yeah, me and Gogo, man, we that podcast he was in. I know everybody dropped out, but man, we went for like 9, almost 10 hours. We almost beat the previous record talking about all kind of stuff. And like I said, Gogo, we can do that on a separate podcast too. I mean, I just don't know what's going on with it. I'm seeing it. I came across my feed, and everybody's publishing it right now. But
Mhm.
but yeah, welcome to the podcast. You know, I kind of want to shift gears a little bit because I did want to talk about. I don't know if you guys heard about this, but Japan's looking at boycotting Assassin's Creed.
Right. Right.
Really?
Yeah, a new one.
Boycotting it.
Well, there's been so much. So of course, you have like here in the West, we have the whole DEI stuff going on, and Ubisoft has responded. And so when you're dealing with the West side of things, I could kind of understand that because Ubisoft's, I believe, they're a French company, right? But they're Western. They're a Western company. So what was happening is there's people in Japan that were voicing their concerns. Now, if you're Ubisoft, right? Ubisoft does what a lot of other companies do right now, right? They go straight in with the name calling, right? Which is what you shouldn't do, because at the end of the day, these are your consumers. I know it's hard sometimes, like people can be psychotic, but at the end of the day, dude, the customer is always right. That's a credo that I live by. I know a lot of people don't live by it this day and age, but my point being is what ended up happening is that people from Japan were questioning and actually pointing some stuff out that they did that Ubisoft was doing when it came to some of the symbolism and stuff like that was way off.
Yeah.
So people were complaining to them, not complaining. They were saying, "Hey, by the way, this is not kanji. This is a Mandarin symbol, right? That's not what the Emperor's royal signal is, right? Because you're selling it to the Japanese market, right? And so they got kind of lumped in with everybody else that Ubisoft was calling racist, right? And so what ended up happening is a politician in Japan, and he's on a committee that focuses on this kind of stuff. Because if you didn't notice about Japan, guys, they kind of look at their history. A lot of people, especially other Asian cultures, feel that Japan whitewash is a bad thing. They don't talk about their true history. The Japanese haven't truly acknowledged their history. In fact, they kind of skip over it and ignore it. They don't teach it like American history, how we teach Pearl Harbor, right? They don't touch that stuff at all, right? So that's their whole cultural thing. And I thought it was funny because now it's starting to become a thing in Japan, where I think they had like at least 85,000 signatures in Japan alone, and so now they're looking at it and seeing if they're going. And I'm not saying they are going to boycott it, but there is somebody actually looking at that. I hate to say that he's a cultural type person, and whatever, because I guess Ubisoft did acknowledge, but the problem they also have is like they didn't change it, right? They're like, oh yeah, my bad, and then they just didn't, like whatever.
Because the other thing that we're upset about Sega Man, is because the game takes place in Japan, right? And the main character is based off a black guy, right? A black dude that was first. He was really the handler, right, of the samurai. He handled his weapons, stuff like that. I guess he fixed them or kept them up to date. I forgot what it's called, but he was really the handler, right? And then at some point, I guess he tried to become a samurai or learn the ways of the samurai. But he only lived in Japan for like 3 years. And he was only on record to be in one small battle. And then he left Japan. And so they're doing a game based off feudal Japan in a historical time where they should have just used a Japanese or, either samurai or general or whoever it was recorded in that timeline in history to represent the people of that Japan in the game. And then they went and did something that was never seen. It wasn't even real either. They put a shinobi, which is a ninja, and made her female when that did not exist. That never existed. You know what I mean? There was no female shinobi. There were no female ninjas. And yes, it is a game, But whenever Ubisoft has done all other games in the past based off historical points or historical timelines, at the very least, the main character was based off a character in that historical timeline. And they also wanted that represented in the game, but they didn't do that. And the reason why is because they wanted to make the game, placate to the woke movement or the, the equality movement with all people, no matter the color and race. And that's why they're upset because, like I said, remember, it's based off a Japanese timeline that had other real, soldiers, samurais, and generals that they could have actually used in the game, and they did it. Even though they waited for a long time for Ubisoft to make a game that took place in the history of Japan. You see what I'm saying, Sam?
Yeah.
And that's really another reason why people, don't want to talk about it. They're making it into a race thing, which it shouldn't be. Because they're giving their explanation, and they're telling you why, and it makes sense, it's legitimate. But a lot of people are just making it about, they're just being racist because the guy's black. You see what I'm saying? So
I know I've been asked about it. One of my biggest problems I've always had with Assassin's Creed. If you guys didn't know this, dude, that the guy that they're talking about, he was with Jesuit priests, right? So everything that, if you never noticed about Assassin's Creed, everything that Assassin's Creed does is attached to Christianity in some way or another. In fact, the enemies in the game, right, are the Templars. At the end of the day, so there's kind of that. So to me, one of the problems I always had with Assassin's Creed is that they always kind of promoted themselves as, especially in the early parts, right? Like they're looking at the history, the background. They want to capture how things really were. But in their story alone, right, they take liberties at it. They take liberties with the history, and they've always kind of done that. I think this one, I think it went. I think one of the reasons why they went the way in the direction they did is because I think a lot of their games, more recent games, seem to be a little bit loose when they're doing stuff because it's fitting their narrative, the story they want to tell, the kind of game they want to create, and the worlds that they want to build. Right. The interesting thing I get behind all of this and stuff like that is that you guys know I've talked about woke and DEI on here, right? And I also did a video about how it's going kind of too far on both sides, right? But the great thing about all this kind of stuff that I'm sitting back and watching is that when this stuff starts to when they start to eat each other, right? And that's what's going to end up happening, and that's one of the most horrible things about DEI and wokeness, right? Is that then you get like this Olympics where who's the most wokest, who's the most DEI, right? And the problem I have with that is that what ends up suffering is the content itself. Now I don't know how the game's going to be. I know Unlimited is trying to pick it up, so I'll wait for him to do his video, and then what he feels about the video and how he likes the game and stuff like that. Because I don't play Assassin's Creed on that level, right? Because I've always had an issue with Ubisoft the way that they present the history of the Templars. So I was already off the boat when they started doing. I started picking up the newer games because at the end of the day, if you just check that at the door, right, they were a little bit more. How I felt was arcadey. If that's the best word I can think of right now with it. But I know that there's people in Japan right now that are talking about it, and I'm talking about people like in the Japanese side of Twitter and the Japanese gamers and stuff like that. That is beginning to pick up steam. I mean, what that means at the end of the day, I don't know. One of the reasons I have a hard time with people when they present these stories to me is because I need to suspend belief when you're talking about fantasy or when you create these worlds and stuff like that. And if it's something that sticks out to me out of it, that's where I have a problem. So because it just takes me out of the game. Like right now, you can go on YouTube. Like for a lot of people that are like saying that, well, yeah, it's possible back then. You just go on YouTube right now, and you see a lot of hafus, people who are mixed in Japan, or like there's videos of people who are black that live in Japan, and they talk about not being accepted, right? Because it is homogenous. They're 99.9% Japanese. So if you come from a country outside of Japan and you live in Japan and you think it's going to be like the West, right, and how more open we are, how more liberal we are, how more accepting we are of mixed marriages and stuff like that, you're gonna get a real big culture shock, right? So, like for me, I work with a guy like he's from I think he's from Detroit or Louisiana. This really cool dude, black guy, and so his wife is Japanese, and they prefer to live in Hawaii instead of Japan. And she's native Japanese. She speaks Japanese. He speaks Japanese. Their kids can speak Japanese, right? But for him and his family, they moved to Hawaii because it's a little bit more. They don't get the stares or the questions, right? In Hawaii, it's like everybody's mixed, so it doesn't matter. Nobody cares, right? And in fact, right now he's in South Korea. So he'd rather go to South Korea than actually be in Japan. So anyway, that's the whole thing over there. But I thought it was interesting. My only other point to bring this up is it'll be interesting to track this kind of stuff. Because at the end of the day, I think this is all. It'll just eat itself. I mean, it'll just collapse upon itself. So I'm sorry, Second Man. Did you want to say something? I didn't mean to step on here.
No, I was listening to what you were saying about that. I kind of figured it was going to probably, grow, and something was going to come out of that, because they were talking about that like a couple months or a month or so ago, about that character and stuff like that. And there was a lot of people not liking the character and different things like that. So, I just remember back in the day when me and you and Hebot were younger, and we played our games, we kind of didn't really think about that.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
we just played the game. Everything today is surrounded with all that stuff now. You know what I mean? We just played the game, man. And yeah, everything gets nitpicked. Every little milk and cranny with Xbox, every little milk and cranny with certain games gets depicted. Now if it was somebody, they probably would have had a problem if they made like a character, like a Latino character, or something like that too. They probably would have got upset about it also. You know what I mean? It's I guess that's just the way it is today, guys.
Everything's so politicized, and we didn't have that problem when we were growing up. That's why I feel for people now, Sega Man, because it's like we didn't have those concerns, right? You just played a game to play. Most people that develop games were developers that love games first.
Yeah.
You do have an influx of people in this industry who want to include and want to be represented. They want to include their politics. The funny thing is that we grew up with that as well, but it wasn't preachy, right?
Here's the thing too, though, guys, that you got to keep in mind. When we were growing up, right, a lot of the games weren't based off anything historical or real life.
Yeah.
Games were mainly based off fake characters, fake fantasy worlds with creativity. I mean, we played as a style, Clockwork Knight.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? We played as Harold the Acrobat. We played as Spot, right? The actual dot on the sprite can. There was no realistic take back then, unless you played games like, Empires, Heroes of the Empire, and, those RTSs that were based on that timeline.
Yeah.
Even though I still think it shouldn't be a talking point, because if the game's good, that's all that matters. But I understand, because if me as a Puerto Rican, right?
Yeah.
If they don't do a lot of games to begin with based off Puerto Ricans, Puerto Rican history, or anything, right?
They don't. And
so if they made a game, right, off a historical part or point in history of Puerto Rico, with a historical character that's supposed to be Puerto Rican, and they made him Asian, I would be kind of pissed off too.
Yeah.
Because then I would be like, why would make it in Puerto Rico, but add a fake character from a different nationality if he should have been based off the Puerto Rican character? You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So I understand where they're coming from. I think what Ubisoft should have done was they should have made the main character a Japanese samurai, a historical figure, and had Sasuke, whatever his name is, right? Or Sasuke, I think it is, be his sidekick. You see what I'm trying to say?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like Batman and Robin. And at the same time, you're not only adding diversity, but you're still giving the respect to the Japanese culture and people. You see what I'm just saying?
Yeah.
And that's what I think they should have done instead of adding a woman character, right? Because it's almost like, remember, Japan is very frowned upon to try to act as if a woman is stronger than a man. That's insulting to them as well. The man is the most important figure and he's the leader of everything. You know, that's why they'll have like 8 women that are their wives. And they do this in other countries too, you know.
Yes, they do.
In Arab countries, and Indians do it. You know what I mean? It is what it is, right? In a lot of third world countries, other than the United States that we love hating on, the men is the number one power source, and women are underneath, and they have to obey, and if they don't listen, you know what I mean? They can't even get killed. Unfortunately, that's sad, but that's how it is, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that's the way that it should be, and that I'm agreeing with it. I'm not saying that, but they're very keen on how things are supposed to be, right? Based off the logic of man protects and provides, and women serve and take care of the home and that man, right, and his children or whatever. So it's almost like a double insult because they put a girl in there as a ninja when that didn't exist either.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If they were going to put a ninja, then make it a man at least. And then maybe that would be more forgivable. But they didn't do that either. So it's almost like they're laughing at them because, remember, there's also that so-called stigma that they like to say that black men or women are Japanese women chasers. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? That they like Chinese women or Japanese women.
Mm-hmm.
And that was one of the reasons why Django Unchained, they didn't want to show it in Japan either. Because there was a scene when, you know, Django's upside down and he's being hung by the white guy or whatever. And you see his dingling, right? And they don't like that. They don't like that because they don't want to see a black man's penis on screen. For them, that's offensive.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
A lot of
And
countries, a lot of
right.
countries, yeah.
And because of that, they banned it over there. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They're not America. And that's what people don't understand. They are very cultural heavy. That's why I call them nationalistic. They'll stick with each other even though they're dying on a sinking ship. They don't give a fuck. That's just how they are.
Mm-hmm.
So at the very least, they should have tried to approach it in a more respectful way by, like I said, adding a Japanese historic. Why couldn't they just add the actual samurai that Sasuke worked for, that used to be his mentor, and then Sasuke be his sidekick? Why not do it that way? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Everybody's going to be happy. The game's going to do well, and you're going to. So now they created a divide, Japan, and when their next game comes out, no matter what time it is or what it's based off, they're probably not going to buy the game, and this game is probably not going to do well for them the way it would have if they would have done something. See?
Yeah.
So, but again, it goes back to what Sega Forever is talking about. These companies are too worried about the politics and including politics in games. When we were growing up, there was no fucking politics in games.
Yep.
There was not shit. There was no historical accuracy. It was more of, let's make a badass game in a badass world with badass characters doing badass shit. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's it. That was the simple formula for a good game and for a successful game. But now, the problem is, we have to have this many women. We have to make sure that we add diversity. We have to make sure that we add sexual preference. We have to make sure that we have to add sexual identity. We have to make sure that we add, more black people or more Latinos in the Mexican realm, because it's not Puerto Ricans. I'm sorry, it's the Mexican realm, right?
Yeah.
Let's keep it 100. Overdose, that was on the OG Xbox, Mexican. Shadows of the Dam, Mexican.
Yeah.
Right? Just Cause, Mexican.
Great game.
They have never represented a Puerto Rican. ever. And you ain't never seen me go, oh, you bastards, fuck you, video game developers, because I play video games. Now, would it be cool to see it? Absolutely.
Yes,
I would love
exactly.
to see a dope ass game made in Puerto Rico with a Puerto Rican protagonist. That'd be dope as shit. Am I going to hate on gaming because they have it? No, because that's not what gaming is about. That wasn't what it was built on. It was built on making fun worlds with fun characters, doing dope and badass shit that made it intriguing and entertaining. And that message in gaming has been lost. I would say it started on the 360.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? It started to get lost. Then it started to become about, well, one of the reasons why GTA is a phenomenon and sells the way it does is because it has all these things based on real world characters and real world cultural things and things that people do in different ethnicities, whether you're black, white, German, Chinese, whatever.
Yeah.
And they include it in the game, but with the accuracy of that of our reality, right? And that's why you see so many people buy it, gravitate. You have like little teenage kids playing it, older kids, people that play sports, people that are in gangs, people that are in jail. Everybody want to play it because it represents real life cultures and habits and practices and events that we do in the real world. That's why I say I don't like GTA, because it's not a video game. It's a cultural sim. That's what I call it. That does things that you do in a video game. That's how I look at it. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Although part 5 had 3 guys and 3 different stories, right? Which was cool. But they were saying for many, many years that they were going to make GTAs, one of the GTAs based off Puerto Rico, with some Puerto Rican law enforcement legends and some Puerto Rican gang-related characters. I would have loved to see that because it's never been done before.
Yeah.
But they haven't. That doesn't mean, again, like I said, that I'm going to be upset and hate video games. But they need to get away from the politics. They need to get away from people's sexual lifestyle preferences, identities. That needs to go away. And the focus needs to become about the world characters, world building, world creating, gameplay mechanics, different styles of gameplay mechanics within the game. You know, we used to get games, and that's why I love games like Local Cycle so much, where you had segments where you were on a bike, you were segments on your feet fighting, segments where you did 2D fighting, segments when you were on a plane, segments when you were underwater, segments when you were on top of the water. You see what I'm trying to say? It had a bunch of different gameplay mechanics and different gameplay styles. We don't have that no more. It's very rare when you see that. Deadpool was another game that did that very well, with the third wall satire. Now you play a game that's just one type of game, one style, one focus of gameplay, and that's it. And that's why it gets boring, or it feels long-winded in some cases, or it feels like it overstays smoke in other cases, or it just feels like it's all right, you know, it's not really doing nothing different, just better graphics. And that's why I think that so many people don't enjoy and appreciate games the way they were anymore, like they used to, because that magic and that formula has been lost. Yes. The only games and formula and the only games that haven't lost that formula, even though they're very dated, unfortunately, is Nintendo games. Nintendo don't make games based off anything but fake worlds, fake characters, fake character worlds, and fantastical worlds. Kirby, Kid Icarus, Splatoon, Mario, Zelda, Metroid. It's all fake characters concentrating on that character that can't even exist. You can't. Kirby is not a realistic thing. It's not a real thing. It's a fake character that You can play in this world that does cool things. And that's why they have success. And they can gravitate to so many different audiences like kids, teenagers, adults, old people, you know? And unfortunately, that's been lost because, again, Microsoft is guilty of this all day. All day. Me and Sega Forever has said it many times. You know, when people like to say that we just suck on everything they do. No. Microsoft's biggest problem is that they try to placate too much to the politics and include it in gaming. That's hurting them too. If they get away from that, that will be better for them long term. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what they're trying to do, because if you notice, a lot of people that got laid off were people that were from the other side, right? That would do things differently than the normal. Because they were trying to probably push it, even though they told them to back off and not to do it as much, and they didn't want to do it. And that's why they got laid off. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Which, again, is bad because they're still human beings. But if you're told to do something, and all you want to do is push your beliefs on something that is being paid for and funded and, you know, sponsored by a company that wants certain things done a certain way, and yet you don't want to listen, then what you think is going to happen? It's like if you went into work, Sega Man, and they told you, yo, you got to clean those 4 rooms today, right?
Yeah.
And you need to do it this way, and then you go and don't clean them, do whatever the fuck you want, and put every other furniture from the principal's office, let's say, into another office. You're going to get fired. They're going to be like, yo, what the fuck were you doing?
Yeah.
And I don't give a fuck. I'm just doing whatever I feel like. Oh, really? Pack up your shit, you're fired. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It is what it is. You have to follow the rules of the company because that's who you work for. You know, so you're right. You guys are right. Yeah, back in the day, that wasn't there. We didn't worry about that. But it's because back in the day, we weren't force fed. Yo, you have to have women in the game. If not, that's not fair to women. Because the truth was and still is till this day, there wasn't many girls that cared about video games at that point. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
When we went to the arcade, you might have seen maybe your friend with his sister, and the only reason she was with him was because he was babysitting her. Or because his mom made him go with her so that she would be distracted and have some fun, like, with him, while they stay home cleaning the house, maybe. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, you see more women that are actual gamers, but that was through time. Look how long it took. It's still not a lot of women gamers, because a lot of the ones that you see, unfortunately, you know, whether y'all want to hear it or not, they're only doing it so they can make money, because all they got to do is put a nice tight shirt on, show their nipples, show their cleavage, put a see-through shirt, be half naked, put a bikini, do some cosplay where you show ass, titties, thighs, and they're going to get the views. And they do this while they're playing a video game. And that's why, and then they call themselves, yeah, well, I'm a girl gamer. No, you're not. Stop it. We know what you're doing. You see what I'm saying? Back then, if girls used to do that, they would have called those girls whores. Now, oh no, it's fine, it's acceptable, it's their body, their choice. No, because if we as men come out streaming, imagine me and you streaming, Sega Man, and you go and pull out your cock and put it on the table while you're streaming. What you think is gonna happen?
I'm gonna get something gonna happen to me. I'm gonna get,
motherfucker, you going to jail.
Yeah.
No questions asked. You're going to jail, and you're never gonna be able to be on social media ever again.
Yeah.
But with women, they don't do this treatment. With women, they go, oh, women are allowed to do what they want because, you know, it's their body, their choice, it's equality. We can't do that. You know what I'm saying? Oh, they're just role playing. Oh, yeah, you can role play, but why you got to role play with your titties hanging out, your ass cheeks clapping, we're showing all your thighs? Because you know you're going to get all these young kids that probably don't get no ass yet because all they do is stay home playing video games. They're going to go see you just so they can jerk off while they're looking at you. That's just a fact. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's the problem. Nobody wants to talk about it. Nobody wants to address it. But I don't give a fuck. I'll bring it out there because I'm not stupid. I'm going to say it.
I like it. I like it.
You know what I mean? I'm going to say it the way it is. It is what it is. For every one real girl gamer, you got 9 that are a bunch of prostitutes making money because they're trying to get money by showing their bodies while they're playing video games. It's that simple. And yes, that's a form of prostitution. You're getting paid to show your body. It's like going to a go-go bar. It's like being a prostitute in the corner, getting paid for some sexual act or some sexual exposure. There's no way around it. Stop it. Stop it. And then you're trying to act all classy because, but I'm on YouTube. What are you talking about? I'm an influencer. Yeah, you're influencing a lot of motherfucking kids jerking off to you every day. Yeah, absolutely. 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 So they can fantasize about you. That's all that's happening. They're not really there because they like you or because they want to see you play video games. We know this, so stop the nonsense, the clownery, the fuckery, the mind fuck. Stop it. Stop it. So again, when we were growing up, we had girls in games. Alicia Dragoon, Miss Pac-Man, for Christ's sake, was the very first woman representation, right?
Yeah.
We had Blaze from fucking Golden Axe, right? The girl from fucking Streets of Rage, right?
That's Blaze.
And X-Blaze, right? X-Blaze. Right. You're right. Thank you for the correction, brother. We have fucking Laura Croft, right? We have Malice, right? We had the girl from El Viento, which I forgot what was her name, right? We had girl representation in video games, but it wasn't force-fed. It was just to create equality through a natural progression. Games are getting popular. Hey, why don't we make the character and the main protagonist a girl so that if girls want to play the games, they can also play it? And us guys, we just embraced it. Tomb Raider was fucking badass.
Yeah.
Fucking Bayonetta, she's badass. Recore, she's badass.
Yeah.
The girl from the Gunk is really awesome as well. There's so many girl representations that have been there through the years. And Samus, when we found out she was a girl, I was like, oh, yo, that's freaking cool. We didn't know at the beginning that she was. But once the third game came out, we knew that, yo, she's a girl. It's not a dude. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, and the girls from Dead or Alive, too.
The girls from Dead or Alive, right? So again, was it more games with girls? No, it wasn't. But there were games there since the very beginning. But it was a natural progression to evolve gaming, include women, and that would possibly create girl gamers that really like to play video games. Princess Peach, when they made her own separate game, that became a success, right? It's always been there. Miss Donkey Kong, right? There's always been there, but it wasn't force-fed. It wasn't done deliberately or like, yeah, you better like it. If you don't like it, too bad. Just like Kathleen Kennedy's doing now with the Star Wars shit. And that's what I was trying to explain to Tuck, which you don't understand, that he loves the Acolyte, that they're disrespecting the men because the men are the main fan base. And they're trying to push it all as girls, making fun of the men indirectly by doing fucking shit that they don't like. Like, oh, fuck y'all not important. That's what they're doing. Because it's a competition thing. They're trying to make it seem, like girls are more important than men, or men are trash, and all they want to do is keep girls down. They don't respect us, and that kind of shit. And we all know this all started with the stupid Harvey Weinstein shit, which nobody knew he was fucking doing in the public. And the people that only knew were the people in Hollywood that were dealing with him. But they kept their mouth shut. And then when somebody finally came out and said something, it became mainstream, and now it's included in everything. All the way, it's even included in cereals. If you buy a cereal now, there's girl cereals that only have girl characters in front of them. Like, what the fuck? What does that matter?
You know the irony of all of that?
Yeah, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Because when they do that, right, they just end up making the girl like a dude.
Yeah. That's the other problem.
Yeah.
That when they make the girl, then they make the girl look more manly than a girl. So it kind of contradicts why do that?
Yeah.
Why do that? If you're gonna make it a girl, then make it a girl that at least is girlish, looks girlish. She don't have to be the prettiest girl in the world, but make her look girlish, that she's attractive and looks like a female.
But I'll
But
share
the,
this with you guys. We're
huh?
living in a we live in a generation where you know how people take selfies.
Yeah.
Yes,
We've grown up in a generation like when I was growing up, dude. Most like for myself, I didn't like taking pictures. But in this generation, everybody has no problem taking pictures of themselves, posting it up.
yeah. When we were up, shit, people were timid to take pictures because they weren't confident in themselves. They felt maybe, like
I
I'm
think
not.
I think it was like a societal thing too, that people kind of look down if you're a little bit too, like a peacock. Right.
Right.
So
But
what
now
I
it's a
thought,
status quo, though.
well, what I thought was funny is that you guys know who fuck, Harry Potter. What's her name? J.K. Rowling, right?
Yes,
J.K. Rowling is an ardent feminist,
yes.
and the reason why I brought up the whole Assassin's Creed thing is because I'm looking for that to happen. So J.K. Rowling is probably left liberal. Her politics fall in those lines, right? She definitely has an activist streak to her, and she's a feminist. So right now, though, she's getting attacked so much by the alphabet people because she doesn't believe that males should be in female sports, right?
Yes.
So it's ironic to me, right? This is like what I'm seeing with the AC thing, right? Is like this stuff's starting to turn. So they're gonna start eating each other. That's what I mean by them eating each other, right? But you basically grew up in a culture where people want to be represented. They want to see themselves. So when it comes to they show like there's this video on Twitter where they show these are the writers on the acolyte, and there's a bunch of girls right that are standing around and they're doing this little dance and saying
Yeah,
all
I
this,
saw that. I saw that.
and that's one of the biggest problems I have with writing nowadays because one of the key rules in writing is not writing for yourself, it's writing for your audience.
Writing for the creativity as well.
Well, so you have an audience that you're supposed to be writing for. The problem with a lot of science fiction, fantasy, comic books, these comic book movies, a lot of problems is that there's a heroic story attached to it. And if you
Oh,
go with
usually, right.
only does it not that's just why they call it they subvert things, right? Not only does it push against like what you want to write, it pushes against your ideology, which you don't believe it. This is why they can't write superheroes. This is why their movies suck, and that's why they're tanking at the box office because they're writing content that if you sit there and look at it, right, and then you try and process it, it doesn't make sense.
Yes.
Oh shit, he bought.
Yeah.
Your man's died, bro. Richard Simmons.
Our Richard Simmons.
He passed away, bro.
Oh, did he pass away?
Yeah, he died, man. He was 75, I think.
Oh, I know he was sick. Yeah.
People are saying he was sick. Dude, there's a lot of celebrities that passed on the last month, like some big names.
Oh, man, that's sad. Richard Simmons an icon, man.
Yeah.
And guess what, people?
He definitely was too.
Richard Simmons was gay.
Yeah.
But we didn't care.
Nope.
Was he gay?
We didn't care. Guess what, people?
He was gay.
Dude, yeah, he was gay. Of course he was gay, dude. He was super ultra gay.
Yeah.
We knew this, just like we knew Judas Priest was fucking gay, and we still loved the guy. Just like we found out later on Freddie Mercury was gay, even though you couldn't really tell. But now when you look at and listen to the lyrics, you're like, oh shit, he was fucking gay like that.
I don't know. If I take one guy, he's very flamboyant to a fault.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Well, remember fucking George Michaels and fucking what's his name? What's his name? Boy George.
Yeah.
All gay, and we love the fuck out of them. Yeah.
Well, there's one of those understood things, right? Like you didn't really talk about it, and I think that's what's missing in entertainment. Like going back to those girls.
Yeah.
That's the problem with entertainment right now, right? It's because they're not writing the way writers are supposed to write. Now, if you don't like that, like you work for, especially if you work for a corporation like Disney, right? You work for a corporation like Disney that's supposed to have a family brand moniker. Maybe that's not the place you want to work at if you want to expose your expose your ideas, right? And exposing your ideas, um, maybe that's why these people tend to like go off on their own or create their own stuff. But because to me, one of their other problems is they're talentless.
They
They're not
didn't
talented.
force their lifestyle down nobody's throat, and
Well,
you know what I mean?
Some people died there.
What?
Innocent
some of these,
civilians.
And during the shooting?
Yeah.
Oh no, that's crazy.
yeah, but so
You know
for
who
some
also
of these,
died today too? You know also died Richard Simmons and fucking what's her name too? The sex therapist,
Dr.
uh,
Ruth.
Dr. Ruth. She passed away too.
Richard
Oh,
Simmons
man.
passed away.
Dr.
Yeah.
Ruth.
Simmons passed away too, Brother Sega
Who
Forever. Yeah.
called it?
That's exactly.
Damn, Zachary Prado
No. Richard Simmons and who else?
And
Dr.
Dr.
and
Ruth.
Dr. Ruth. No, my son's telling me that when they did the shooting at Trump, that some people died, innocent civilians.
Really?
Yeah, man. See, that's what I'm talking about. It's
Somebody got hit by
unnecessary.
somebody got hit by the bullet.
Yeah, some people died.
Damn.
Unfucking believable.
That's fucked up.
I mean, that's what
Fucking
happened.
ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Fuck, man.
Fucking ridiculous.
I mean, we're on the edge, basically. Society's on the edge.
Wonder if they got the shooter.
Yeah, they said they caught him.
Man.
Supposedly an Antifa guy.
Antifa?
Yeah. The anti-fascist.
Oh. Man. But they said, what about Trump? Is he in a hospital or something?
They didn't say. Well, he looked like it just nicked the side of his head.
Like he got grazed.
Yeah, he got grazed. Yeah, it's crazy, man. That's all you need to do. That's what
Well,
I
I
said.
got a little story for you, Brother Sega Forever. I was playing I was playing back in the day when Halo. Remember Halo 2
Yeah.
on the old school Xbox? There was this girl that was joined Slayer, and she was kicking everybody's ass. So she started talking. So these good old boys, they started saying stuff to her like, your vagina stinks, you're a fish, you're a cunt, all this stuff, like calling her a cunt, all this stuff. So the more and more that they said it and did that, the more and more she kept whipping their ass, beating their ass, shooting them, beating their ass. They couldn't fuck with her, dude. And I actually became friends with her, and I found out she was in a clan. She was in a girl clan, Halo clan, like a girls club or something for Halo.
Oh yeah.
And she was destroying them, Brother Sega Forever and Heba. I mean, man, I was on her team. She was killing them, boy. They couldn't do nothing to her. She was a really good shooter, bro. They couldn't do nothing to her, Brother Sega Forever. And they got madder and madder and madder, bro.
See, that's the best medicine, right, Sega Man? That's how you beat him.
Yeah. I mean, she was that good, bro. She was a pro. She was that good.
Now, you remember the frag dolls?
Yeah.
Yeah, those girls could game.
I gave her major props, Brother Save Forever, because she was beating and whipping their ass. They couldn't catch her. They couldn't get her. She would snipe them they wouldn't even know where she was, snipe the shit out of them. Man, they was getting pissed. Man. She was cool too, man. I think she was from was it Canada or something? I forgot, but she was from somewhere, but she was in an Xbox girl clan for Halo. I can't remember her name, but she, there was like 3 or 4 of the girls, and they used to compete. They didn't know that. See, they didn't know who she was. They didn't know, they didn't know.
Right.
But see, she was just destroying them, bro. She said, "Oh, they're just practice to me." I was like, "Wow, that's crazy." She was destroying them, man. Man.
Yeah, they you know, that's why sometimes you shouldn't talk. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You never know.
Oh yeah. Boy, they felt. I guess they felt embarrassed or whatever. But that's what I mean. Girl gamers are girl gamers. They're just as good, and sometimes they're even better. Like I played with I play Gears of War, right?
Hmm.
There's a
Yeah,
lot of Latino brothers that love Gears a lot.
yeah, dude, that's a huge like Hispanic community.
Yeah, I was playing with a Latino girl on there, and she was really good. She was kicking ass in Gears. You know?
Yeah,
Yeah, man.
yeah. I'll tell you a story, Sega man.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you done? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to
I
interrupt.
think she was on my. I think she was on my
For
my
instance?
friends list. I think she's still on my friends list. But yeah, man, she was cool. She was cool. She was really good at Gears. She was real good. Yeah.
No, so you remember when PUBG came out?
PUBG. Yeah.
So it was like pretty popular in South Korea. So there's this Korean. She's an actress. Well, she's mostly a singer. So she sings this style of singing called trot.
Yeah.
I like trot singing. I like trot music.
Yeah.
And she's pretty popular. Like she brought it back into vogue because
Yeah.
it's from like the I think it's from like the 50s, 60s or something like that. It's from
Uh-huh.
a kind of a bygone area. There's still people that sing it, but she came out with a song that was awesome.
Oh
And then
really?
so she was playing PUBG, right?
Yeah.
She was playing PUBG, and when she was playing, like every time she shoots somebody, they play her song.
Oh really?
Yeah, so she killed somebody, and she was like shooting from like range and like headshotting people.
Damn.
And then like that thing would pop out and her song would play. I'd be like,
Sharpshooter.
oh, that's so cold, man. If I was
Man.
playing against that, like, oh my God.
Sharpshooter.
I think it was like I could be wrong, and somebody could correct me, but I think what happens like they didn't like people didn't believe it was really her, and so they did that. So every time she killed you, you knew it was her.
Oh really?
Yeah, because her song was popular in South Korea. I mean, I was,
That's crazy, bro.
yeah, yeah, we'll see on those girls. So like like we're not sitting here saying that, but one of the things I find disingenuous is like I'll watch TV shows or I hear people talk about it. Look, Hebot is just being 100% because I grew up in arcades. There was just no girls there at all. Very few. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like in my case, I was a younger brother. My sister would come in and pull me out of there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I get yelled at by my parents. What are you in there for? You're wasting money. And that kind of stuff. I mean, I'm not saying that girls didn't play, but it was very rare, right? And this is the thing I can't stand because you have a lot of people coming into pop culture that are female. And look, I know you guys want representation and stuff like that, but don't rewrite the history books.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, oh, we helped build the space. No, you didn't. There's a reason why people were ostracized as nerds and geeks, right? Because people thought you were socially dysfunctional, right? Girls didn't want to have any normal girl didn't want to have anything to do with you. That's why people didn't talk about it, right? That's how you know people were hardcore, people like myself, because I loved it so much I couldn't hide it, and I wouldn't. And people made fun of you, man. They called you all kind of names, not in the way that a nerd is now, dude. It was really like you're really picked on,
Yeah.
right? And you just look like the like you're the lower form of society. Like people like the classic, right? Second male, like, what's wrong with you? Or what's wrong with your son? Why did you
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
Now I know you told your story, Second man, if you want to tell that.
Hey, yeah, let me tell you. Is he about there?
I think he's muted, so he's probably talking to his family.
Okay. You remember the OG Xbox, right?
Yeah.
I gotta tell you this. There was a game. It was one of the first online games. It was, and I still have it. I actually have it. It's called Whacked, right?
Yeah.
It was one of their first online games, and you went around killing each other to collect stars and different things like that.
Oh
So-
yeah, I remember the game.
Remember that?
Yeah.
So at the end of the game, if you had the most stars, you won. So there was this girl I was playing with, man, in there. And put it this way, I almost got in trouble, dude. I almost got in trouble because we started just playing and leaving everybody out, and she would make a private room and just want to talk to me. I almost got in trouble, bro. My Xbox almost got me in trouble, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was like, I'm Filipino, and won't you come down to LA and all this other stuff? I said, no, I can't do none of that stuff. I can't. I almost got in trouble, man, because I kept talking to her. I'd be online with her on live till like 2, 3 in the morning and shit. I almost got myself in trouble, brother.
Ah, man.
I
You know
almost
what?
got myself in trouble.
You know
Why
what
is
it,
that? What happened?
you know what it was, bro? It was uncharted waters, man. Uncharted territory back then. You know what I mean?
Why you almost got in trouble, brother?
I'll give you a pass. Take it.
What'd you say, Heba?
Why you almost got in trouble? What happened?
You remember the old Xbox, right? The old.
Yeah.
And remember that game called WAP?
Yeah.
I almost got myself in trouble because there was a girl that I used to play with in there, and she started making just a personal food, like for me and her.
Mm-hmm.
And we would talk to like 2, 3 in the morning, and she tried to. I almost got in trouble, man. Like she was like, "Oh, I want you to come down here to LA, and I would like to see you and all that." Some Filipino girl. I almost got in trouble.
Everybody in America.
I almost got caught up, brother.
You mean that you're married? By talking to him?
I wasn't married yet, but I was going to get ready and get married.
Uh-oh.
You know? It's crazy, man.
Luckily, you stayed in the light.
Yeah, man. Almost got myself in trouble, brother.
But I mean, you weren't doing it until it was uncharted territories.
Yeah, man. My Xbox, man. I was like,
Crazy.
But you came to your senses, Sega, man. That's the most important thing.
Yeah.
What was the most important thing you said, bro?
Huh?
He said, what was the most important thing? What happened?
Oh, no, that he came to his senses.
Oh, yeah.
Sega, man, you know what protected me?
What?
Anytime a girl would step to me and talk to me about comic books, I'd give her a quiz, man. So I'll be like, so in Giant Size X-Men #1, and then I'd give them a scenario, and they'd be like, oh yeah, I love that part. I was like, that was Uncanny X-Men #110.
Oh my God.
I'd be like, big on for me. Put the whammy on him.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
You're not a comic book person. Step. Yeah, dude, I was bad back then. I was like a total nerd.
I bet, man.
Oh, so Gogo asked, I wanted to cover this question. Gogo said, what do you guys think of the female characters in Concord?
Female characters in Concord?
That's the new PlayStation free-to-play game that just came out for PlayStation.
I don't even know about it. It's a free game?
Well, from what I hear, other people don't know about it either.
I've never heard about it, Google Paul. I'm sorry, brother. I might have to turn on my PS4 and watch it take off out of LAX and check out that free game, brother.
All flights going to Pennsylvania.
Oh yeah,
8:36.
Coming. Going to go pick Trump up, take him home.
Yeah.
That's yeah. I don't know, man. I'll have to check it out, brother. Google Paul, man. What'd you say? We said it was free.
Yeah, it's like Helldivers, I guess. Free to play.
Really?
I think so. But
check it out, Google Paul. Right now, Google Paul, I'm playing Power Wash Simulator, my guy.
Oh, did they have DLC, right? Or are you playing the second one?
Yeah.
I think they came out with a second one, yeah. I gotta buy it. I want to support them.
You know what I'm thinking about? I'm thinking I'm gonna buy it, Brother Sigafar. I'm gonna buy the simulator. It's a cool, chill game. I like it. I do the podcast with my brothers and chill and play. It's a chill game, you know.
Yeah, that's fun. That's addictively fun. Like in a way that you wouldn't think it would be, and then like 5 hours later.
Oh yeah. Because it takes a while when you do some of this stuff, Brother Sigafar. It takes a while because some shit be on here be big as hell. You gotta paint. You gotta spray and power wash forever, man.
Yeah, and they always have that one speck that's like underneath the elephant, like the one.
Dude, they have it in very detail, man. You're like, damn, I thought I got everything. What the fuck?
Yeah, you'd be hitting that radar trying to find this. What the heck is this speck?
Yeah. You're thinking you got everything and you didn't. One little speck, and then you got it. This one time, Brother Cigarette Forever, I was taking forever because I could not find it, bro. I could not find it, man. It took forever. This one thing I cleaned, man. I was so happy I got that shit done. It's like, man, it took like hours, like 2 hours, something like that.
Mhm. 1 second. Oh, sorry. Concord isn't free. It's $40. Sorry, Toolman.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thanks for correcting me. Yeah, I don't want to put up bum scoops.
Oh man, they can keep it then, man. $40. No, good.
Well, to answer Gogo's question, I've seen the characters, so I mean, it kind of looked like a ripoff. Some of them look like a ripoff of Overwatch.
Rip off of what?
Overwatch.
Oh, really?
Some of the characters look like Overwatch characters, so they're probably fans of Overwatch and wanted
Yeah.
to create their own game. There's definitely representation, right, in the game. That's by the look at some of the characters. I would say the art design is bad. My personal opinion. Maybe you might like the way they drew the characters. And I think one of the problems with it is because they do kind of look like the Overwatch characters. It's just a bad imitation. That's what it comes across to me. My daughter's a huge Overwatch fan, so I see the characters like they do. They have a thing with the Overwatch. They have a thing for with Transformers right now. That's pretty cool. So some of the characters have Transformers. Hey, what's up, Unlimited?
Hey, what's up?
What's up, Brother Unlimited in the house? What's up, my guy?
Nothing much, man. Nothing much.
How you been, man?
Oh man, it's been a crazy week for me, man.
I bet.
Yeah, I know you've been busy.
Yeah, way too busy.
Working.
Yeah, that and we had a hurricane come through this week, and it's been
shit.
nothing but
Really,
chaos. Yeah, it's been nothing but chaos, man. My parents stayed with me until the day they finally got power back. We assessed the damage of the house. That's going to be a lot to deal with. But
Brother, I'm sorry to hear about that, man.
yeah.
Everybody okay?
Oh yeah. Fortunately, everybody okay, man. It's just that half the people didn't have power all week, man. It was ridiculous.
Damn. Them hurricanes ain't no joke, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it was
People need to take that shit seriously. That shit's serious, man.
Yeah. But other than that, man, I'm good. How about y'all? I see Hebot's also here. What's up, Hebot?
He's muted right now.
Oh, okay.
Did you hear that? Did you hear about that hurricane about Ultimate Game Pass? They crying about that?
Yeah. They raised the price of Game Pass, and as usual, what came to follow was as predictable as ever, where everyone's pretending to be upset. I've seen the articles.
Yeah.
I saw one article where they quoted a guy talking about how Game Pass irreversibly changed the way people spent or some stupid shit. I'm still gonna pay for it, but I'm not happy. And then just a lot of crazy takes. The usual reaction when Xbox does anything. You go to the most extreme possible. Reaction with Xbox.
Yeah, because it's so bad to pay $3 to keep getting more and more games every month.
Yeah. I mean, I was trying to find articles on them saying the same thing about PS Plus when they raised that by 35%. But but that was nowhere to be found. But with Xbox, all of a sudden
I saw one PlayStation clown saying, yeah, but they're trying to use the comparison, that Sony raised their prices and nobody complained. Because Sony didn't put the messaging that you would have games day and day. I was like, motherfucker, it's worse because they raised the price and they're not giving you shit.
Yeah, exactly.
You would think that if they raised the price, they would say, okay, since we're raising the price, we're going to give you 2 free games a month. No, they ain't giving you shit. You're still trying to say it's okay because they never advertised. Get the fuck out of here with that.
Damage controlling, bro.
Yeah, man. The damage control is. I mean, but that's what they always do. That's what they always do. They need to talk about Xbox, man, because PlayStation and Nintendo videos don't get them the clicks, views, the revenue, the ad revenue, and the donations, man. But Xbox does. So they gotta talk about it. They gotta say the most clickbaity, overreacted nonsense, and because they know when they get people pissed off, man, those donations start coming in. Yeah, fuck Xbox. Thank you for the $5. Thank you for the. Nah, I'm tripping. They be giving them like $100. I see some of their super chats, for some of them dudes, like Gaming Griffin and MBG when E-Rock was fucking with them. Them motherfuckers getting like $50, $100 a day super chats. So they always
Griffin Gaming gets like $400 super chats like 2 or 3 times during his stream. Okay.
Yeah.
Shit. Even Next Gen was getting shit like that. Sega man.
Was he?
Yeah. Like, how the fuck do you find people? I heard. How the fuck do you find people that are so fucking okay? And it's not to the everybody that be in the comment section. Please don't take it this way. How can you be so stupid and give somebody $400 that don't even know what the fuck they're talking about? Just because you're listening to them. I can understand you appreciate them, but goddamn, you really gotta be lost in the sauce, giving up that kind of money, and then that person don't even know what the fuck they're talking about.
No, but they love the narrative. That's why they're doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, that's sad.
$400, bro?
I know you could have bought like 5 years of Game Pass.
Huh?
Actually,
You could have bought 5 years of Game Pass before the dollar.
I just went to CD Keys and got another 3 months. I was on sale for $20-something for 3 months.
And that's what people are doing. That's what they're sharing, on Twitter that I see. They're like, oh, okay, well, I went here, I bought it for this much. People sharing what they're going to do.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, dude, you have to know how to learn. You have to use the ecosystem, guys. That's why I don't believe a lot of these guys play the games.
No, they don't. What that man? They just play a game for like 5 minutes. They quit after the tutorial, call the game trash, and then move on to the next thing.
Unlimited. I'm playing Union Chronicles.
Mm-hmm.
And I was a little bit upset because I'm like, man, this game is actually really good.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, that sucks. I was hoping it would be bad, so I could be like, man. I knew it would be good. I played the pregame, which I love. And I have some knocks on the game, but I understand the studio is smaller. But you can tell like the heritage is there by the way the game's presented. I mean, I'm enjoying it. But I mean, that's just one game out of the many that they have. Right?
Mm-hmm. And then next week we get 3 games day one.
Yeah.
Dungeons of Hindenburg, Flintlock, and Katsumigami, the Path of the Goddess. All day one, I think all on the same day too. So, I mean, so y'all could bitch about a price increase, but ain't nothing in gaming like Game Pass. Nope. And then shout out to E-Rock. He sent us this really cool article about how indie devs are defending Xbox Game Pass. And it's funny. I remember when Sony was pushing indie games, and everybody pretended that they cared so much about indies, and then the moment Sony stopped giving a fuck about them, when Uncharted 3 dropped or Uncharted 4 dropped, I noticed that not a single person who support the indies guys gave a shit like Sony does. Everything with them is performative, man. It reminds me so much of politics, where most of the people don't believe a word they say. They just got to support their side, man, and that's it. And everything revolves around that. Even when it makes them seem hypocritical, all the people who like okay, you're gonna complain about Game Pass price increases, and yet you're taking super chats. So it's okay for people to drop 100 on your ass on your shitty video where they get nothing out of it. All they get is a hey, thanks for the super chat, right?
Yeah.
But that's fine. But it's a moral sin that we pay $20 a month, that we're going to pay $20 a month for access to 500 games and every game day one, including Call of Duty and Starfield and Perfect Dark. That's where I draw the line, guys. But don't forget to give me money. Don't forget to give me money. You're helping the channel,
right?
You know what I'm saying? And shit like that. Shit like that just makes me laugh. Because to me, if you're against any form of monetization, be against monetization even when it's for you, because there's still people giving away their money by your logic. So cut your super chats, man. Give back them donations. That's the only logical thing at this point.
Yeah.
Listen, if you're making that kind of money, you're supposed to be doing giveaways monthly, buying Xboxes, PlayStation, giving them away to show back your gratitude to those people feeding you.
Exactly. Right?
All these motherfuckers, Ninja included, motherfuckers don't be doing giveaways. Oh yeah, we're doing charity work. I don't give a fuck. That's a tax write-off, you stupid motherfucker. What do you think, I'm stupid? That's a fucking tax write-off.
Yep.
So what are you doing charities? I want you to give back to people that actually follow and give you your fucking livelihood, motherfuckers.
Yeah.
But you don't see it. And you still giving in motherfucking shit like a Reforge Gaming. That nigga's a fucking clown.
Mm-hmm.
Reforge, yeah.
Or that motherfucking PC dude, Alex, always trying to make fun of everybody, thinking he's wearing he's fucking cute, always taking off his goddamn shirt. Acting suspect as fuck during his streams.
Oh.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, fuck that, dude. Like, you gotta stop. You gotta fucking stop. Somebody, listen, if I was making that kind of money with audience, you goddamn right every month I'm doing fucking giveaways. If it's good, if it's that good, I'll probably be doing giveaways every week.
Yeah.
You know, like, that's what get me mad about these dudes. There's a one dude that, he don't be in the drama, but he's big. He has like black hair, wears glasses, looks almost Asian. He gets a lot of views. All he does is play video games, right? Or stream games on PC, or like particularly like the popular ones and shit, like Five Nights at Freddy or whatever.
Yeah.
And I've never seen that motherfucker do giveaways ever. And he got like millions and millions of views, and got millions of subscribers, millions, not thousands, millions. I'm like, what the fuck?
Who are you talking about?
I forget his name. My daughter loves watching him. He's this Asian dude, or he looks Asian. He has long hair. Sometimes he has glasses, sometimes he don't. He talks kind of like a deep voice. Hey, yeah, let's play this. He kind of talks like that, like a deep voice. But he's been doing it for a while. And all he does is stream. He streams a lot of PC horror games, like Five Nights at Freddy, Poppy, shit like that.
Yeah.
And then, again, what's that dude's name, Darius? That dude that Tina be watching. See, Darius. What's the name of that fucking YouTuber that Tina be watching that does all those PC horror games, and he has like that kind of deep voice. He has the long hair. He looks like, is it Markiplier? That's his fucking name.
Oh.
Markiplier. Motherfucker does mad fucking money, got mad subscribers, mad views, and I've never seen him do a giveaway ever.
Dude, him, PewDiePie, Jacksepticeye, all these guys was gonna make this power block on the PewDiePie. And then one of PewDiePie's old videos.
Mm-hmm.
Like that Nazi one.
Yeah.
That guy got shut down so fast. I feel kind of bad, dude, because they were on that cusp and that all got destroyed.
The only guy that I actually see doing shit is that guy called Mr. Beast. Him.
Mm-hmm.
He be going everywhere. He's not even to Africa to go get food and build things for them to help the kids. He does a lot of shit. He's the only dude I've seen doing shit, giving back. But most of these dudes, like PewDiePie, Ninja, I do charities. Yeah, can you write it off, motherfucker?
Well, he bought in these tough economic times,
Yeah, right? Exactly. Hey,
Toolman said most of those people pay all that money for shout-outs and thinking that they are friends because they are supporting them every street. That's great shit, man.
What were you saying? Yeah, that most of those people do it thinking that they're friends or they're butt buddies or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, yo, PewDiePie is my friend, cuz.
Yeah. They call it parasocial relationships. That's the term for it, man. That's it's a phenomenon that
Nope.
started with celebrities it was first studied
What mom
decades
say he
ago.
want? Yeah, that's what mom said.
He lost like 2 inches.
It's called parasocial, you said?
Yeah,
What is it called?
parasocial relationship. It was something that was studied decades ago, right? But it started with how people noticed people reacted to celebrities in the old Hollywood days, and
Right.
so now in the days of social media, it's really blown up, especially with kids.
Okay. Who made the chicken?
Yeah. I'm be coming in and out, man. The internet has been trashed since the hurricane, man.
Yeah, don't worry, bro. I'm on the, when I see you,
And fucking center point energy. If you, I hate Moroccan Fifty so much, man, because they've been getting power a bitch this week. But that's a rant for another day. But yeah, he bought that's what we seeing, man. When it comes to everybody giving hundreds to these YouTubers and streamers that they'll never meet, but they love them to death, man. And it's weird.
And let me read Gogo's real quick. Gogo Post says, I've given some super chats for people I listen to a lot. I give Sega Forever some. Nah, man, I feel bad if you gave me super chat, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, we this channel is not super chat material. When I get as good as unlimited, then maybe. But even then, dude, I would be like, nah, I would feel bad taking people's money because that's how bad.
Yeah, people don't know this, but every year around Christmas time, I do a giveaway, and that money is from the money that I get in super chats. Every year I do a giveaway. And hell, last year I did too. I did one around Christmas time and one for Starfield when Starfield came out, and I gave away for that. So yeah, I try to give back. Usually, and the reason why I do it because I like to do it around the holidays so people have time to enjoy the gift that they get. So yeah, so that's why I always do a giveaway every year myself. I don't get too much, but my thing is like if they're gonna give me money, I gotta give back. You know what I'm saying? I gotta give back. That's how I see it.
I mean, I've done giveaways and it didn't go well. So like somebody won and I was trying to contact them, and like he never responded. And then I tried to go down the list and people were like, "Oh no, that's okay." So I was like, "Oh, all right. Then why did we do this?" Right? So I'm like, "Okay, I guess that's not my thing." So, yeah, guys, Unlimited will be popping in and out, but I'm tracking it. When he pops back on, I'll put him up. Let me finish the chat here. What is that stupid to pay Griffin Gaming? Dude, $400 to Griffin Gaming. There's a bunch of people that are like that on there, dude. I see that when I'm on certain people's channels watching stuff. And when I see people drop like big amounts of money, I mean, they must really like them. Griffin Gaming, dude, that dude, I remember he used to be an Xbox dude. That's how I know him from, and then he just flipped. And it absolutely made no sense when he did it.
You wonder why he just does Xbox hate videos now? Because ever since he started doing that, he started getting all these people. I love him. I love Griffin Gaming.
Yeah.
What? Oh yeah, let's do it. He's looking at the video. She's interfering, but she don't care. Yo, she even mad.
There's unlimited.
Unlimited back. Hey, you guys do a Zoe?
Yeah. But he said Trump got shot. I'll blame Microsoft. Yeah, man. I'm about to we gotta start the boycott Microsoft campaign next.
Yeah. So I blame Microsoft.
Fucked up part is some other people got killed because they tried to do that shit.
Yeah, that's really messed up, bro.
To hate a person to the point where you want to kill them is pretty fucking retarded.
Yeah. I know a lot of people are gonna joke, man, but
I don't want somebody to get killed unless it's a pedophile, a woman killer, uh,
yeah,
an old woman, or rapist. That's the only way I agree with killing that motherfucker.
Yep.
Kill him on the
If
spot.
you're guilty,
Yeah,
listen.
you know, like people were mad because that man in Texas. I know you know about it.
Yeah.
A fucking dude raped his 5-year-old daughter, and he killed him. And they got off. They took all the charges. I was like, hell yeah, hallelujah. That's right.
As you should.
As it should. Goddamn right. Fuck that. He did what he needed to do.
Yeah.
Shit. What the fuck else you think a father's supposed to do? They rape his 5-year-old daughter. It don't matter how old she is. 5-year-old is just even worse.
Yeah, I'm going to jail.
No, nigga, you gonna get killed. That's all. That's no question that.
For inspiration.
The fuck? I'm glad they took off the charges. Shit. He was just defending his daughter.
Yep.
The fuck? What the fuck else you think a person deserves to do some shit like that?
Yeah.
How could you take a 5-year-old child and just rape him and then kill him or do something like, bro? You a fucking scum of all scum.
Excuse me.
Oh yeah, bro.
So
Yeah.
and next we have Karomi. So that's definitely the next spot.
Oh my god, you guys, I'm gonna step out and come back in a few. Okay?
All right.
I gotta do some stuff. I gotta mop the floor up. It's kind of messed up right now.
Yeah.
All right, bro.
I'm gonna help wifey out real quick. I gotta mop it. I'll be back. Okay?
All right.
All right, man. All right.
Yeah. I will say this, since now I've had power I got lucky, man. So I've been doing a little more gaming than usual since this week wasn't as nearly as busy. Man, it's been nice to then jump back into some games, man.
I bet.
It's been real nice. I've been playing like Dragon Dogma 2. That RPG has been really good. Of course, of course, I'm still getting through Starfield, man. That game is phenomenal. I just can't hate that game.
Ain't no way to hate that game.
Yeah, man. That's one of my go-tos right now, man. Whenever sometimes I don't know about y'all, but sometimes I'll be like, I don't know what to play. I see that Starfield come up, I'm like, yep, I already know what I'm getting back into. Yeah, so it's been nice to do some gaming, man. Just some great stuff. In terms of gaming, it's kind of weird that as negative as people are at games, for me, man, I'm good. I'm good. Like yo, Sega, man, I'm at the point, man, where I'm just thinking, dude, if I never buy a video game again, I'm set for life, man. Because that's how good I am. I just be playing stuff when I can and having the time of my life.
Yeah, man. And I'm about to buy another 3 months too.
Yeah. I need to stack up. Like right now, I'm good until next April. So I might stack up for another year or two.
That's good.
Because unlike PlayStation, Xbox let you stack up on your Game Pass. Unlike PlayStation, you cut that shit. Vontae said, "I'm trying to beat Starfield before NCAA comes out, but I keep getting distracted by side missions." Yeah, man. And what's crazy, Vontae, them side missions, a lot of them are long as hell too. It's not just like it's just I was like, hey, pick this up and return, and the side mission's over. Nah, man, they be sending you on a damn journey with them side missions. But that's the thing about Starfield. It's not meant to be. It's not meant to be beat in a rational amount of time. Like Todd Howard said, that game is irresponsibly big.
Oh yeah.
So just take your time, man. That's why Sega, man, when viewers were saying that they beat the story in 20 hours, I'm like, nah, they rushed it. They had to rush it because when I was 20 hours in, I still didn't do nothing in terms of the main story. You know what I'm saying? And,
yeah.
So, but there's a huge disconnect between actual gamers and the gaming media, man. It's just and it was crazy. That gap is widening each and every day, where the real gamers, the real gamers actually playing these games and actually, noticing which are good, which are bad, which to like, and stuff like that, and they got their own opinions and the gaming, yeah.
There's a dude I was trying to find called, I think it's Nico on Twitter.
Mhm.
Dude, all he posts like a bunch of the planetary shots, and they're
Yeah.
amazing. And then he does like builds bases and stuff like that, dude. It's like amazing the stuff he does, especially since they've updated the game. So like you walk into his like whatever his headquarters is or whatever, and it looks exactly like it's like you're watching a video, like on YouTube when people are showing their houses. It's nice, dude. Yeah, Starfield it's just gonna continue to grow too. Yeah, but welcome
Starfield?
on to you,
Yeah,
man.
Starfield's huge.
Oh yeah, they stopped stacking now. Have they stopped stacking? Cygnus? I don't know.
What's that?
Cygnus says they stopped stacking now. I don't know if they stopped stacking.
What does he mean? Stop stacking?
Like how you might have like Game Pass till like next year. I know that they like you can't like you can get the cheaper like for the newer people, but you're gonna have to pay the full price.
I know with CD keys you can stack as much as you want.
Yeah.
So I don't know what you're talking about there, bro. You can keep stacking up 3 months. You keep stacking up for a couple years, I think.
Yeah, so that's what people are gonna do, Cygnus. Like you don't have to they'll go outside. And Microsoft is cognizant of it, dude. Microsoft is allowing people to do things. So you have to put in some work a little bit, right? And there's no problem with that either, dude. This is why I say all the time, I don't listen to half these influencers. Because a
Thing is,
normal person.
Forever,
Oh, go ahead.
brother. I mean, I don't know what it is about people with Xbox, bro. I mean, you're not going to stop Microsoft. You're not going to ever stop Xbox. It just,
Yeah.
I mean, people need to get over it. It's the inevitable. You're not going to stop. You can't stop anything they do, dude. You just can't. I mean, I know people wish that they would go away. They don't like Microsoft because Microsoft is like number one right now, and they're really destroying when it comes to gaming right now. They are when it comes to the value, the different things that they have to offer. But I mean, it's not going to go away, man. People are good. I mean, just negative about everything that they do, and I kind of feel sorry for them, Sega Forever. I mean, I kind of do in a way. You
Hmm.
know what I mean? But you know, it's just not going to stop, bro. I mean, they're just getting bigger. You guys need to understand that it's getting bigger. They're going to keep buying more studio. They're going to keep buying. They're going to keep doing a lot of things because they want that mobile market. And guess what? They're going to get it. It's going to happen. I believe that that's going to happen, man. That they're going to get it. They're going to meet their mark. I really believe Microsoft, Xbox they're going to do it. They're going to meet their mark. I really believe that, man. They're all in now.
Yeah.
It's like those Sega Forever, all in. They're all in. I'm telling you. You're just gonna have to keep being mad and upset and hating, and you're just gonna have to keep hating and being mad because there's nothing you can do. You can say whatever you want to say. It's a free country. You can say whatever you want, man. But you're gonna just have to keep hating because it's gonna happen, whether you like it or not. You know.
You're gonna have to wait for them to. I can't
Shit,
wait.
it's already happening. It's already happening in a way. It's already happening. So.
Yeah. Bend that knee. That's what I'm waiting for. When they bend
Yeah.
the knee. Vontae says I was in a space earlier with a bunch of casuals saying PlayStation was better, and when I asked them why, they couldn't give me an actual answer. Yeah, that's how it goes, Vontae. The sad thing about it, most of the guys like us, I don't like. We don't care that you play over there, dude. It's just like, why do you concern yourself with Xbox if you think it's the worst console, it's a welfare console or welfare pass, has no games, right?
Because they're mad and jealous because Xbox is whipping PlayStation's ass.
Yeah.
Let's just keep it a buck. Xbox is whipping your PlayStation's ass right now. I know some guys don't want to hear that, but they are. They're whipping PlayStation's ass, and PlayStation knows it.
Yeah.
And that's just the way it is. Big bank takes little bank. I mean, it's just the way it is, guys.
100%.
I know you might not like Microsoft, and I'm so sick and tired of hearing our games are trash. We have nothing to play. You always want to critique Hellblade. You want to critique all our games all the time, but a lot of people playing, a lot of people on Xbox playing our games, and a lot of people are adopting very quickly and fast Ultimate Game Pass. It's surpassing everything. It's the best thing right now, man. There's nothing that can beat it. Nothing. PlayStation can't. Nintendo can't. They can't do it. Can't do it. It's too late. It's too late to catch up. They waited too long. You know, Brother Second Forever, they waited too long, man. It's too
Yeah.
late.
I mean, they bought into their own BS. If I'm being honest.
Yeah. Even Sony realizes it. They even, what was that one guy's name? He said, "Yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to."
Oh, wasn't that lady? Or
Yeah,
was it?
Yeah, he said himself,
Yeah.
"You're not going to be able to. You waited too much. Greatness awaits, right?"
Is it still waiting? I
Yeah,
think so.
they're still waiting. They're waiting at that Greatness Await bus stop. You know what I mean? They're still waiting for that Greatness Await bus to come on in. But I'm going to let you guys know it ain't going to never come and pick you up.
A second, man. You know, for all the hate that Aaron Greenberg gets,
Yeah.
they should fire that Sony dude who came up with all these catchphrases because it just gets turned on him, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Generations and greatness awaits and all that crap. So
I mean,
oh, go ahead.
Huh?
Sorry. Oh no, go ahead. My bad.
It's just the same thing over and over again. They talk about the same stuff over and over again. Their games, you know, they keep talking about the same games, and it's like they live in another dimension. Like they live in the dimension of 2013. 2013 is gone. Okay, it's gone. There's nothing. There's nothing you could do about it. There's no more Xbox got no games, or
Yeah.
there's no more. We have the weakest console. We have the most powerful console, and the new one coming out, we're gonna have the most powerful console again. I mean, you're just gonna have to face it, guys. I mean, Xbox is number one, man. PlayStation is getting their ass whipped. So is Nintendo. You know what I mean? It's just the way it is, man. Just enjoy your games, bro. Enjoy your PlayStation. You know, you like those games. You know, what is it like? We want to play God of War for the 60th time, you know, or The Last of Us remaster after remaster. I mean, you know, it's all good. You know, if that's what you like to do. I mean,
Yeah.
what's
Well,
that?
Monte-
What's the game they're playing? What's the online game they're playing?
Oh, I don't know if they are.
The first Descent. I think that's what everybody's playing. The
Descent.
first Descent. Yeah. Yeah. Which I heard pretty good things about it. It's just for me personally, I don't really touch the free to play stuff.
Yeah.
Because you know, my experience with free to play is just not good, man. But the gameplay I saw looks all right.
Yeah, I played it. It's
Is it any good?
the thing I was worried about was just the gunplay. The gunplay is pretty spot on. Characters look cool. But like you said, it's a free to play, so there's gonna be like.
Yeah, it's gonna have that free to play nonsense. Even if it isn't right now, it's gonna come, man. Because that's how all of them. Especially the ones the ones that really blew up. That's how some of them got popular by seeming normal at first, and then all of a sudden, boom, they throw everything in your face. So me personally, I don't touch the free to play stuff, man. That because you know they got to find a way to monetize, and then they find it. My goodness, do they find a way to monetize with them damn games?
Well, I'll say this much. I don't know, Vontae, how you feel about it, but I'm getting my K-pop fix. I looked at every single character. I was like, oh my gosh, that filter is level 1000, man.
Unlimited. When's the last time When's the last time Unlimited you turned on your PS5, bro?
Oh, that's a damn good question. I think I accidentally turned it on when I was cleaning it. Does that count?
That's bad, man. Oh man.
Yeah.
Greatness awaits.
Yeah, they just the problem with PlayStation, and I don't think, and I, you know, this is what kills me about the whole game stuff, dude. I kid you not. When I go on the PlayStation store, 99% of it is stuff that I already own on Xbox.
Exactly.
Except, and so the handful of games that aren't on Xbox has got to win me over, and and they're all just the same third person action. Even the games they pay for to be off Xbox is the standard third person action, right? So
Yeah.
it's got to really capture me for me to just turn it on and buy it. Otherwise, when some of those games get super cheap, and when I say cheap, I mean the $20. Like, no, it's not. I call it the PlayStation tax thing, man. When the
Yeah.
PlayStation game is $20 and under, that's when I'll buy it. You know.
Yeah.
And so any PlayStation game that I have now, $20 or under, I'm gonna have to pay for it. And that's gonna be the same. If I ever buy Stellar Blade, it'll be when that shit is $20. And I'm around, maybe at a game store and see it on the front. Like, all right, I don't give a crap this price. And the solo one, I'm just never gonna play. Like, I'm never gonna play the last one. So never. I'll never have interest in it. I'll never play a game like Concord, which nobody's playing anyway. So it's not like I gotta worry about that. That game's gonna be good. So yeah, the PlayStation just see. My thing is like if you're loyal, if your primary gaming is just one brand, at least between Xbox and PlayStation, you just stick with it. You really don't need to waste your money on the PS5 really, because with Game Pass, with Xbox, at least you get access to Game Pass, So right off the bat, even if you don't have a lot of games, you can still download and play a lot of games until you get them. Still you start building up your collection.
Yeah.
But with PlayStation, nah. There's a reason why the attachment rate with PlayStation game consoles are so low this generation. That's just that $70 is too much for the average person, especially with the economy as it is. And shout out to Sega Forever, he made some great videos this week that I finally cut up on, and one of them about was how it's the economy basically on why we getting what we're getting and all this stuff. Great video.
Thanks.
Yeah. So I caught that super late about yesterday, I think. But still, the whole point is pretty much that now is just not the time. And then another thing, for some reason, the Series X and PS5 just are not going down in price. And by that I mean 2 years into the Xbox One generation, I bought my first Xbox One, I think at the end, at like 2015 or 2016, right, for $300. It was the white one that came with Gears of War bundle with it, Gears of War Ultimate Edition, right?
Yeah.
If you go to if right now the Series X is still $500, the PS5 is still $500, at least the expensive version of it, right? And so that's another thing. These consoles are just not going down in price this generation like they always did historically. Because even as a kid, man, when my because when I got the Sega Saturn, I think my dad probably paid like $150 for it. Because the Sega Saturn was a financial flop since nobody but me had it. It seemed like.
Oh yeah, it was.
So they were super. See, I mean, Sega Saturn games are expensive to sell now because everybody realized it's a good console 30 years later. But nah, man, in like 1996, 97, when I was a kid, that was my dad was happy to buy that thing for me. It was so damn cheap that nobody wanted it, right? Fast forward the sixth generation. Those consoles went on sale pretty fast after they released, The seventh generation. I remember I got my first Xbox 360 because I was like 17, and with the money that I saved up working my little job at the time, I bought my first Xbox 360 2 years after it first came out in 2017 for $300.
Yeah,
and I bought Halo 3 with it and some other games and the wrestling game at the time and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
But with this generation, man, you go, so it's funny because apparently the Series X, I guess these consoles aren't selling like they did in past generations. I'm like, yeah, man, people don't have money like that right now. It's kind of not more complicated than that, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? If the Series X was $300 right now, and that was the standard price going forward until next generation, them motherfuckers would sell like crazy. They would, because that's the high end console for $300. People will be buying them off the shelves, And same with PlayStation, but money. Listen, money may rule, but people are still financially conscious, and everybody's going to prioritize their needs over luxury items like gaming, and that probably also ties into the Game Pass increase, right, Sega Forever, and so I forgot where I was going with it. Really, I got distracted for a second there.
I just tell people like just go into your local 7-Eleven and buy a soda.
Yeah. Oh, great. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, that's a
Just
great
do
point.
that, and then you'll see.
Yeah, man. Buy anything really.
Yeah, buy anything. $13 loaf bread. All I'm saying.
Yeah.
You know how people like they'll post stuff on the internet, you're like, no, there's no way that's true. And the news ran it, I was like, dang. I was like, yep. Yeah. That's why Unlimited. I don't know how you feel about that, but that's what I was talking about earlier. Like, to me, it doesn't seem like it's a price increase because of the roadmap that they have.
Yeah. For me, it's yeah. I just don't think it's a big deal. It's that. Listen, I haven't seen a single person say I'm canceling my Netflix subscription. They increase the price of that bitch every 6 months. It seems like.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah.
Every 6 months, it seems like they like the other day. My mom and this is how it is with Netflix, man. People just have Netflix subscription and forget about it because my mom pays for Netflix in our family. And the other day, now that the hurricane hit us and we gotta be smart. You know what I'm saying? She's like, she's like, man, Netflix is $27 a month now. What the hell's going on? She didn't know this all this time about all these price increases. She's just been watching the damn thing, right? And so, and so that's why I don't think it's a big deal with Xbox, man. The truth is, I guarantee 90% of Game Pass subscribers just have that on auto pay already, and so when it's going to be like a year's where they're going to be like, wait a minute. Game Pass is $20 a month since when? And then you know what they're gonna do? Download the next Call of Duty. That's it. And then the people who are crying, it's all fake because they're subscribed to Game Pass Ultimate too. How do you know that, Unlimited? Because they play all their day one games.
Yeah,
off there.
So I don't mind people crying if it's like an honest type of thing. Like maybe that'll like maybe they like got rid of like iTunes or Spotify to afford the $17.99 Game Pass. Like they made that, so they're going $3. Like, oh man, dude, now what do I have to like cut? Or can I afford to cut?
Yeah,
I mean stuff like that, dude. I mean, there's reality to it.
Oh yeah. And here's the thing about subscription services, and this is why I roll my eyes whenever people keep pretending it's the same as cable. The thing about subscription service, you can literally cancel any time. And my family, and we do this shit all the time. Like, okay, we got the important ones, for us, since HBO, like Max is my favorite, so that's a must-have in the family. Netflix, of course, Disney because we keep Disney because my family, we really love The Simpsons, really love it. And so we watch a lot of classic Simpsons, right? So more than like we watch that more than literally anything. And some of the X-Men cartoons was really good. But the point is, we have our 3 or 4 that the family pays for. We all share passwords, and even with the password sharing, all you got to do is, hey, can you give me the code for this? And boom, your other family member can use it. So password sharing is not a big deal when they try to crack down on it. But other than that, Hulu. I subscribed the other month. We subscribed to Hulu for 1 month, watched that samurai show for the month and Futurama, and then canceled it.
Yeah.
Futurama, that samurai show had new seasons. Watched that for the month, canceled it. Boom. You know what I'm saying? So that's why that's another thing with these subscription services. It's not nearly cable is way worse, man. Cable was way worse at its peak. Because with cable, it was not only expensive, you were in a 2-year contract, and if you try to break that contract, they're going to charge you for the equipment and all this other stupid nonsense.
Hell yeah.
The cable industry, they did it to themselves, man. The cable industry, the cable industry is proof about the changes of, how things naturally change, right? Where once just what Xbox is doing now with Game Pass. They found a new industry. They found a new method. People gravitated towards it, and the people who got left behind, they're going to stay left behind. They're going to fall off the map. They're going to fall off the face of the earth. Oh well, that's what you get. That's what you get, Sony, for thinking people want to spend $70 for every freaking game. Give them no reason to subscribe to the PlayStation Plus. Give them no reason. Give them no, you know what I'm saying? Give them no reason, no leeway, and to make things a little easier on them. And now people only buy the same. They're still playing the same games they were playing years ago because they can't afford the new stuff.
Nope.
100%. So Vante says, I know it was a rumor, but if Helldivers actually does end up on Game Pass, that would be the funniest thing of the year. Yeah, dude. I mean, I would actually play it, Vante, like I said in the comments, just because I hear a lot of people referencing Starship Troopers, and I love that movie.
Yeah. Yeah, it's what's funny about the first Descendant running better. It runs better on the Series S than the PS5, by the way.
Yeah,
with that Digital Foundry try to lie and say that games run better on PS5, and I could have told you guys that was bullshit. The truth of the matter is, and I've been telling you guys, it's only a handful of games that ran better on PS5. The only thing is that they just push the narrative. Well, if the game runs better, they pretend, and that's what it is. Everything is just pretend with these guys. And once you guys realize that, you kind of see the bullshit, everything that comes out their mouth. So when a one or two games run better, they just pretend every game is, but the reality is not. Xbox be killing PlayStation, man.
Paul said, First Descendant, it's grindy, but you can play it without paying a dime. It's a looter shooter like Warframe with some Destiny.
Mm-hmm.
Like I wouldn't mind paying if they give me something worth that I want to buy. That's the problem I had with Exo Primal.
Yeah.
Like I went in there, and that shocked me because I thought I would be spending money on there to get skins, and I was not impressed at all with a lot of the stuff that they came out with.
Yeah.
And I think that's what the problem with the game was that nobody's talking about. Why it fell off, it's the reason why like Warhammer is doing so well, because they put content in there. If you're a fan of the actual universe and the mythology behind all the like the troops and stuff like that, dude, they actually do try and service that. And I found some cool stuff. So as long as they give me what I want, and again, right, this is the ecosystem we're talking about. That's why I don't really worry about Microsoft, right, because they're getting their money out of this. They'll take the big bucks, or they'll take the little 25, like when they have an ID at Xbox game for 69 cents.
Yeah.
Microsoft has no shame. If you haven't noticed this, dude, Microsoft is like a total pimp, right? They have no care as long as they get their money. That's all they care about at the end of the day. It's kind of funny to me. He says, big selling point is the female characters are all supermodels as usual from Korean games. Dude, even the dudes. The dudes are like super pretty, man. But that's like a big thing. Like Asia, that's the thing, dude. That's what they think attractive is. It's just like the 80s. Remember when all those dudes was wearing makeups and chicks was losing their minds? Right? With the metal bands and stuff like that. And somehow they still came across as dudes, even though they have lip gloss on and rouge and big hair. They use more hairspray than their female fans. Look, man, your guy was looking out for me, man, because after like Boy George and hair bands, I still turned out okay. So that was confusing times. Let's see what. Oh yeah, Vante, yeah, Vante. I'm assuming you mean K-pop. I was listening to man, I can't think of their name right now. That's how old I am. But there's this one group, dude, and I never really listened to them. I started listening to them. I was like, oh wow, they actually are pretty good. Hey, Unlimited, do you have? We talked about. Well, I guess we can go into the Captain America, right, guys? We'll go Captain America so we can wrap it up.
Okay.
Go ahead, bro.
My outros are like 3 hours, so.
Yeah.
But did you guys see the new Captain America trailer?
No.
No, I haven't.
Yeah, I would just say this. I would recommend just checking it out.
Yeah. As
far as the trailers go, I think it's pretty good.
Okay. Well, at least for once, that's something pretty good coming from there.
Yeah. Now, I watched it initially. That's my initial impression, and then of course, as the capable Marvel guy that I am, I watched it a second time and picked out everything I hated about it. So there are issues I have with it.
Yeah.
And then again, I mean, just letting you guys know, dude, because I've had people, some of my friends push back right on me and said, "Hey, dude, come on, man, you got to give it its props." I'm like, "Yeah, dude, I'll give it its props, but it's a trailer, right? At the end of the day, bro, it's a
Mhm.
trailer. So how's the movie gonna be?"
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm looking at what Marvel's doing and their current track record. My hopes are not high.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I've already disconnected from Disney Plus, so I'm not gonna watch it on Disney Plus. I'll just wait for people to watch it and people to comment on it, and then I'll decide if I watch. But right now, dude, I'm just not I'm just not in tune with their universe, man.
Yeah. 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 Unfortunately, unfortunately. Look, man, I saw the photos for the Superman shoot that's going on, and saw that Green Lantern and Hawk Girl tires. I'm like, oh fuck, this is gonna suck. That was my initial reaction. The suits were trash, man. What, guys, you got the source material in your fucking hands. Just use the source from the comics, please.
Dude, this
No,
James Gunn.
please stop. Yeah, man. You know like James Gunn, man. So far, all talk. I'm hoping
I'll be
that.
back, guys.
All
All right,
right,
Siggy.
I'm hoping, man. Hoping with James Gunn, that at least they do that corny shit that a lot of first movies do, where at the end of the movie you get the comic accurate stuff.
Yeah.
But the first movie is just their own vision or some shit. But man, I don't know. I don't know. And then I haven't seen the trailer to New Captain America yet. But look, man, I had issues with the MCU when it was hot. You know what I'm saying? If I didn't listen when people were gushing over Iron Man 3, which came out like either right before or right after Man of Steel, and I was like, no, I think Man of Steel is better, and people were pissed at me for having that opinion because I thought Iron Man 3 was like more cartoon bullshit where the
Mhm.
stupid jokes in between important moments and all that shit. Um, and that movie made crazy money. The Captain America movies were all pretty good, though. I give them that. I really enjoyed Captain America, especially Winter Soldier. That movie was phenomenal. So now post the golden age of the MCU, I got to be honest, man. I don't think anything they've done was good since then. You know, I don't think a single project they've done has been good. So, usually I try to be optimistic with stuff, but I don't know, man. Hopefully, because I like the actor who plays Falcon now, Captain America. I'm rooting for him. But other than that, they just got such a bad track record past 2019 that like it's been nearly 5 years. Think about this, man. At least in my opinion, your opinion may differ, but for me, it's been like at least 4 years of nothing good, especially nothing great. And I just don't know if this is going to be the Andor to the modern Marvel stuff, where okay, this is the one good thing out of the bunch of garbage that people don't like, or if it's going to be or it's going to be more of the same. So we'll see with that. We'll see. Hopefully, it's good because I'm all for good content, and I'd rather stuff be good than bad. But I would not be surprised if it just ends up being, just I'll say this. I do think since he's been in it long enough, that it'll be better than the lot of other stuff, and I think people will be more into it than most of the other post end game content. But that's kind of as far as I'd go with that right now. But again, didn't watch the trailer, don't know anything about it, so that's just my initial reaction based off what you said.
Mhm.
So my mind completely changed once I see the trailer. But like you said, it's just a trailer, man. There's been plenty of movies that had excellent trailers, but ended up being pretty bad movies. That's another thing, you know.
I mean, I think the way that they approached it,
Hmm.
it was kind of like the more Winter Soldiery,
Hmm.
and then a little bit of Civil War at the end because they did a
Yeah,
reveal.
yeah,
I won't spoil it for you. You can check it out. But well, don't read the comments because I think we spoiled it in the comments. But
yeah.
um, and so on that merit, yeah, it has an aching back
Hmm.
to the original trailers and the original feel of phases 1 through 3, and I think that's what people are hopeful. There's a lot of Marvel guys that wouldn't admit how bad Marvel was, And then when it all fell apart, they find that they hit rock bottom. They realized it, but these guys are
Right.
still clinging on to hope. I sympathize with them because I was the same way with Star Wars for a while until I realized that it was over. Um, and so for their sake, I hope it is good. Even if it is, guys, I'll be honest with you. I'm pretty much moved on. That's the way I am. Like I know there's a lot of stuff about people hate watching stuff and like that. That's not my thing at
Yeah.
all. Once I move on, I'm done, dude. And like I said, that's why I'm always talking about other stuff on this channel because I've redirected, refocused to the point where I'm watching old content that I grew up with. Man. It's available. I have Roku. Um, I've been watching Airwolf, Spencer for Hire, Magnum, a bunch of stuff, and Simon and Simon. I mean, I'd rather watch that content if I have time. On top of the anime I watch, on top of the Korean stuff I watch, on top of the gaming that I'm playing. That's why I have more time to play gaming because I've redirected to playing games when I do have free time. But let me see. I didn't hate the trailer, but I've been so over Marvel for so long. I have no faith in the movie. Yeah, exactly, Vontae. That's how I am. It's just that they did choke that golden goose. And then they had the nerve. They had the nerve to sit there and say it was superhero fatigue. When we all think that they just lost their, they lost a lot of their talent. But they chose to go in a different direction, right? And that direction was so antithetical to what superheroes are.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, you know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense. Like we talked about it earlier, Unlimited, the Acolyte. There's a video of the writers of Acolyte doing this stupid little dance. All women, right? And it's all about them, right? And that's why the show sucks, right? Because there's no self-sacrifice in the show on that level. That people, anything they do is non-heroic.
Yeah.
And that's the problem, right? So you have no sympathy for these characters, And I have to say that as bad as Spider Woman, no, Madam Web was, at least they tried. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it was like it was like an ABC after school special quality. But I sat there and I realized, you know what though? But they at least tried to make it good, like tried to make it superhero-y.
Yeah.
They didn't they had some stuff in there that some people thought was woke. I was like, oh, I mean, they're all girls, so I just think that's the way women think in those situations. I have a problem with it.
Yeah. Girls aren't gonna rap the same as guys do.
Yeah, and that's the way it should be.
Yeah.
Like when you have certain issues, yeah. So, that would make sense in that stuff. I mean, they're not trying to stuff down your throat.
Yeah.
They tried to make the characters likable, which I liked. The main character, she just wasn't well written. It's unfortunate because they had some great actors. I think that's the thing coming across with the Hulk or the Captain America thing, right? Where they have what's his name, Thunderbolt Ross, is going to be played by Harrison Ford.
Yeah, that's right. I heard about that.
Yeah, and he looks good. He looks the part. And Marvel, the ability of Marvel to get these people to star in their movies, which was a big problem back in the day, but now everybody wants to jump on board. To not have the quality of writer, to not have the quality of a director, to bring out the talent level of these guys, right, that are doing it. That's the greatest thing.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Even when they do get the director, Sam Raimi and the second Doctor Strange movie, they still limit them to the Marvel style. So, so the real super talented directors just figure, well, because the thing about these creators that people that talented and that good at their job, they want the control to put their vision out there. So when they get handcuffed into the Marvel style, it just doesn't work the same way. If he had full reign to do what he wanted to, and Marvel's just not going to allow that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Marvel's never going to have their Joker or the Batman 2022 style cinematography with their films. I don't even think they know how to market something like that to.
Yeah, it's a Disneyfication of Marvel.
Yeah.
Or like the Disneyfication of Star Wars. That's why huge fans they'll make that distinction. Gogo says trailer is really good. It's back to Winter Soldier type. Yeah, that's what I noticed too, Gogo. I noticed that as well. And it feels good, right? That has that seriousness to it. I still don't know if they.
If they pull off the seriousness, I might just watch it just for that because I can't stomach the comedy bullshit that they do.
But knowing them, it's probably still in there. I hope it's not. But I mean, so the thing about it is though that I have a lot of unanswered questions for Sam. right? Because the one thing I don't like about Sam's character is that he's an awesome Falcon. So to me, it's more like Marvel. It's just they're just lazy,
Yeah.
right? Falcon could stand alone. I mean, I've read the Captain American Falcon comics were awesome from back in the day, and Falcon as a character has always been an awesome character. You know what I mean? So like, it's like to me the way Marvel does things, the Star Wars does this too. Is like they
Mhm.
want to try something, but in order, they're thinking about the money and drawing people
Yeah,
in.
yeah.
Attach something to it. I'm like, no, dude, make actually stand out there. You did it with Black Panther, and you did an amazing job. Why can't you do it again? And
Yeah.
maybe they might do that in this movie, right? Because there is some stuff. Oh, anyway, no spoilers for Unlimited. You watch the trailer, and then I got hints that maybe they could be that way, but we'll see.
Yeah.
And by we'll see, I mean like I'll wait to see what people say.
Right.
And getting my $20.
Yeah, man. I hear you. With them, some of them are. Excuse me. You just wait till they hit Disney Plus with some of these. Yeah.
Fonte says, I'm reserving DC Judgment for the first 3 movies. After the first 3, that's when I'll make my full judgments because I'm over superhero movies. Oh, okay. That's fair. That's fair. I will say, like, I warned Unlimited and E-Rock about, I did apologize that James Gunn came over. James Gunn is a great director, but there's a reason why he fit Guardians of the Galaxy.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because nobody, I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah.
Nobody read those comics. Very few people. I was one of them. And it was just such a different thing, and it was so niche that he was able to, and you can tell that he did, or had some kind of connection to it, right? Especially the 70s vibe. So he was able to pull it off. But now he has these major franchises that he's responsible for, man. And he's the last person, I'll be honest with you, I was the same way with Bryan Singer. These are the last people I would pick to run these movies, to run your actual studios.
Yeah. I'm with you there, man. I try to go with the open mind as well. Man, I'm not gonna lie. When I saw the suits for Green Lantern and Hot Girl, I was like, "Oh fuck!" That was my reaction.
Did you hear about Booster Gold?
No, I didn't.
Oh my gosh, dude! My daughter, like, what's going on, Dad? I showed her. I said, "Did you see this?" And she goes, "Oh, isn't that the comedian guy?" I goes, "Yeah." Guess who he's playing? She's like, "Who?" I was like, "Booster Gold," and she goes, "Ah, yeah, whatever, Dad."
He being played by that, what's the name? Jeffrey Dean Morgan?
No. I wish it was Jeffrey Dean Morgan.
Oh.
He's gonna be played by Manjani, that Indian comic, that guy from India, the comic Manjani. He was in Eternals.
I got to look that up because I don't know who that is. I'm not gonna lie.
Maybe you shouldn't look it up. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
But my daughter was like, why? Like, she loves Booster Gold, right? And so, so she was like, wait, why, Dad? Why are they doing that? Right? And I'm like, well, that's what they do, right? They subvert your expectations.
I'm not seeing it yet on who the actor is. Maybe I should put for movie.
Yeah. There's like Booster Gold casting, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, Monte, I like WandaVision. I like WandaVision.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. I was just reading the actor's name. Yeah, I don't know who this guy is, man.
Yeah,
but
so
I don't know how he's going to work as Michael John Carter.
Yeah.
you tell your daughter she ain't the only Booster Gold fan, so yeah, I don't know how that's going to work.
Yeah, I actually got her some older comics.
Yeah.
I wanted to read it. I feel bad for her because she only knows that Booster Gold, and then of course she loves Justice League, so she loves Justice League Booster Gold.
Yeah.
In fact, it's probably one of our favorite episodes. Is the one.
Oh yeah. The one where he saved everybody and nobody even noticed.
Yeah. And then Elongated Man.
Mm-hmm.
He even did a cool part with he had that side story.
Yeah.
And then so there's a character. I don't know if you saw Top Gun Maverick.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, that was a great movie.
Yeah, so the guy who played Hangman,
mm-hmm.
As soon as I saw him, dude, I was like, oh, dude, Booster Gold. Glenn Powell is his name.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think he could pull it off. Especially the kind of the type of the way the character is of Booster Gold, right? Like I think he could really fill that role. So I don't know, man. I mean, James Gunn, dude.
Yeah.
I love him, but what he did for Guardians and the cosmic universe with Marvel, which Marvel just basically pissed away. But that I love him for that. But but putting him on Superman, I'm like, no.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is WB being hyper reactive to the criticism Snyder's movies got, and so they kind of went through the polar opposite of that.
But at least Warner Brothers are looking at it the right way. As a
Yeah.
Yeah, Marvel is like far gone, dude.
Yeah.
Marvel is down the woke. They went that woke rabbit hole. They're never coming back, dude. Disney's gonna go bankrupt, and then maybe it'll die for like 10 years, and maybe somebody will resuscitate it.
Mhm.
I mean, when people say, "Aren't you?" But doesn't that make you sad? I was like, no, dude. I have I have an uncanny. I have my collection of uncanny X-Men. So
Yeah.
I just go back and read those. I got the Phoenix Saga. I got like 3 different paperbacks,
Mhm.
or a Phoenix Saga.
Yeah. Man, you go up at the perfect time to be an X-Men fan.
Yeah, I mean, I missed a little bit of it, dude. And then when I was coming in, it was still a bit affordable, but man, you
Hmm.
had to save, back then you had to save your money to get comic books. So, the stuff like that giant size all the way up for Uncanny X-Men 94, giant size #1, all the way up to I came in like at 160s, the 160s.
Hmm.
So, Coco says, I think people being suspicious of Marvel the last few years have been bad, though I like Loki and a few other stuff. Yeah, dude. It's over, man. I'm sorry, Go. I mean, I'm not optimistic at all because they've had all kind of time and chances to course correct, and they won't. Paul Anthony Mackie should be in more movies as he's an underrated actor. Yeah, please, guys, don't understand. I love Anthony Mackie. I think he was perfect as the Falcon.
Hmm.
I just think that they should actually um, put their money where their mouth is, man, and take a risk on him and have him be a character. Like to me, that's so. It's not only like it's lazy. It's lazy. I mean, it doesn't do him any justice because he put out for Marvel, man. He put himself out there, dude. He did all the stuff on the side.
Yeah.
He had that good banter with Tom Holland that helped the Spider-Man character, not just in the movies, man, but they did talk shows together, right? If you guys want, just YouTube it, man. He has a charisma that goes beyond what you see in the movies or him as an actor. He's a very charismatic person. So for Marvel to kind of, just kick him to the back, man. I don't know how else to put it. He should be headlining his own movie to be his own movie, dude. Attaching him
Right.
to Captain America brand to me tells me that you don't have faith in the character that you guys have created that people love. Screw Marvel, man. Marvel's they're scum. Standing, dude. It's just it's all of that rolled into one. That's why I'll never give them my money.
Yeah.
Dude, they'd have to do another phase 1, 2, 3, and 4 before I even think about buying into that. Like I want to see that level. No, I want to see better than that. Because even
Since,
now, people have
since
problems.
since they opened the idea of a multiverse,
Dude,
they're,
I knew it was
they're
in
out.
trouble. When they did that multiverse, I was like, no, don't do it. You guys can't even do dude, you guys can't even tie up the strings in Endgame. I mean, you did a pretty decent job, but there was a lot left on the floor, or some stuff you didn't like. You kind of bypassed, and you guys
Yeah.
think you're gonna write a multiverse? No, no. Go cosmic, right? Start showing the ramifications of the snap, right? Then you can do some. Then you can see some multiverse stuff there, right? Because you got rid of everybody left that could have possibly done it. So yeah, no faith.
Yeah.
A lot of people like Loki. I didn't get the hype. Well, a lot of people like the Hiddleston, right? That's his
Hmm.
name.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love that guy. That's another dude, another charismatic guy that put out for Marvel, right? And they made him like second tier in his own TV show, so that's awesome. Good
Yeah.
job, Marvel.
So I've heard. I didn't watch low key. I tend to prefer to watch the heroes more than the villain stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, I like my villains to be villains. I don't need them to have. I don't need. Especially, I don't need all of them to have redemption arc. And plus, I like scum. I prefer scumbag Loki over this pseudo nice guy thing they got going on with him. Since he was popular in the first 3 or 4 phases. I think the first 3 phases. I guess they're trying to keep him around. I'm like, nah, man. Give me the trickster god, the unredeemable trickster god from the comics, man. Stop this. Stop this stuff here, man. I like my Loki. to be the asshole Loki who would do anything to trick Thor, who would even try to get Thor to kill people he likes because he don't like that motherfucker, man. That's the Loki I need. I don't need this guy who conflicted, you know, conflicted with his emotions shit. So I didn't watch it, you know.
You know what's sad is like somebody came up with the concept and they just got the wrong people to write it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because the trailer looked awesome and the concept with the time stuff going on, right? That was a pretty interesting premise.
Yeah.
Right, but there's a reason why Joker can have a standalone movie with Joaquin Phoenix and Loki can't.
Yeah.
Like nobody knows who he is. He doesn't have that depth of character,
Mm-hmm.
right? He always plays second fiddle to Thor. In fact, he was the foil for Thor in a lot of ways. So, but a character like Joker, right? In fact, the entire gallery of Batman could have their own movie. If I'm being honest, and it's because they have depth and a dimensional sides to them that people can identify with, even though they're bad.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, Marvel does not have that. And I'm not trying to whack on Marvel because the reason why it's like wrestling, dude. You know, there's a reason why you had Special D Jones or Iron Mike Sharp,
Mm-hmm.
right? You know, to wrestle like Bret Hart and all these dudes, right?
Yeah.
You needed that person, right? And that's the way Marvel's always been, and that's why I never got mad when people said that they don't have the gallery. Maybe the closest is Spider-Man.
Yeah. They're villains.
They're rogue. Yeah, they're rogue.
Yeah, they never was able to capture the rogue gallery the way DC loves their rogue gallery. DC loves their rogue gallery so much that I kid you not, there's been times where they did like special edition contests with their comics, and in the Superman own book, they'll focus on a villain. Like they'll even develop the C-listers like Metallo. They even develop them over in DC. You know, to give them more depth. But yeah, and Marvel, you know, but the one positive is that at least it was for the original, you know, for Marvel at first, was that it gave them open interpretation with the villains because most people didn't really know them deep down like that. You know,
well, because that wasn't so. Like if you look at the way Stan Lee, he was a big, bold, like over the top kind of thing, right? Like when you have writers on, it's in the DC. The thing about it is, it's in the DC comics culture. Now you're like, well, Sega Forever. How do you know that? I thought you was a Marvel guy. It's because I hated DC. I told you guys that a million times, right? So, but the one thing that when you don't like something, right, but you're still a fan of comic books, you do the deep dive, right, just to say, okay, so what's so great about this? And then you start reading the comics, and then you realize, right, that's just inbred in DC's DNA to create those kind of villains, right, that have that type of depth and stuff like that. Where that was never really. I'm not saying Marvel doesn't have great villains, but it's not. It's not a one for one. You know what I mean? You know, like people care about the stories behind Penguin. I mean, and so even Catwoman, dude. Even Catwoman has shades of gray. But if like Superman, like I'll use Superman as the prototype character, right? Because you would think his rogue gallery would be like that. But they've done so much stuff with like the Brainiac. I love Brainiac. I love the Brainiac as a foil, and even Luthor. But Brainiac, what they've done with him, man, with that character, they've gone like multiple tiers and multiple levels with his character.
Yeah.
Right. And they've done different versions of them, you know, and it all makes sense. So that no matter what version you get on whatever show that they're doing, whether it's Lois and Clark or Smallville or any of that kind of stuff, dude, it just makes sense.
Yeah.
That's
that's a great. You see, DC having more defined villains, I think, makes it easier for writers to just like, all right, we got a villain, we could pick him up, and we don't, you don't got to do the hard part on what is his, what is his real motivations and detail because, you got it right there. You know what I'm saying? You got it right there. And hell, DC, I'm not gonna lie, they're really good at their villains. DC is so good at their villains that even, for example, when the Batman cartoon came out, they literally reinvented people like Mr. Freeze to like a tragic villain who's iconic, who was so iconic in the cartoon that was his new comic canon, basically.
Yeah. And it doesn't take away from who Mr. Freeze is.
No, not at all. It adds to it, in fact. It adds to it.
Just like one thing I love about Smallville, because that's a Lex Luthor that was, it's still Lex Luthor. Like you could see him growing into Lex Luthor later.
Yeah.
But it's definitely that Lex Luthor for that time in that show.
Yep.
And people love that was one of the first times. Like, luckily they had Tom Welling to play Clark, because I think Lex Michael Rosenbaum could have just sold that show.
Right.
But and that's what made the show so great because you felt that yin and yang.
Mm-hmm.
Smallville. My daughter loves Smallville. She was a little kid when it came out, so she didn't watch it.
Yeah.
We watched it on, because I actually owned all the DVDs.
Oh, shooter.
Yeah, I bought all the box sets, and then I bought the cards. I bought. Yeah, I'm a Marvel guy. That people probably like, dude, is this dude a Marvel guy? Right. So, but I mean, so and then I got it all on digital where we started watching it. So, it's just they're just different when they do approaches and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, as they should be, because it Marvel versus DC would not be Marvel versus DC if they didn't take different approaches. To Marvel's credit, they did a great job with that more humanized, relatable hero stuff. That people really grasped to especially at the time, man.
Yeah.
While Superman and Batman are iconic, people can't really relate to an alien or a billionaire like they can a guy struggling to pay rent but still trying to do the right thing, or people who feel excluded from the world and all that stuff. But for me personally, man, it's just that I just thought that DC just had that little. See, my thing is, and this is just me, I don't really need to be reminded that my life sucks, right? so I never really needed to relate to Spider-Man. I mean, dude, I relate, but I want to see Batman stop a homicidal maniac, if you don't mind. Let me see Superman save the world from the personification of evil and dark side. Let me watch the Green Lantern Corps stop alien threats and protect their sectors of the universe. The more fantastical stuff. A guy paying struggling to pay his bills along. I mean, it makes for good stories and interesting character stuff. But yeah, me personally, I like as much as I love the X-Men, you know what I'm saying. I don't need to be reminded that people, there are people who are outcast in society. I mean, yeah, I get it, dude. I got it as a kid. I don't need to. I don't need to be reminded as an adult. That's the only thing about the relatable superhero thing. I've always no. That's just me. That's just me. Maybe I'm a cynical asshole. Maybe I'm a heartless asshole, right? And like, oh, you just want to see a rich guy beat up homeless people. No, because the Batman. I've heard all the stupid Batman complaints. You just want to see a rich guy beat up. Why don't Batman get? Even though literally every comic and story, the Wayne Foundation does as much as they can for Gotham. That's when I knew that people didn't read. Was when they say stupid shit about Batman and Superman. Well, why doesn't Superman stop all crime? He literally says he's not judge, jury, and executioner, guys. He's at his core good raised by good people. Who follow the ideal of the American idealism, basically the true justice American way. The guy is not Superman's job was never to go around Metropolis and literally kill all the bad guys. It's literally to stop them and protect people. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I knew they comments when they say that dumb shit. I mean, Superman, he just let Lex Luthor live. No, Superman when did Superman become a lawyer? And when did he become a judge? Yeah, Superman. The case of Lex Luthor versus the city of Metropolis. He's not a goddamn judge of the city. You know what I'm saying? So it always drove me crazy whenever I see them stupid arguments. And that also made me happy that superpowers don't exist. Because my God, people will be more Homelander than Superman the way they fucking talk. Like the first time they get powers, man, they're going on a damn rampage. With especially especially some of these lunatics out there who hate anybody that don't agree with them. Ooh, it'll be hell.
I think Superman would be retired if he lived in our time.
Yeah. No, Superman. I don't know. Superman, he legit don't give up on people. He might he'll put in the good fight. I
think you'd have to be undercover because the way the powers of the world are right now.
Yeah.
They'd be trying to. Yes, I agree with you. It is more Homelander than what it would, than anything else because, they are these heroes are a reflection of their time, and that's what I always appreciated about a character like Superman is able to develop. Mm-hmm. We all know the history of Batman and what Frank Miller did, which caused a lot of a big thing.
Yeah, I despise what he did to Superman, and that people still to this day kind of take that seriously. Superman being a government agent just pisses me off. A simp for the government just. Oh, he was a great, excellent writer who wrote some iconic stuff. The stuff he did with Batman and Daredevil is going to go down to some of the best work in comics. But oh god, the moment I see Superman in any of this stuff, I got the urge to turn the page because it's going to infuriate me.
Well, it's just like interesting when they did that with Captain America.
Mm-hmm.
But back then, to me, it made a lot of sense what they were doing. And so look, dude, I'm not. I just look at the end of the day, dude. It's just like the way Marvel writes their stuff. It's the way they write their stuff. The thing about X-Men, I think the problem with X-Men, because when you were reading it at least when I was reading it when I was younger, I got this impression that no matter who you were and you were an X-Men, you can make a difference.
Yeah.
That was the whole goal of what Professor Xavier believed in. And of course, you had Magneto was on the opposite side of that, right?
Yeah.
But regardless, dude, you could always find yourself in the character. Like I didn't have to see somebody that looked like me because they were just so weird. Not weird, but they were so different than anything else, right? From their abilities, how their abilities affected them, their overall look, dude, it was across the board, right? Mutants actually looked like mutants, and then some of them looked normal, and then they all had problems dealing with it, right? Because if you get shunned by society because of the way you look, but you also have personal issues because you fit in, even though you know society would actually hate you if they knew who you were, like that kind of stuff, right? And they weren't too heavy-handed; it's very entertaining, and they fought the good fight. Over time, that thing, because things change, times change, people come in and do these books with their own ideas of what they're supposed to do.
Right.
Right. So that's what it is, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah.
Right now, you have a bunch of people writing stuff that have an agenda. That should be stopped right away, right? Because at the end of the day, it's to service them. It's not to serve the character or the audience, and that's why Marvel's failing right now. And Marvel's just not going to be able to get it back to good because it's too ingrained in them. Gogo said lots of hype for Deadpool that it might reignite MCU maybe. You know what the funny thing I was thinking about that Gogo poll, but to me is like in order for Deadpool to be successful, they have to be so anti-Disney in the movie, like everything that Disney stands for.
Yeah.
And then you hear the stories about Ryan Reynolds fighting with them all the time, right? And then it's my understanding they did not want Hugh Jackman to come back as Wolverine, even though they wanted to. And I think that's one of the reasons why you got the yellow suit as a kind of a middle finger to Disney Marvel. So it's funny, like and I went through this between Lucasfilm and Favreau them, like that back and forth, that civil war that happened. So I don't know. I hope it's good. Gogo, but I don't know if I think this might be a one-off. Yeah, Gogo. I did not like. Go ahead.
Sorry. No, I was just gonna say at least Deadpool 3 looks like it's something different from what they usually do. But continue.
Yeah, Gogo says Moon Knight wasn't bad too, but it looked very low budget at times. I like the way he looked. That's about all I'll give it credit for. I'm a huge Moon Knight fan, Gogo, and I think they just basically raped the books. I don't know how else to put it. I think they borrowed a lot from the books. That was kind of cool, but it never produced. And then of course the girl was the main character at the end, right? Because that's the thing that Marvel is doing with or Disney Marvel is doing with their products. They'll utilize a character that you like, and then they'll launch pad it off for another character that they actually want to tell the story with. And it tends to be a girl. And if you whip out that woke paper, right, with all the boxes, they just go down the line. And it's unfortunate, man, because I think they could do that. They've done it before. There's a bunch of people. I was thinking of what was that show? Green Arrow? No, Smallville. Smallville had this run where they were doing these side characters that got popular, right? Like they did Zan and Jaina, the Wonder Twins. And they didn't look like the Wonder Twins from the Super Friends, but you knew that's what they were. I mean, they called each other by the name, but it was their play on it, right? And the girl that was played Jaina got so popular she actually landed on another show. So to me, Global, that's how you should do it. You should present it as how you presenting it to the audience. And if you want that character to take off, just write a good story with her. Make her popular, right?
Yeah.
But one of the reasons why that never happens is these guys, they usually hire people that have no charisma, no look, no excitement to them, and none of that. So
and it seems. Yeah, stop hiring these guys fresh out of college because they're cheap with no experience and no life experience, guys. Please stop. Get You know what they need to do, man? They need to find someone that grew up like us, man. Find someone who went through some shit as a kid, probably a little fucked up in the head, and give them a pen, man, and just fix the spelling mistakes, and you'll probably get a good story out of that.
Well, they're trying to X us out, man. People like us because we're older. Well, not you, but me.
Yeah.
But I mean, I say this all the time. You know, that's why
I don't know, man. There are a lot of people who think, black guys are the white people of black folks, or some stupid quote like that.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
But like I try and tell my daughter all the time, try to have experiences.
Yeah.
So that you have something to draw on.
Yep.
If you look, I told her, you look at some of the best artists and writers of their time. They just didn't they experienced it.
Half the writers in the Golden Age fought in like World War One, or were in the Great Depression at the time or something.
Yeah.
Or that's how they created all the damn characters that lasted for 8 decades.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then the guys who fought in two expanded on them. If, you read the history. Like me, I like to read the history of comic. The comic creators, all that stuff. Most of them fought in World War II at some point. It's like, yeah, okay, I see why they did what they did with Captain America and why Spider-Man turned out the way he was, and why the Hulk was the way he was. I mean, radioactivity post World War II, America. They picked. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. But definitely. The best writing definitely comes from putting something in yourself into these, and when especially when you got a story you want to tell, and you understand the nuances of it, you can really hit a home run with it. Yeah. Other than that's why these rich college kids, 22, fresh graduating from their writing class, just don't hit. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like you grew up in the suburbs, and the worst thing you did was nobody asked you out to the prom. That, you know what I'm saying? That's not really anything to build off of.
I see like Google put they should do more cosmic and horror. Yes, they should. I think they have a wealth of. If you're talking about Marvel, well, even DC, they have a lot of great characters.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but definitely Marvel. Marvel should have done that from the jump.
Man, hell, even with DC, Swamp. I'll say this: they gave Swamp Thing one fucking season, and it just drives me crazy that nobody there ever thought to go back to it. Man, that was some good horror stuff they had going on. What they could have done some interesting with Animal Man, because I remember Grant Morrison Animal Man. My goodness, that was a mind trip of a comic.
I think on the Marvel side, dude, they have well, I don't know, dude, because like some of the stuff is a little bit too close to DC.
Mm-hmm.
But definitely, like I mean, with Blade, of course, right? And they're working on the movie, but I don't know, dude. From all the stuff I hear about Blade,
that sounds like it's in development hell.
Yeah, I think it's not coming out.
Yeah.
Kudos to the actor, man. He's doing his best Henry Cavill impression.
Mm-hmm.
Saying, no, dude, this is and as it should be, dude. And these guys should push back.
Yeah.
They're just like, no, dude, you hired me. This is my show.
It's crazy. The actors care, but the writers don't.
Well, and then he's an Academy Award winner, right? I think he won an Oscar as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that dude is right. So I'm like, look, dude, I see what you guys doing with all the Korean guys, bringing them over.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can get away with that, which I feel bad about because I love these actors.
Yeah.
Right? And that's how you can tell, like, a lot of the people that work this stuff out probably watch K-dramas.
Mm-hmm.
Like, these guys are, but when they bring them over, I'm like, dude, if I was their agent, I'm like, no, don't do this trash, dude. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how hierarchy at these places work, man, but sometimes you just need that guy that's there. It's like, no, this is a bad idea. Like my thing with the how I chastise Spider-Man 2. All right, I don't care if you put a deaf girl in the game, but the spray painting with a deaf girl sounds fun to you. You know what I'm saying? They just need somebody to ask them, does this make sense? Does this sound right to you? And if the answer is yes, they're like, all right, we're gonna move you to a different project. Because you ain't gonna work here.
You know,
Speaking of a cult, sorry to cut you off, but I just wanted to just go to a post. Speaking of a cult, they had John Constantine and all them they could work off. Matter of fact, they did make a TV show with Constantine at one point.
yeah,
And Netflix had the Dream. What's his name? Morpheus.
well, Morbius,
No, not Morbius.
Sandman.
It's Sandman. Thank you. Yeah, Netflix had the Sandman a show, which it's all right. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't hit as hard as the comic from what I saw. But one episode was fantastic. They did the one episode they pulled from the concept though was generally fantastic, and it kind of gave it won me over on the show. I think it was episode 6 where they gave the guy immortality because he didn't want to die. That episode was legitimately great, and it was pulled right from the comic damn near too. Except instead of being in like the 1980s, it ended in I think 2021 or whatever year that season was. So yeah, the DC, DC to and that's another thing I like about DC. The stuff out the the Vertigo stuff. I don't know. I don't remember what they call it now, but the Vertigo stuff was always fantastic. They weren't scared to do like more adult style comics. You know what I'm saying?
That was in at the time too, right?
Yeah. I always love when they push, DC. My favorite DC is when they're not afraid to go there. Even with their animated stuff, they're never afraid to push the boundaries. American cartoons didn't really show blood, death, or violence, but here comes Batman the animated series, which is more violent than most of the cartoons, which would have like censored stuff in it mostly. And even the animated movies, some of them are straight up rated R for how violent they are. So that's another thing I always liked about DC is that they're not afraid to go light. Somehow DC gives you 1966 Batman and Frank Miller Batman, right? And Tim Burton's Batman, and all of it somehow works. They'll give you a darker Superman and Christopher Reeve Superman, and both are fantastic. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know if Marvel could pull that off to the extent DC does.
No, because they're timeless characters, dude.
Yeah.
Of their, and I'll say brand, but that's a bad word. But I mean, just within the comic book universe,
Mhm.
they're just they're so iconic, right? That they can't do that. And then a lot of they've had it's kind of like they have that James Bond effect,
Right.
Like everybody knows who James Bond is, and you just gotta get the person that kind of fits the mold,
Mm-hmm.
right? Marvel people have a real attachment to the actual, not just that. That's why I tell my kids all the time with Iron Man. That was the great thing is that Robert Downey Jr. Also the bad thing, because you get attached to Tony Stark as much as you do Iron Man, and so when you have an idea of who Tony Stark is, right? That's why if you look at the characters, they don't really change over time because it's harder.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's the one thing I see because you make that attachment. Like I always said, dude, when I looked at DC, right, it was so big and so bold. It was like those big stories, so mythological. Like a character.
Yeah.
It was beyond. It was beyond.
Mm-hmm.
So. Yeah.
Well. Yeah. And the thing, with DC's characters being so iconic, and so larger than life, it also allows them to do more of those larger than life stories, and then it kind of works. Like stories like Kingdom, like my all-time favorite comic is Kingdom Come.
Yeah.
From DC, and again, I don't know if Marvel could pull off themes that heavy that was in that comic, man.
Yeah.
And it's not because Marvel's bad, it's just that when you got more grounded people, their pros are grounded stories, but when you pull them out of okay, Spider-Man's a bit fantastical, but sometimes at one hand you want Spider-Man to be the relatable guy, and on the other hand, he's in space trying to stop Thanos and the Infinity Gauntlet and all that stuff. And it's like, which one is it? You know what I'm saying? With the likes of Superman, is like, dude, he's all powerful. So him stopping the likes of Brainiac and stopping the likes of, say, the Atomic Skull works, because on one hand he's going to protect his people. On the other hand, if the threat gets too big, it still makes sense, at least to me, that he's going to rise to that occasion. But with Spider-Man, sometimes especially the X-Men, I don't know how powerful X-Men are, because on one hand they lack so much power that they can't be around normal humans. But on the other hand, some of them are so powerful, like they got the mega level mutants that could destroy the world. I'm just like,
Mhm.
which one is it? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's in the way that they write the stories that
Yeah.
dictate that level, right? It's like so like a character like Cyclops, right? He's so
Hmm.
well, I don't know how he's written now, but when I was growing up, he's had a lot of self doubt.
Yeah.
You know, character like Storm, and in the time that I read X Men, she changed it exponentially.
Yeah.
To where to me, she had that moniker of being one of the more powerful mutants of all time.
Right.
Um, then I remember, man, in the '90s, Marvel went through this thing where it was just everybody was superpowered. You know,
Hmm.
like the Hulk went from being like a certain height to like the size of a small like building. Right, he was just massive, you know, and it has a lot to do with the way that the writers come in
Yeah.
and write, and the way the Marvel style of writing and art is. Um, so it doesn't. I don't know. It kind of doesn't lend itself. It just doesn't have the history, in my opinion,
Hmm.
that DC has. DC's like pre. What was DC? I mean, a lot of people like, but that's Time in Comics. They'll
Yeah.
I'll go back and see about like the original Marvel stuff, but I mean, on that level, right? But and it doesn't have to be. That's the great thing about it. Like,
No. They work. They
yeah.
work. You know, Marvel wouldn't be popular if their characters didn't resonate with people. You know.
Well, just as a comic book guy, in fact, gaming should be like this, but
Hmm.
it's not ever going to go back to that because these guys aren't gamers. But gaming, like you should be able to play multiple stuff because each one
Hmm.
is different. So with comic books, if I wanted to get my fix on something, right, there was three
Yep.
places I went to. Right, I went to number one was Marvel, and
Hmm.
Marvel started messing up and doing stupid crap.
Hmm.
And I'd be like, okay, well, I don't know what they're doing here. Then I'd be like, oh, look, damage control,
Yeah.
right? You know, stuff like that, right? But then if they went off far afield, then I was like, oh, look at this, look at what they're doing, and like they brought back the JSA or something like that, right? Then you could
Yeah.
go hang over there, read Teen Titans, stuff like that, and then my third thing was the Indies. But the
Oh
Indies,
man. Oh, sorry to cut you off, but realist man, you still don't have power. Oh man, that
oh,
sucks.
yeah,
It's at for me it's 8:21. I don't know what time it is
oh,
for you.
sorry, brother. Are you on your phone? Yeah, he said doesn't have power to boost story.
Oh man, damn dude. Yeah. I hope things are right. Like for my parents' house, a big tree kind of hit it. So there's some leaking that was going on. We assessed the damage up there. We had the tree removed though. And they do got power back on though. But shit, man, that sucks. It's almost a week now with some people without power. Yeah, man, I hope it's back on soon. Realist
He said I see progress.
traffic lights are back on. Yeah. Any businesses got lights out there? Any food places? You know, you guys all right? Like, dude, I got an extra case of water if y'all need it. I don't know. You know, we could hook up off screen and all that. But if you need like an extra case of water, man, I'll drive all the way out there and drop it off to you if you need it, man.
No, man, sorry, really.
Yeah, that sucks. See, man, these storms be no joke, man. No joke. I know y'all probably deal with them out there. I mean, y'all got fucking volcanoes out there, so.
Yeah, luckily for me, the volcanoes on the active ones on the other island.
Oh, okay.
So where I live, Oahu. So it's called the gathering place,
Uh huh.
and I can see why they put everything here
Hmm.
because to like the east is the Big Island, and so that absorbs a lot of the tornadoes or hurricanes,
Ah, okay.
and where we sit, right, the hurricanes tend to gloss over us
Ah.
or pass us by, and then there's this
Hmm.
one island, Kauai, they get hit a lot,
Yeah.
and that's the sad thing is it's like my favorite island. Like I was thinking about moving there,
Hmm.
but man, they get hit quite a bit. So yeah, dude, I'm sorry, dude, if you guys are going through that. It's not fun.
Yeah. Nah, man. It really isn't. What if Marvel and DC worked together? Oh, they did in the '90s. They had the amalgamation universe and they had the crossovers. It was a pretty interesting time. They had
Yeah,
the X Men versus Teen Titans. I remember liking that one. Justice League versus Adventures. I didn't like it as much as X-Men versus Teen Titans, but that's still it was just still cool, awesome to see, Superman and Captain America on the same page, and Superman lifting Thor's hammer and all that stuff. It was a cool. It was pretty neat
I love
crossover story.
that they brought back like the good debates we had when I was younger, like
Yeah,
kind of deal.
yeah, man.
The,
That was
the best one I had, bro, that people was fighting on for a long time was
uh-huh.
Punisher versus Batman.
Yeah.
That was wicked, yeah. Guys was going in on that one. Like at the
Mhm.
comic book store, we would go all in on that stuff. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
crazy. Yeah, I missed
Yeah.
those.
I think they did I think one of the crossovers they did, wasn't it Wolverine and Batman, I think, during
Oh
that time? Yeah.
yeah. To me, Punisher made more sense because of the type
Mhm.
of, because of their ideologies,
Yeah,
especially.
yeah. Actually, yeah, they're polar opposite ideologies. But it actually makes sense, since Batman lost his parents as a kid, it makes more sense that he wouldn't be out for blood type vengeance, but more so like I gotta protect. I don't want to see that happen to anybody else. And Punisher lost his family, and
Yeah.
you lose when you're an adult. Nah, fuck everything. You know what I'm saying? Fuck
I mean,
everything.
I,
Huh?
I would live by the comic code, the understood code.
Hmm.
Just that Batman was just a bigger character. So you
Yeah,
would argue, but at the end of the day, right, when it came to soups and or nuts and bolts, right, everybody would be like, all right, so what are we gonna do here? And even I, like, and most of the Marvel guys would be like, this is this. But some of the guys would be like, okay, well, Punisher would win because he would take it to the next level where Batman
yeah,
won't. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, when everything was said and done, everybody would be like, all right, Batman. Because you couldn't argue against the icon. There was just this natural. There was just like at least when I was growing up with the comic book guys I collected with,
hmm
I just thought this was a universal understood. It's just like there's just certain characters. There's a pecking order, right? Like Superman's on top, and then it drops down, right? And this is why I never liked the Dragon Ball Z versus Superman thing. I thought that was
yeah,
stupid.
yeah,
I did that. Then I was like, what is this? What are you guys trying to do? And they're like, yeah, because he could totally beat Superman. I'm like, all right, look. I like anime, man, but you guys are becoming a bit too irritating to me. And I was like, dude,
yeah,
this shouldn't even be mixing. Like, why are we having this conversation?
yeah. Oh, because they're both super powerful.
They are, but I'm like, like again, I'm on that scale. Just the same thing. Like, I enjoyed it when Thanos beat the crap out of Hulk, and people in the theater were legitimately shocked. Like the cheers when Thor's like when Loki goes, we have a Hulk, and then Hulk comes in and just like boom boom, and everybody, the whole theater I was in just was like screaming, and I was just sitting there watching. And then when Thanos just like whooped his ass, I was like, and even my kids looked at me, and I was like, and I looked at my kids, and as it should be, right? Because I'm like, dude, he's cosmic level, right? And on top of that, he has the power stones. You know what I mean? It's just you can't overcome that. This is why they did stuff like World Breaker Hulk and Planet Hulk and all that stuff, right? That's the only way like they could explain that stuff away. Like the Cosmic Spider-Man, I hated the Cosmic. I've talked about that in my own put on that road. He said, yeah, we have generators. Only the ones with generators are open. That makes sense.
Oh, okay.
Hello, you sure? I live in the woodlands. Yeah, I don't know. You
Hey,
might
look,
have to take that.
yeah. The Woodlands is far as hell from where I'm at, but still, look, man. If you need it, you need it, dude. If I think you follow me on Twitter, if you need it, hit me up. I promise you, I'll drive there. To help you out, man. Yeah,
I'm really a long drive for everyone.
yeah.
What really
I know
says,
it's far, man. It's north of Houston. It is far, but I don't care. I'll help a brother out, man. Always.
oh, so realist, so is that because of your militia you have
Mhm.
out there? Is that what you do?
Okay. He said he's good. All right, cool, man. Nah, it's just that I got extra case. Like my family's good too, so
Oh,
they taken care of as well. So that's like, dude, I got extra water. If you need it, your boy got you, man. But he good too. That's what's up. That's what I like to hear. Because people are unfortunately, since the power is taking so long, there unfortunately people who are dying. Like most of the deaths has been after the storm, because
yeah.
people don't have the electricity for example, like some elders who can't take care of what they
Uh,
need to and stuff,
yeah.
and the heat. You can't take care. I mean, you lived in the south at one point. You know how hot it gets down here.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah. So that's been the unfortunate part, and yeah. So a lot of people just doing what we can really, and that's the one thing about these type of situations, and one thing I love about the city. When something happens, the city comes together.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
good, bro.
yeah. Like if I go outside right now, the legitimately people will come up to you and be like, "Hey man, you good?" You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Type stuff. So some people they just sit outside and or literally just hand out water to people who drove by. Yeah, it's, like stop. Not stay in the middle of the street by the stop sign or something. But like get free water type thing.
I know. I mean, yeah. That's still, it gives you faith, right? It gives you hope.
Yeah. I mean, because most people aren't powerful enough to do something big, so a lot
Yeah,
of people just do what they can.
yeah.
Yeah.
And sometimes that's enough. Yeah. When I lived in Florida, dude, they had like patrols of people that would go out and
Hmm.
check on the. A lot of retirees live in Florida.
Yeah, that's right.
So when the power would go off, like either way, like if it was a hurricane or like in the winter, man. So we had a couple cold snaps roll in when I lived there, and so the power would go off, man. So people went and checked, make sure that these, because you can die, when you're older,
Yeah.
elderly, it gets too cold. Yeah, I remember those days, man. Yeah, it's definitely not. Yeah, but if you want to, then we can wrap it up. I think we've been running for a while.
Yeah. I mean, I jumped in late, but still, it has been a little while.
Well, I mean, you jumped in at the right time. I mean, I think because you had a lot of good,
Yeah.
especially with comic book stuff. Yeah. Realist. Yeah. Sorry. We can talk about. We'll do an all in sports later, dude. I know my girl Caitlin
Oh,
is killing it. So,
yeah.
but I'll wait, dude. I mean, just take your stuff. Take care of your necessities, man.
Yep. Yep. We'll be back next time.
Oh yeah, we'll be back. I'm waiting for you to come back.
Yeah. I'm trying. I'm thinking next week. Next week I could do something next week.
Okay. Yeah, dude. Look at realist. You're joking, but the hillbillies do have a militia there. Oh no, they don't.
Yo, he ain't lying.
Bro, I grew up in Florida, bro. I was doing this all the time, man. I was living in Kissimmee, and all my redneck friends was like, "Well, just don't go to Campbell City."
Yeah.
That's what I was told. So I stayed out of Campbell City.
Yeah, man, that's funny. Them hillbillies don't play.
Yeah, hillbillies are different. They're different from rednecks too.
Yeah.
That is not. They are not the same. And don't tell hillbilly that they get mad. Great. Yeah, thanks, Tom, man, brother. Thanks for the response.
Hey,
Um,
and this one isn't 9 hours long. Actually, this is about half of that.
dude, I can't even tell. I don't even see the time. I don't know what's going on. I think. Well, you know why? Because I don't think this one's gonna save. Because I
Uh,
ran out of space. I gotta clear the space out,
uh,
which is fine. It's
yeah.
fine as long as it's streaming on.
Hmm. Well, it should save on YouTube regardless.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Realist, Toolman, Realist says what's up, and yeah. Oh, okay, back and forth. Yeah, dude. But Toolman, thanks, brother. Thanks, Realist. Global man, thank you, bro. We have to do a podcast. Me and Global was talking about all kind of stuff.
Yeah. It was some good stuff, man. Some real
Dude, it
good
was
stuff.
like it was
Y'all,
going
y'all,
down.
y'all. It was up to like 3 in the morning, but it was still good, man.
I was trying to get like see if Zobi wanted to jump in with his crazy ass. You know, that would have been a real. That would have been like a 30-hour podcast. And Zobi jumped in. Yeah, Vontae, man, welcome, brother.
A day like today would have been another good time.
I don't know. I would have threw that. He said that, it's like Trump got shot, and he goes, Microsoft did it. I was like,
Yeah.
well, I said I would have told him if he was on. I was like, oh, I heard Nintendo actually did it because Japanese getting mad that all the localizers are changing their stuff. They're getting all upset. You know what the funny thing is, dude?
uh,
Japan, what they would do is they would just implode upon themselves.
oh, jeez.
They would be like how normal people would be like, yeah, not
Yeah.
like no soup for you. Japan would be like, no soup for anybody. they just hurry carry, just kill
Oh
it.
man.
Yeah, I'd be stuck there. I was like, man, what? No, My Hero Academia season number 14.
See, really, that's how deep they're in 14.
I just joke like.
I mean, yo, I'm aware of some of these long ass animes, so that's why that's why I was really surprised because some of them are run deep, man.
Dude, you just get left behind. My daughter watched all of Oh man, I always mispronounce it. She gets mad. Yu Yu
Mhm.
Hakusho. That
Oh
one.
yeah.
Dude, she watched all of it. I was like, damn, girl.
Dude.
I mean, I think it was like what 6 seasons, something like that.
I know that they had 4 major arcs. That's the only thing. That's the one thing I know. I did. Yo, compared to like Dragon Ball and One Piece and Pokemon, like those shows have literally thousands of episodes. I think some of them
Yeah, like
hundreds,
I was watching Black
hundreds of
Clover.
episodes. Huh?
I was watching Black Clover, and I just like missed the season. And I
Mhm.
swear to God, like in between that time, they said, "Oh look, he's not watching. Quick, throw out 5 seasons."
Yeah.
I was like, "Dude, what happened?" It was like 3 seasons. All of a sudden, it was 10. And I was like looking at my daughter, "What happened?" She goes, "Yeah. They went into overdrive. A lot of people dropped off because they couldn't keep up." So just like a backlog of video games.
Mhm.
Look at Two Man, bro. Unlimited. You won't believe it, but Sega had a solo show that was less than an hour.
Let me get. Let me guess. He had to pick up his kids. That's why he cut it short. That was it, huh? Oh, the kids are calling. Sorry, guys, because that's the only reason why he ever cuts anything short.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
That's why I did it, dude. You know what? I did one where my daughter, I was afraid to fall asleep,
Hmm.
and then she called it, and I wouldn't wake up, pick up the phone. So I just like, oh, I'll just do a podcast. And so yeah, she called like I think it was like 45 minutes, 50 minutes later, and then I was like, okay, I'm gone. Because man, if I sit on the couch, dude, I'm done. I'm done. That's how tired I was because I had like this, pain in my neck. So, but yeah, man, Unlimited, shout yourself out, bro. Thanks for being here, bro.
Yeah, it's your boy Limit Production. I do the Unlimited Truth whenever the truth is needed. So hopefully we return next week because there's some big news this week that I wish I would have loved to talk about it in depth. But yeah, that's where you find me.
Yeah, Cygnus, thank you for being here. Also, Daniel Berry Sports, thank you, brother. Sorry, I haven't been doing the WNBA stuff. Had Zeal Fork in here. What's up, Zeal? Thank you for being here. Anthony Chipmunk in the house. Thank you, brother. I know I'm late for the shout out. Cheers to you, man. Thanks for being here.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I don't forget anybody. Yeah, I said Vontae. Thanks, Vontae.
Yeah.
Dude, we gotta do it. Vontae, come in on the pod. Message me on Twitter, man. If you Sega Forever on Twitter, then you can come in, man. If you want to talk about comic books and stuff, because that's what this podcast is. It's a podcast. So.
Hmm.
Um, Sega
Yeah.
Forever leaves at times to get sleep and eat while others keep the podcast. Dang, Two Man busted me out on that. He said leaves at times to get sleep and eat while others keep the podcast going. Yeah,
Yo,
I wish I could actually share the podcast, dude. I'll just pass it on to you or Eba.
yo. Sometimes when he's gone for a long time, I just assume he's taking a nap. And when we start saying Sega, hey Sega Forever, you there? Then he's like, then he just gets out like, huh? Oh yeah, turn on the mic, unmute the mic. Yeah, guys, I just got back home. Like, nah. I'm
Just play. Just
yeah, be like our brother 100 who just be falling asleep sometimes on this podcast.
yeah, dude.
Yo, 100's that dude, man. He's hilarious.
Yeah, that's why I'm gonna wrap the podcast up now because I know he's gonna start his.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. He starts in a couple hours. All right,
Yeah.
man. You know where the end podcast button is. You know what to do.
Yeah.
I think I taught you well on how to do the outro.
Yes, I am the Padawan. All right, guys. We'll see y'all later. Peace.
Peace.